Where do you get clean water? Where does the waste go?
A motorhome
Where do you charge when the nearest town
ugly
is 2
questions.
hours behind
It is
you?
not a
And
home.
when something
Where do you
expensive
get
breaks,
clean water?
How fast
Where
does
does
your
your
waste
freedom
go?
turn into
Where
another
do you
mob
charge
meat
when
trap?
the nearest town
That
is
is
2
the real
hours
issue
behind
here.
you? Not
And
when
glossy
something
rendering,
expensive
not
breaks.
Elon headlines,
How fast does
and
your
not a
freedom turn
fantasy
into
number
another
like monthly
$10,000? That
If
is
you
the
are
real
over
issue here.
65,
Not
living on
glossy
fixed
renderings,
income,
not
and
Elon
tired of
headlines,
watching
and
rent,
not a fantasy
insurance,
number like
utilities, and
$10,000.
repairs eat through
If
money,
you are over
work
65,
a lifetime to
living
save
on fixed
Stay
income,
with me. And tired
Today,
of watching
we are
rent,
not chasing
insurance,
hype.
utilities,
We are
and
pressure
repairs
testing the
eat
Tesla
through money.
motorhome
You work
idea,
a lifetime
where
to
real
save.
life gets
Stay
dirty,
with me.
expensive,
Today,
and hard
we are
to
not
fake.
chasing hype.
Because if this
we
thing
are
cannot
pressure testing
survive
the
daily
Tesla
living,
motorhome
then
idea,
it does not matter
where
how
real life
futuristic
gets
it
dirty,
looks,
expensive,
water,
and hard
and
to
waste.
fake. Because
Let us
if this
begin
thing cannot
with the
survive
question
daily
most
living,
channels
then it
avoid,
does not matter
because
how
it
futuristic
destroys
it
the
looks
dream
in 30
water
seconds.
and waste.
If
Let
you
us
live
begin
in this
with the
vehicle
question
full-time,
most
where
channels
do you
avoid,
wash? Because
where do
it
you
destroys
shower?
the dream
Where do
in
you
30
brush your
seconds?
teeth?
And
If
what
you
happens
live in
after
this
you
vehicle
flush full-time?
Solar
Where
panels
do
do
you
not
wash?
solve that.
Where do you
A
shower?
giant battery
Where
does
do you
not
brush
solve
your
that.
teeth?
And a
what
beautiful
happens
interior
after you
means
flush?
nothing
If the
Solar
bathroom
panels
turns into
do
a
not
burden
solve
after
that.
2 days,
A giant battery
the
does not
smartest
solve
version
that.
of a
And
Tesla
a beautiful
motorhome
interior
would not
means
rely
nothing
on
if the
huge
bathroom
tanks
turns
alone.
into a burden
It
after
would
2
likely
days.
need a compact
The smartest
water management
version
module,
of a Tesla
something
motorhome
more advanced
would not
than
rely
what traditional
on huge
RVs
tanks
use now.
alone.
Imagine
it would likely
a
need
low-maintenance
a compact
filtration
water
loop
management
that
module,
pre-cleans
something
sink
more
and
advanced
shower water
than
for
what
secondary
traditional
use,
RVs use
like
now.
toilet flushing.
Imagine
Exterior
a
rinse-down,
low-maintenance filtration
not drinking
loop
water
that
not
pre-cleans
magic,
sink and
just
shower
a
water
practical
for secondary
system
use
that
like
stretches
toilet
each
flushing
refill
or
further.
exterior rinse-down.
That would not
Not
eliminate
drinking
dump
water,
stops, not
but
magic.
it could cut
Just
waste,
a practical
reduce
freshwater
system
demand
that stretches
and let
each refill
retirees
further.
live without the constant
That would not
bleed of
eliminate
rent
dump
and
stops,
utilities,
but it could
and
cut
that
waste,
matters more
reduce
than most
freshwater
viewers
demand,
realize, and let
A man in
retirees
his
live
70s
without
is
the
not
constant
asking
bleed
whether a
of
water
water
system
and utilities.
sounds innovative.
And that matters
He's
more than
asking
most
whether he
viewers
has
realize.
to drive 40
A man
miles
in his
just
70s
to empty
is
a
not
tank
asking
while
whether
his
a
back
water system
hurts
sounds
and the weather is
innovative.
turning.
He's
asking whether he has to drive
not
40
a
miles
gadget question.
just to empty a tank.
The toilet
while
system
his back
matters
hurts
just
and
as
the weather
much.
is turning.
A normal
That
RV
is a
black
dignity
tank
question,
works,
but
not
it comes
a
with
gadget
odor,
question.
cleaning,
The
weight,
toilet system
and the
matters
reality
just
of
as
finding
much.
a dump station
A normal
before
RV
you're forced
black
to.
tank works.
A more
But it comes
advanced
with
design
odor,
could use
cleaning,
a sealed weight,
low water
and the
vacuum
reality
toilet,
of finding
similar
a dump
to
station
marine systems,
before you're
paired
forced to.
with better odor
A
control
more
and
advanced
tank
design
sensors
could
that
use
give
a
simple,
sealed, plain
low-language
language
vacuum
alerts
toilet
instead of
similar
cryptic
to marine
icons.
systems, not
Paired
because
with
that
better
sounds
odor
premium,
control,
but
and
because
tank
older
sensors
owners
that give
do
simple,
not need
plain
more
language
complexity.
alerts
They
instead
need
of
fewer
cryptic icons.
surprises.
Now,
Not because that
here's the
sounds
catch.
premium,
Nobody should
but
hide
because
from you.
older owners
No
do
matter
not
how
need
clever the
more
water
complexity.
system gets,
They
you
need
still
fewer
live
surprises.
inside the laws
Now,
of volume
here's the
and
catch.
gravity. Nobody should
will
hide
still
from you.
need refill
No matter
points.
how clever
You
the
will
water
still
system
need
gets,
dump
you
access.
still live
You will
inside
still
the
have to
laws
plan
of volume
around fresh
and
water,
gravity.
black water,
You will still
and gray
need
water
refill points.
If someone
You
sells
will
you
still
the
need
idea
dump
that this
access.
vehicle means
You will
endless
still have
off-grid
to
living
plan
with
around
no fresh
real
water,
waste logistics.
black water,
That
and
person
gray
is
water.
selling emotion. If someone
Not
sells
reality.
you the idea that
And
this
there's
vehicle
another issue.
means
Most
endless
hype
off-grid
videos
living
skip
with
completely.
no real waste logistics,
Showering in a
that
moving
person
home
is selling
is easy
emotion
to romanticize
not reality.
when the camera never
And there's
lingers on the
another
floor
issue.
space.
Most hype
The
videos
step-in,
skip
the
completely.
handholds, and
The
showering
turning
in a
radius
moving home
is
for
easy
younger
to
people.
romanticize
That's an
when the camera
inconvenience.
never lingers
For
on the
older
floor
men
space
with stiff
the
knees,
step-in,
bad balance,
the handholds,
or a back
and
that
the
is
turning
not what it
radius.
used to be.
For
That's
younger people,
safety.
that's an
So,
inconvenience.
if this concept
For
is
older
ever
men
going
with
to stiff
to
knees,
serve
bad
retirees,
balance, or a back
honestly,
that is not
the
what it used to be,
bathroom has to be
that's
built
safety.
for aging bodies.
So, if this
a
concept is ever
low-threshold
going
shower to serve
grab points
retirees
that don't look
honestly,
like hospital hardware,
the bathroom has
good
to
lighting,
be built for
a door
aging
that
bodies.
doesn't fight you,
A low-threshold
storage
shower
you can reach
without
grab points
twisting
that
like
don't
a gymnast gymnast,
like hospital
Otherwise,
hardware.
it's not a
Good lighting.
retirement solution.
A door
it's
that
a
doesn't
younger
fight
man's
you.
fantasy.
Storage
Senior
you can
marketing
reach without twisting
and
like a
before you
gymnast.
write off the whole
Otherwise,
idea,
it's not
remember
a retirement
what's really
solution.
being tested
It's
here.
a younger man's
Not whether the
fantasy
Tesla
wearing
motorhome
senior
gives
marketing.
you a perfect house
And
on
before
wheels.
you write off the
The
whole
real
idea
task is whether
remember
it reduces
what's really
enough
being
monthly
tested
pain
here,
to justify
not whether
the trade-offs.
Tesla motorhome
If it
gives
can
you a
stretch
perfect
water
house
for
on
several
wheels.
days, simplify
The real
waste
test
handling,
is whether it
and
reduces
let you
enough
live without
monthly
the constant
pain to
bleed
justify
of
the
rent and
trade-offs.
utilities. If it
People
can
will
stretch
forgive
water for
limits,
several days,
but only if those
simplify
limits
waste
are
handling
spoken out
and
loud.
let you live without
Charging
the constant
and
bleed of rent
boondocking.
and utilities.
Now,
People
let
will
us move
forgive
to the
limits,
fear
but
that hits
only if
harder
those limits
for
are
many
spoken
older
out
viewers.
loud.
What happens
Charging
when the
and
battery
boondocking.
runs low and
Now,
you are nowhere
let us
near
move to
a
the
charger
fear
that hits
because
harder
an electric
for many
motorhome
older viewers?
does not become a
what
nightmare
happens when
when
the
it
battery
charges
runs
slowly?
low
It
and
becomes
you are
a
nowhere
nightmare
near
when it
a
changes
charger
where you are
because
allowed
an
to
electric
live.
motorhome
This
does not
is where
become
a lot
a
of
nightmare
channels
when
get
it charges
lazy.
slowly.
They show
It
solar on
becomes
the roof.
a nightmare
Mention
when it
a
changes
huge
where
battery.
you are allowed
Say
to
the word
live off-grid.
This
and
is
let
where
your
a lot of
imagination
channels
do
get
the rest.
lazy. They
But
show
real
solar on the
boondocking
roof
is
not
mention
the
a
same
huge
as parking
battery.
in your
Say the
driveway
word
and pretending
off-grid
you are
and let your
independent.
imagination do the rest.
Boondocking means heat,
But real
cold,
boondocking
darkness,
is not the same
cooking,
as parking in your
refrigeration,
driveway
and
phone
pretending
charging.
you are independent.
Maybe a CPAP machine.
Boondocking means
Maybe a
heat,
small induction
cold,
cooktop.
darkness,
Maybe
cooking,
Starlink running through the
refrigeration,
night. Phone
maybe
charging,
air conditioning,
maybe
because
a
the
CPAP
desert
machine
does not care
maybe
that
a small
you are
induction
retired.
cooktop.
A serious Tesla
Starlink running
motorhome
through the
would
night.
probably carry
Maybe
something
air
in the
conditioning,
range of a
because the
200
desert
to
does not
220
care that you
kilowatt
are
hour
retired.
pack. If it's built
A serious
for real
Tesla
living
motorhome
and not just
would
weekend
probably
carry
carry
something in the
That's
range
a
of a
lot of
200
stored
to
energy.
220
It also
kilowatt
means a
hour
lot of
pack.
weight,
If it's
a
built
lot
for
of
real
cost,
living
and
and
a
not
lot
just
of dependence
weekend
on
content.
route planning.
That's a
The
lot
battery
of
can
stored
power
energy.
propulsion
It
and
also
life
means
support,
a lot
but it
of weight,
cannot break
a
the
lot
laws of
cost,
distance,
and a lot of
solar
dependence
helps on
but
route
solar
planning.
is not rescue.
The battery can
On
power
bright
propulsion
days in Arizona,
and life support,
Nevada,
but it
West
cannot
Texas,
break
or
the
Southern
laws
California.
of distance.
A roof
Solar
packed with
helps,
efficient
but solar
lightweight
is
panels
not
would
rescue.
add meaningful
On
energy
bright days
over
in
several
Arizona,
days. Nevada,
enough to
West
support
Texas, or
appliances.
Southern
Keep
California.
the living side
A roof
lighter
packed
on the
with
main
efficient
pack.
lightweight
Maybe
panels
put back
could
a
add
small but
meaningful
useful
energy
amount
over
of
several
range
days
while you sit still.
Enough to support
That's
appliances.
real value. Keep the living side
It's
lighter
also
on the main
very
pack.
different
and
from
maybe
saying
put
the
back
sun
a small
keeps you
but useful
free
amount of
forever,
range while
because
you sit still.
weather changes
That's
the
real
whole
value.
equation. It's
Park
also
under
very
trees in
different
Oregon
from
for
saying
4
the sun
days
keeps
and
you
your
free
energy story
forever,
changes again.
because weather
Spend
changes
a
the
whole
whole
week in
equation.
Montana running
Park
heat
under
and
trees
battery
in
conditioning
Oregon
for
and
4
your
days,
energy story
and your
changes
energy
again.
story changes
Sit
again.
through cloud cover
Spend
in the
a
southeast
cold week
with
in
Starlink,
Montana
running
running
heat,
water
and
heating
battery
and
conditioning,
air management
and
running,
your energy
and your
story
energy
changes
story
again.
changes again.
Sit through cloud cover
This
in the
is not a
southeast
flaw
with Starlink,
unique to
lighting,
Tesla.
water
It's the
heating,
cost
and
of
air management
honest
running,
math.
and your
The
energy
good news
story
is that
changes
retirees
again.
usually move
This
differently
is not
than
a
younger
flaw
road
unique
trippers.
to Tesla.
Most
It's
older
the cost
travelers
of
do
honest
not
math.
want to blast
The
across
good news
3
is that
states in a day,
retirees
sleep in a
usually
truck
move
stop,
differently
and do it
than
again
younger
tomorrow.
road trippers.
They move slower.
Most
older
they
travelers
stay longer.
do not want
They care
to blast
more about
across
calm
3
than
states in a
speed.
day.
And
Sleep
that
in a truck
lifestyle
stop
actually
and do it
fits
again
electric
tomorrow.
living better
They move
than the
slower.
internet would have
They
you
stay
believe.
longer.
Drive
They care
180
more about
miles
calm
than
park
speed
for several days.
And that lifestyle
Recharge
actually
through a
fits
mix of
electric
solar,
living, quiet
better than
energy
the internet
discipline,
would have you
and
believe.
planned shore power.
Drive
Then move
180
again.
miles.
That
Park
model
for several
can
days.
work.
Recharge
but it only
through a
works
mix
if
of
the
solar,
charging network
quiet
fits
energy
the
discipline,
and
a
planned
large
shore
Tesla
power.
motorhome
Then
cannot
move again.
be judged by
That
passenger
model
car
can
logic
work.
alone.
But it
If
only
it leans
works
on
if the
commercial
charging
grade
network
charging
fits
the
the
vehicle.
future mega
A
charger
large
corridors
Tesla
or
motorhome
oversized
cannot
pull-through
judged by
sites.
passenger
Then
car
route
logic
freedom
alone.
becomes narrower
If
than
it
many
leans on
viewers want
commercial
to
grade
admit.
charging, you don't
Including
just need
future
a
mega
charger.
charger
You need
corridors
one you can
or
physically
oversized
access
pull-through
without
sites.
jackknifing,
Then route
blocking
freedom
traffic,
becomes
or
narrower
praying
than
no one
many
park
viewers
where your
want to
turning
admit.
radius needs to be.
You don't just need a charger.
That's why the
You need one
smartest
you can
owners
physically
would think
access
in
without
layers.
jackknifing, blocking
Primary
traffic,
charging
or
from
praying no
planned
one park where
high-speed
your
stops.
turning radius needs to be.
Secondary charging from
That's why
RV
the
parks,
smartest
campgrounds,
owners would
or
think
private
in
sites
nights with enough electrical
primary
service
charging
to give
from
you
planned
meaningful
high-speed
overnight
stops,
recovery,
secondary
tertiary
charging
support
from
from
RV
solar
parks used to
campgrounds,
stretch your
or
stay,
private sites
reduce
with enough
wasteful drain,
electrical service
and keep
to
the
give you
living side
meaningful
from chewing
overnight
through the
recovery.
driving battery.
Tertiary
That's
support
not glamorous,
from solar,
but
used
it's
to
how
stretch your
independence
stay,
actually
reduce
survives.
wasteful drain,
And let me give
keep
you the living side
matters
from
more
chewing
than
through
any
the driving
spreadsheet.
battery.
Monday,
That's not
you leave
glamorous,
Tucson
but it's
with
how
plenty of charge and enough
independence
water.
actually survives.
By afternoon,
let me
me give you the week
on
that
Bureau
matters
of Land
more than
Management
any
land
spec
with a
sheet.
wide view
Monday,
and no one
you
telling
leave
you your
Tucson
rent
with
is
plenty
late.
of charge and enough
Tuesday,
water.
the solar
By
roof supports
afternoon,
refrigeration,
you are parked on
lights,
Bureau of Land
communications,
Management land
and
with
part
a
of your
wide
living
view
load.
and no one telling
Thursday,
you your rent
you
is
still
late.
feel free. Tuesday, the
Thursday
solar roof
morning,
supports
the weather
refrigeration,
shifts.
lights,
The
communications,
battery is
and part
lower
of your
than
living
expected.
load. Thursday,
Gray water
you still
is
feel
rising.
free.
And the
Thursday
nearest proper
morning,
dump
the
and
weather
recharge
shifts.
option
The
is
battery
not exactly
is lower
around
than
the corner.
expected.
Gray
That's the
water
moment
is
this
rising,
vehicle either
and the
proves
nearest
itself
proper
or
dump and
exposes
recharge
itself.
option is not
So the
exactly
real question
around the
is
corner.
not whether a Tesla
That's the
motorhome
moment
can
this vehicle
boondock either proves
can
itself or
the real question
exposes
is
itself.
how many compromises
So the real
pile
question
up
is not
before
whether
the
a
lifestyle
Tesla
stops
motorhome
feeling
can
like boondock
and starts
can.
feeling like another
The real
system
question
you
is
serve.
how many compromises
And don't forget
pile up
law
before
parking,
the lifestyle
because an
stops
electric
feeling
motorhome
like freedom
can be mechanically
and starts
ready
feeling like
and
another
still system
not
you
serve.
socially welcome. And don't
Some
forget
towns
law
ban
parking,
overnight
because
street
an
camping.
electric motorhome
Some
can
retail
be mechanically
lots post
ready
no
and still
overnight signs.
not be socially
Some
welcome.
counties are friendly for
Some
a week.
towns
Others
ban
are
overnight
not friendly
street
for
camping.
one night. Some retail
So when
lots
people
post
say
no
more
overnight
rent,
signs,
what they often
some
mean is
counties
no
are
more
friendly for a
traditional
week.
rent.
Others
But
are
still
not
a
friendly
constant
for one
need
night.
to know where
So
you
when
are
people
allowed
say
to stop.
no more rent,
Freedom
what they
without
often
legal
mean
ground
is
under
no
it
more
is
traditional
not freedom
rent,
for long,
but still a constant
if the company
need
ever
to
builds
know
this
where
honestly,
you are allowed
the
to stop.
software should help here
Freedom
more than
without
people
legal
realize.
ground under it
Not
is
flashy
not freedom
animations.
for long.
Simple range
If the company
forecasts
ever
based on
builds this
temperature,
honestly,
terrain,
the
tank
software
level
should
and
help here
living
more
load.
than people
Plain
realize.
English
Not
prompts,
flashy
something
animations.
Like, you can
Simple
stay here
range
48
forecasts
more
based on
hours
temperature,
with current
terrain,
and energy
tank levels,
use.
and
But after
living
that,
load. You should move.
Plain English prompts.
That kind of guidance
Something
would
like
do more
you
for
can stay
older
here
owners than
48
any
more
giant
hours with
touchscreen
current
ever
water
could.
and energy use.
Hidden
But after
costs.
that, you should
Now
move.
we get to
That
the
kind of
part
guidance
that
would do more
separates
for
trusted
older owners than
analysis
any
from
giant
sales
touchscreen
copy,
ever could.
even if the headline number
costs.
grabs you. Now we
What
get
happens
to the
after
part
you
that
buy it?
separates
Because a
trusted
cheap
analysis
entrance fee
from
does
sales
not
copy,
protect you
from a
even if the
lifetime of
headline
expensive
number
grabs you.
details.
What
Insurance
happens
after
comes
you
first.
buy it.
Because a
large
cheap
electric
entrance
motorhome
fee does
would
not
protect
be
you
insured
from a
like a
lifetime
sedan
of expensive
and
details.
it would not be insured
Insurance
like a
comes
standard
first.
gas RV
A
either.
large electric
New
motorhome
technology
would not be
high
insured
battery
like
value,
a sedan.
expensive
And
electronics
it would not be insured
uncertain
like a standard
repair gas
pathways
RV
either.
and the sheer cost
New
of
technology,
towing a big
high
disabled
battery
vehicle,
value,
all push
expensive
risk
electronics.
upward.
So
Uncertain
if the dream
repair
in your
pathways
head begins
and
with
the
no
sheer
more
cost
rent,
of towing
you also
a big
need a
disabled
second
vehicle
line in that
all
dream
push
that
risk
says,
upward.
what is my monthly insurance
if the dream
bill
in your
and
head
how fast
begins
does
with
it rise
no more
after
rent,
one claim?
you
also need a second
then
line
there are
in
tires.
that dream that says,
People love
what
to
is
talk
my
about
monthly
batteries
insurance
because
bill
batteries
and
sound
how fast
futuristic.
does it rise
Tires
after
are
one
not
claim? Futuristic. Then
There are
are
tires.
brutal. People
Heavy
love to
vehicles
talk about
burn
batteries
through them
because
faster,
batteries
and
sound
good tires
futuristic.
for a large
Tires
motorhome
are not
not
futuristic
pocket
change. Tires
Add
are
alignment.
brutal. Suspension
Heavy
wear
vehicles
and
burn
the weight
through
of
them
tanks,
faster.
battery
And good
storage
tires
and
for a
living
large
equipment
motorhome
and
are
that
not
rolling
pocket
freedom
change.
starts riding
Add
on rubber
alignment
that costs
suspension
real
wear
money, and the weight
a
of
retiree
tanks,
on
battery,
fixed income
storage,
cannot
and living
treat that
equipment
like a
and
footnote.
that rolling freedom
Maintenance
starts
does
riding
not
on
disappear
rubber that
just
costs
because the
real money.
drivetrain gets
A
simpler.
retiree on
Yes,
fixed
an
income
electric
cannot
platform
treat
cuts
that
a
like
lot
a footnote.
of old pain.
Maintenance
No oil
does
changes,
not disappear
no transmission
just because
service.
the drivetrain
Fewer moving
gets simpler.
parts.
Less
Yes,
engine
an
vibration,
electric platform
quiet
cuts
operation.
a lot of old
Those
pain.
are real
No
advantages.
oil changes,
but the
no
living
transmission
side
service
still has
fewer
pumps,
moving
seals,
parts,
vents,
less engine
valves,
vibration,
climate
quiet
control,
operation,
plumbing. Those
sensors,
are real
lighting,
advantages,
and the
but the
kind
living
of little
side
failures
still has
that never
pumps,
arrive
seals,
one at a
vents,
time.
valves,
A smart
climate control,
48-volt architecture could
sensors,
make the whole
lighting,
system more
and the
efficient
kind of
and
little
more
failures
stable,
that never
especially
arrive
for
one
appliances,
at a time.
cooling. A
Onboard
smart 48-volt architecture
It could also
make
mean
the
certain
whole system
repairs
more
require
efficient
trained
and more
technicians,
stable, instead of the guy in the next county who has fixed RVs for 30 years. It could also mean certain repairs require trained technicians out loud, instead of the guy in the next county who has fixed RVs for 30 years. Breakdown is scary because your vehicle is also your home. Do not say out loud. Unit fault, breakdown is not scary because it is inconvenient. Breakdown is scary because your vehicle is also your home. Not just waiting on repair unit fault, you are waiting on shelter, cooling medication access, software refrigeration leaves you stranded far from qualified service. You are not just waiting on the number that punches you waiting on shelter. A medication access plan means refrigeration nothing when the vehicle and the return of control and specialized. Towing can become the number that
for a
punches
machine
you
like
in the
this
stomach.
could cost more in one ugly afternoon
when
than
the
a
vehicle
year
is
of
heavy,
small
tall,
monthly
and
savings.
specialized. That's why the
A
service
tow for a
network
machine
matters
like this
almost as
could
much
cost
as the
more
vehicle
in
itself.
one ugly
If
afternoon
Tesla
than
ever
a
wants
year of
older
small
Americans
monthly
to
savings.
trust a motorhome
That's why
platform,
the service
it will
network
need
matters
more than
almost
chargers.
as much as the
It will
vehicle
need
itself.
reachable service.
If
Mobile
Tesla ever
diagnostics
wants
and
older
systems
Americans
designed
to
to
trust
fail
a motorhome
gracefully
platform
instead of
it will need
dramatically
more than chargers.
Now let us address
it will
the
need reachable
$10,000
service
claim with
mobile
a cool
diagnostics
head.
and
Could there
systems
be
designed
a
to fail
stripped-down
gracefully
entry configuration
instead of dramatically
heavily modular with
now
basic
let us
living
address the
functionality and
$10,000
fewer
premium
with a
features.
cool head?
That makes
Could
a
there be
shocking headline
stripped-down
possible.
entry configuration?
Yes, in
heavily
theory,
modular,
especially
with basic
if
living
Tesla
functionality
reuses
and
a
fewer
platform,
premium features.
simplifies
That
finishes,
makes a
and sells
shocking headline
upgrades
possible.
separately. Yes,
But is
in
that
theory,
the same
especially
as saying
if
a
Tesla
real
reuses a
full-time,
platform,
retirement-ready
simplifies
motorhome
finishes,
lands
and sells
in your driveway
upgrades
for
separately.
$10,000?
But
No,
is that the
those
same
are
as
not
saying
the same
a
statement.
real,
Full-time,
and older viewers deserve to
retirement-ready
hear the
motorhome
difference
lands
clearly?
in your driveway
The
for
likely
$10,000
truth
sits in
No,
layers. Those are
there's
not
the
the same
fantasy
statement
price
that
and
gets
older
attention.
viewers deserve
There's
to
the
hear
base
the
price
difference
that gets you
clearly.
in the door.
The likely truth
Then
there's
sits
the
in
configured
layers.
price of the
There's
version
the
you would
fantasy
actually
price that
trust
gets
with
attention.
your body, your
There's
sleep,
the base
your
price
medicine
that gets you
your
in the door.
communications, and your
Then
daily
there's the
life.
configured price
Add
of the version you would
insurance,
actually
tires,
trust with your
routine
body,
maintenance,
your sleep, your
campground
medicine,
fees
your
when needed,
communications,
water
and your
and dump
daily
logistics.
life.
Add
Internet
insurance
service and eventual
tires,
repairs,
routine
and
maintenance,
now you are finally
campground
talking
fees
about
when
total
needed,
cost of
water
ownership
and dump
instead
logistics,
of a thumbnail. Internet
There's
service
also
and
resale,
eventual repairs,
and older buyers
now
should care
you
about
are
that
finally
more than
talking
younger
about total
dreamers.
cost of
If
ownership
health changes,
instead of
if
a thumbnail.
driving feels harder,
There's also
if
resale
family needs pull
and
you
older
back
buyers
toward one
should
fixed
care about
place.
that more
Can
than
you
younger
sell
dreamers.
this vehicle without
If
taking
health
a
changes,
brutal loss?
if driving feels
Traditional
harder,
RVs
or if
already
family
punish
needs
owners
pull
on
you back toward
depreciation.
one fixed
A
place.
highly specialized
Can you sell
electric
this vehicle
motorhome
without
could
taking
hold
a
value
brutal
well
loss? If Tesla
Traditional
supports it,
RVs
updates
already
it, and
punish
services
owners
it.
on depreciation.
If not, the
A highly
exit door gets
specialized
narrower,
electric
and
motorhome
smart
could hold
retirees
value
always
well
think
if
about
Tesla
Tesla
supports
supports
it,
before the
updates
updates
it,
or
and
services it.
That
If
doesn't
not,
kill the
the
idea.
exit door gets
It
narrower
actually
and
strengthens it,
smart retirees
because the right
always
comparison
think
is
about
not
the
against
exit
a magic
before the entrance
number.
for safety.
It's against the
That doesn't
monthly
kill the
grind
idea.
so many
It actually
older Americans
strengthens it,
already
because
live
the right
under.
comparison is
Rent,
not against a magic
utilities, insurance. It's
fuel,
against the monthly
maintenance,
grind
HOA,
so many older
property
Americans
tax,
already
surprise
live
repairs.
under.
A
Rent,
motorhome only
utilities,
becomes compelling
insurance,
when it lowers
fuel,
the pressure of that
maintenance,
whole system,
HOA,
not when it
property
wins
tax,
a comment
surprise
war over one
repairs.
clickbait figure. A motorhome
So,
only becomes
where does that
compelling
leave us?
when it lowers
Right
the
where
pressure
honest
of that
analysis
whole
should
system,
leave us.
not when it
This
wins
could be
a
a
comment
meaningful
war over
retirement
one
tool for the
clickbait
right
figure.
person
In the
So,
right climate,
where
with
does
the
that
right
leave us?
expectations,
Right where
it
honest
could
analysis
reduce
should
housing
leave us.
pressure.
This
could
could be a
improve
meaningful
mobility.
retirement tool
It
for
could
the right
let some
person
people
in the
step
right
out of the
climate
landlord
with the
trap
right
for the first
expectations.
time in years.
It could reduce
But it will
housing
never
pressure.
be a miracle.
It could
It will be
improve
a
mobility.
trade. It could
Water
let
for
some
flexibility.
people step out of the
Planning
landlord
for
trap
independence.
for the first time
Simplicity
in years.
in some places,
But it will never be a
complication
miracle
in others.
It will be a
Lower
trade.
monthly payment,
Water
maybe,
for
but
flexibility,
not zero responsibility.
for independence.
And maybe
Simplicity
that's
in
the
some
real
places,
reason this
complication
idea
in
hits
others.
older viewers
Lower
so
monthly
hard.
payment, maybe,
It's not
but
because
not
it
zero
promises
responsibility.
luxury. It's
And
because
maybe
it
that's
whispers
the
something
real reason
many
this
people in
idea
retirement
hits
are
older
desperate to
viewers
hear
so hard.
Maybe you
It's
don't
not
have to
because
keep
it promises
bleeding
money
luxury
in the same
It's
old
because
way.
it whispers
Maybe
something
there's still
many
a path
people
to
in
live
retirement
on your
are desperate
terms.
to hear.
But if that
Maybe
path
you
is
don't have
real,
to keep
it has
bleeding
to
money
survive
in the
the
same
ugly
old
questions.
way.
Maybe
Water,
there's still a
waste,
path to live
charging,
on your terms.
repairs,
But
hidden
if
costs.
that path is real,
That's where
it has
trust
to survive
lives.
the ugly
Here
questions.
is the bottom
Water.
line.
If
Waste,
Tesla ever
charging,
builds a motorhome
repairs,
that can
hidden
truly
costs.
manage water well,
That's where
handle
trust
waste
lives.
without constant
Here
hassle,
is the bottom
charge
line.
in the real world,
If Tesla
and
ever
keep
builds
hidden
a
costs
motorhome
from
swallowing the savings.
manage
Then
water
this
well,
will be more
handle
than a
waste
vehicle
without
store.
constant hassle.
It will be a
Housing
housing
in the
store,
real world,
a freedom store,
and keep hidden
and
costs
for
from
some retiring the
swallowing,
savings.
a dignity
Then
store.
this will be more than a
But
vehicle
if
store.
those four weak
It will be
points
a
are
housing
not
store,
solved
a
honestly,
freedom store,
then the dream
and for some
collapses
retirees,
the moment
a
daily
dignity
life
store.
begins. But now, if
those
those
4
in the
weak
comments
points
which
are not
issue
solved
worries you
honestly,
most, then
water
the dream
and waste,
collapses
charging,
the moment daily
insurance
lights and
begins.
repairs,
or the
now,
real
tell
price
me in the
after
comments
options.
which issue
I read
worries
those
you
comments,
most, and the next
water
video
and
in this
waste,
series is
charging,
built from what
insurance
you tell
and
me,
repairs,
or the
we are
real
going
price
deeper
after
on
options.
one question people
I
keep
read those
asking.
comments, and the
If you
next
had
video
this
in this
motorhome
series
today,
is built from
where
what
in
you
America
tell me
could you actually
we
live
are
in it
going
full
deeper
time
on
without
one
getting
question
trapped
people
by
keep
weather,
asking.
parking rules,
If you
or
had
charging
this
gaps?
motorhome today,
If you
where
want
in
technology
America could you
explained
actually
without the
live in
sales
it
pitch,
full time
subscribe
without
right now
getting
and
trapped
turn
by
on the
weather,
bell. Parking
this
rules
channel
or
is
charging
not here
gaps
to sell you a
if
dream.
you want
It is here
technology
to
to
help
help
you
you
avoid
avoid
an
an
expensive
expensive mistake
subscribe
before
right
it
now
happens
and turn on the bell.
Share this with someone who
channel
needs
is
straight
not here
answers,
to sell
and
you
I
a
will
dream.
see you
It
in
is
the
here
next
to
video.
help you avoid
For
an
9
expensive
years,
mistake
the
before it
entire
happens.
$700
Share
billion
this with someone
trucking
who needs
industry
straight answers,
laughed
and
at
I will
Elon
see
Musk.
you in the next
But
video.
right at this
For
moment,
9 years,
in Sparks,
the
Nevada,
entire
the very
$700
first
billion
Tesla
trucking
trucking industry
priced at
laughed at Elon Musk.
$290,000
But
apiece,
right at
are
this moment,
officially
in
rolling
Sparks,
off the
Nevada,
production line.
the very first
Could this
Tesla
be the
semi-trucks
finishing blow that
priced
brings
at
down Freightliner,
$290,000 apiece,
and the entire diesel
officially
empire
rolling off the production
factory
line,
spanning
Could this be the
1.7
finishing
million
blow that
square
brings
feet,
down
a
Freightliner,
production target
Volvo,
of
and the
50,000
entire
vehicles
diesel
per
empire,
year, a potential
factory
revenue
spanning
of 1.7 million square
$13.5
feet,
a production target
truly
of
happening inside this
50,000
machine,
vehicles per
and
year.
why has no competitor been able to
revenue
copy it?
$13.5
Today,
billion
we're walking into Giga Nevada
What is
together.
truly happening inside this
Before
machine?
we go deep,
And why
inside
has
this
no competitor been able to copy it?
$13.5 billion machine,
Today,
we need to
we're
be
walking into
absolutely
Giga
clear
Nevada
about what is
together.
actually unfolding in Nevada
Before
at
we
this
go
very
deep
moment.
inside this
In
$13.5
March
billion
2026,
machine,
for the first
we
time
need
in
to be
history,
absolutely clear
Tesla
about what is
officially
actually
launched mass
unfolding in
production
Nevada
of the
at this
semi-truck
very
at a
moment.
dedicated factory
In
in March
Sparks,
2026. For the man behind the entire program is
Tesla
Dan
officially
Priestley,
launched
director of the
mass
production
program.
of the semi-truck,
And
at
just
a dedicated
days
factory
ago,
in
on
Sparks,
April
Nevada.
22nd,
The
during
man
the
behind the
Q1
entire
earnings call,
program is Dan
Elon
Priestley,
Musk himself
director of the semi-program.
personally confirmed
And
before
just
all of
days
Wall
ago,
Street on
that
April
Tesla would
22nd,
begin
during the
semi-production
Q1
in the
earnings
very
call,
near future.
Elon Musk himself,
But why would an
personally
entire
confirmed before
century-old
all
industry
of Wall Street
feel compelled
that
to track
Tesla would
every
begin
single
semi-production
move of
in
one
the truck
very near
factory?
future?
Why are
But why
Freightliner,
would an
Volvo,
entire
and Daimler,
century-old
the
industry
giants that
feel
have
compelled to
dominated
track
American
every
highways
single
for nearly
move
a
of
century
one truck factory
actually feeling nervous?
Why are Freightliner,
The answer
Volvo,
lives
and Daimler,
inside a number
the
that
giants
almost
that have
nobody talks
dominated
about?
American highways for nearly a
13.5
century,
million
actually
miles.
feeling nervous?
That is the
The
total
answer
distance
lives inside a
quietly
number that
accumulated
almost
by
nobody
Tesla's
talks about.
semi-prototype 7 fleet over the past 4 years,
miles,
racked up primarily
That is the
alongside
total distance
PepsiCo, DHL,
quietly
and
accumulated
Frito-Lay,
by Tesla's
with a
semi-prototype
real-world
7 fleet
uptime rate
over the
of
past
up to
4 years,
95,000
racked up primarily
hours,
alongside
with a
PepsiCo,
measured
DHL,
real-world
and Frito-Lay,
efficiency
with
of
a
real-world
1.72
uptime rate
kilowatt
of up
hours
to
per mile under a full
75,000
with a
pound
measured
load.
real-world
This
efficiency
is no longer a
of
concept on paper.
1.72 kilowatt
This is a
hours per
product
mile
that has
under
already
a
been
full
put through the most
75,000
rigorous
pound
testing
load
in the entire
This is no
history
longer
of the
a
heavy-duty
concept on
trucking
paper.
industry.
This is a
What
product
makes
that
it
has
even more
already
striking
been put through the
is that
most
trucks represent
rigorous
just
testing
1%
in the
of
entire
all
history
vehicles
of the
currently on the
heavy-duty
road.
trucking industry.
Yet they consume
What makes it even more
18%
striking
of the
is that
entire
trucks
nation's
represent
fuel
just
supply.
1%
This is
of
a gold
all
mine that
vehicles currently on the
everyone
road.
can see.
Yet
And yet
they consume
strangely, for
18%
over 10
of the
years,
entire
no one
nation's
has
fuel
been
supply.
able to touch it.
This is a
Why?
gold mine that everyone can
Class
see.
8 heavy-duty
And
trucking
yet,
industry in the
strangely,
United
for
States
over
is a
10 years,
massive market,
no one has
generating
been able to touch it.
$700 billion
Why?
in revenue every
Class
single
8
year.
heavy-duty trucking
Because
industry in
this
the United
problem
States
is
is
genuinely
a massive
that
market,
hard.
generating
An electric truck
$700
must be
billion
capable
in
of
revenue
hauling
every single year
thousand of cargo,
because
the
this
equivalent
problem
of
is
36
genuinely
metric
that
tons.
hard. It needs
An
an
electric truck
enormous battery
must be
pack.
capable of hauling
It requires a
80,000
dedicated
of
charging
cargo,
infrastructure
the
that
equivalent
no
of
one has stepped up to
36
build.
metric tons.
And most critically
It
of
needs
all,
an enormous
it must
battery
compete
pack.
on price
It requires
against
a
diesel
dedicated
trucks
charging
that cost
infrastructure
anywhere
that
from
no one has
$130,000
stepped up to build.
to $180,000.
And most
critically of all, it must compete on price
How do you
against
sell an
diesel
electric truck
that
at
cost anywhere from $130,000 when your competitor is priced at exactly half of that. How do you sell an electric truck at this is precisely the reason $1,000 after company when your competitor is so spectacularly exactly half of that. Nikola this bankrupt industry the reason that company after company has failed so spectacularly, crawling along. Volvo has sold around 3,000 VNR electric units in Europe. Freightliner launched the right here in the US, but they have yet to break through. Along. Volvo has sold around 3,000 VNR electric units in Europe, industry, but right here in the US, a shared belief yet to break through. Electric trucks are a distant dream. The situation reached the point at least another 10 years away. Quietly arrived at a shared belief, and then electric Tesla showed up are a distant with a punch that not that is single competitor another 10 years away. And then understand the shock showed up. We need to look back across the past 9 single competitor and this is the part that very few YouTube channels have ever explained. Understand the shock. We need to look back across Tesla's the past failure to produce the Semi earlier. This is the part that for lack of desire YouTube channels have
Musk had promised deliveries as far back as 2019.
Tesla's failure to produce
the brutal
the Semi
reality
earlier
was this:
was not for lack
from
of desire.
2020 through
Musk
the
had
end of
promised
2022,
deliveries
as far
Tesla
back
was
as
trapped in a
2019.
deadly loop.
But the brutal
They
reality
simply did
was
not
this:
have enough
from
batteries.
2020 through the
Every
end of
single
2022,
4680 battery
Tesla
cell that
was
Tesla
trapped
produced
in a deadly
had to be
loop.
prioritized
They
for the
simply
Model
did
Y
not
and
have
Model 3
enough batteries.
The vehicles generating
Every
the cash
single
flow that kept
4680
the
battery cell that Tesla
entire company
produced
alive had to be
The Semi
prioritized
was
for
pushed
the
to the
Model
back
Y
of the line
and Model 3
year after year.
The vehicles generating the cash flow that kept the entire company
promised
alive.
to deliver
The
50,000
Semi was
semi
pushed
trucks
to the
within
back of the line
2024, year after
Yet,
year.
when the year ended,
It reached the
only
point
a
where
few
Musk himself
hundred units had
publicly
ever been
promised
built.
to deliver 50,000
how did
semi
Tesla
trucks within
solve this
2024.
problem? Yet,
With a decision
when the year
that,
ended,
from my personal
only a
perspective,
few hundred
stands as
units
the
had
single
ever been
most
built.
brilliant strategic
So
move they
how
have
did
made in
Tesla
the
solve this
entire
problem?
past decade. With a decision
They
that,
built the
from my
Semi-personal
personal
perspective,
directly next to
stands as the
Gigafactory
single
Nevada.
most brilliant
That may
strategic
sound
move
simple,
they have
but
made in
think
the
about it
entire
carefully for a
past
moment.
decade.
The
They built the
4680
Semi
battery
cells
cells
are
directly
manufactured
next to
at
Gigafactory Nevada.
That
The
may sound
Semi's
simple,
battery
but
pack
think about it
requires
carefully for a
precisely
moment.
those same
The
4680 cells.
battery cells are
Rather than shipping
manufactured
batteries
at
across
Gigafactory
multiple
Nevada.
states, the
Tesla
Semi's
did
battery
something
pack
no one in
requires
this industry had
precisely those
ever done
same
before.
4680
They
cells.
positioned the Semi
Rather
factory
than shipping
just a
batteries
few
across
hundred meters
multiple
away
states,
from the battery plant.
Tesla did something
The cells
no one in
practically
this
only
industry
need to
had
cross
ever
the
done
street
before
to reach the
They
semi-assembly
positioned
line.
the Semi factory
This
just
is
a
the
advantage that
100 meters
Freightliner
away
does
from the
not
battery
have.
plant.
That Volvo
The cells
does not
practically
have.
only need to
that
cross
Daimler
the
does
street
not
to
have
reach
either.
the semi-assembly line.
Because not a
This
single
is the
competitor
advantage that
owns its
Freightliner
own
does
battery
not have.
supply chain. That Volvo
They are
does not
forced
have.
to purchase batteries
that
from
Daimler
outside,
does not have
from
either.
LG, Samsung,
Because
or
not a
CATL.
single competitor
They
owns
are
its
dependent.
own battery supply
Tesla
chain.
is not.
They are forced to
And
purchase
this is
batteries
also
from
why it
outside,
had to be now.
from LG,
Because
Samsung,
China's
or
BYD
CATL.
is ramping up electric
They are
truck production
dependent.
at a frightening
Tesla
pace.
is not.
Had
And
Tesla
this is
fallen
also
even
why it
one more
had to
year
be now.
behind,
The
because
US
China's
market could
BYD
very well
is
have been
ramping up
divided up
electric
before
truck production
Tesla
at
even
a
arrived.
frightening pace.
The race
Had
has
Tesla fallen
officially
even
begun,
one more year
and
behind,
Tesla
the
just
US market could
floored
very
the
well have
accelerator.
been divided up before
Now,
Tesla
let us
even
step
arrived.
through the factory doors.
The race has
Thanks
officially
to journalist
begun,
Ashley
and
Vance's
Tesla
exclusive
just
tour on
floored
April
the
10th.
accelerator.
The world got
Now,
to see for
let
the
us step
first
through
time
the factory
what
doors.
is truly taking
Thanks
place
to journalist
inside.
Ashley Vance's
The
exclusive
first thing I want you
tour
to
on
notice
April
is
10th.
the factory's
The
address.
world got to see for the
Electric
first time
Avenue,
what
Sparks,
is truly
Nevada.
taking place inside.
That's right.
The name
The
of the
first thing I
street
want you to notice
translates
is the
literally
factory's
to
address.
Electric Boulevard.
Electric Avenue,
A random
Sparks,
coincidence?
Nevada.
Or a destiny
That's right.
written in advance.
The name of the street
Walking
translates
through the
literally
entrance
to
the
Electric
first thing
Boulevard.
that hits you is the scale.
A random coincidence?
The facility covers
Or a destiny
1.7
written in
million
advance.
square feet.
Walking through the
equivalent of
entrance,
30
the
football
first
fields
thing that hits you
merged
is
into
the
one.
scale.
And
The
the facility covers impossible to believe is that square feet, the equivalent
structure,
of 30
football
football fields
fewer than
merged
2
into
years
one.
ago.
And
Dan
what is nearly
Priestley leads us
impossible to
through the
believe
key
is that
stops
this
inside the
entire
factory.
enormous structure
First is the
broke
body
ground
in white
fewer than
area,
2
where
years ago.
enormous red
Dan
Tesla
Priestley leads us
H700
through the
robotic
key
arms stops
lift
inside the factory.
Raw, unpainted
First
steel
is the body
semi-cab
in white
weighing
area,
several
where
tons
enormous
high
red
into the
Tesla
air.
H700
The robots
robotic
move with
arms
millimeter
lift
level
the
precision.
raw,
Unpainted
there is no
steel
shouting,
semi-cab
no roaring
weighing
diesel
several
engines,
tons
only
high
the
into the
quiet
air.
whir of electric
The robots
motors.
move with millimeter
In
level
every
precision,
sense
of the phrase,
there is no
this
shouting,
is an
no roaring
ballet
diesel engines
unfolding right
only
before
the
your eyes.
quiet whir of electric
But the
motors.
single most precious
In
moment,
every sense
the
of the
moment
phrase,
I most want you to
this
pay
is an
close attention
industrial
to,
ballet
is the
unfolding
battery
right
marriage
before your
stage.
eyes. This is the
But the
instant when the
single
heart
most
of the vehicle
precious
is
moment,
implanted
the
into
moment
its
I
body.
most want you to pay close
3
attention to,
massive
is the
golden
battery pack
marriage
modules,
stage.
each weighing
This is the
several
instant when
tons,
the
are
heart of the
lowered
vehicle
from the
is
ceiling by a
implanted
red
into its
overhead
body.
gantry crane system.
3 massive
Slowly,
golden
battery pack
precisely,
modules, each weighing several
that are
tons,
married into the
are
vehicle
lowered
frame.
from the ceiling by a
And
red
here is the
overhead
technical
gantry crane
detail
system.
I want you to hold on to.
Slowly. The Semi's battery pack is
They are
entirely
married
different
into
from
the
the
vehicle
Model
frame.
Ys. The Model
And
Y
here is
pack
the
is
technical
flat,
detail
like
I
a
want you to
pancake
hold on to.
laid beneath the floor
The
of the
Semi's
car.
battery pack
The
is
Semi pack,
entirely
by
different
contrast,
from the Model
consists
Ys.
of high-density
The Model Y pack
cubic
is
modules,
flat,
like a
thick,
pancake
dense,
laid
and
beneath
heavy.
the floor of the car.
This is a design
The
that can
Semi pack,
only
by
be
contrast,
achieved when a vehicle
consists
is
of
built to be
high-density
electric from the
cubic
very
modules,
beginning. Thick,
By
dense, and heavy.
2026, Tesla
This
will
is a
truly
design
be the
that can
company
only
capable
be
of producing
achieved
the
when a
fastest
vehicle
car in
is
the
built
world.
to be electric
Forget build
from the
quality
very
for a sec.
beginning.
When it comes to
By
raw
2026,
speed, Tesla is in a league
Tesla
of their
will
own.
truly be the company
Production
capable
faster
of
than
producing
anything's
the
ever
fastest
been
car in the
ramped up
world.
before in history.
Forget build
They're
quality for a
constantly
sec.
shattering their own
When it
records.
comes to raw speed,
Obsessively
Tesla is in a
trimming
league
every
of their own.
millisecond off the line
Production
until there's
faster
literally
than
no fat
anything's
left
ever
to
been
cut.
ramped up before
Elon
in
Musk
history.
even claims
They're
they'll
constantly
eventually clock a
shattering
new
their own
car
records,
every 30 seconds.
obsessively trimming
But here's
every
the
millisecond
kicker.
off the line
Tesla
until
just
there's
crushed their
literally
own
no
record
fat
again.
left to cut.
They've engineered
Elon
a
Musk
brand new
even
line
claims
that
they'll
pumps out a
eventually
car in a
clock
mere
a new
5
car
seconds.
every 30 seconds.
That's 25
But
seconds
here's the
shaved
kicker.
off the old mark.
Tesla just crushed
A
their
pace
own
so
record
blistering
again.
the human I
They've
can't even
engineered a
track it.
brand new line
It's
that
like a
pumps
bolt
out a
of
car in a
lightning.
mere 5
By
seconds.
the time you see it, it's
That's
already
25
gone.
seconds
I
shaved
think
off the
it'll
old
be
mark.
able to produce
A
a car
pace so
ultimately
blistering
in
the
less than
human I
5
can't even
seconds.
track it.
It's like
Can
a
you
bolt of
imagine a
lightning.
car coming off
By
the
the
line
time
in
you
less
see
than
it,
5
it's already
seconds?
gone.
That's
I
like
think
wow.
it'll be able
In
to
fact,
produce
the
a car
line will move so
ultimately in less
fast
than
that
5
apes that
seconds.
actually people can't
Like,
even get
can
close
you
to
imagine
it.
a car coming
Yeah,
off
it's
the line in
mind-blowing,
less than
right?
5 seconds?
You'll be asking
That's
yourself,
like, whoa, what just
In
happened?
fact, the line
How does
will
a brand
move
new
so
car
fast
roll
that
off
apes
the
that
line
actually
that
people
fast?
can't even get
And the
close
real
to
kicker,
it.
how did Tesla
Yeah, it's
even pull this
mind-blowing,
off?
right?
Here's
You'll
the
be asking
lowdown on
yourself,
Elon Musk's
what just
game-changing
happened?
tech. How does a
It's
brand
tearing
new
up
car
the
roll
rule
off
book
the
on
line
car
that fast?
manufacturing
And the
leaving
real kicker, how did
competitors
Tesla
scrambling
even
for
pull
at least
this
a
off?
decade just to
Here's
catch
the
up.
lowdown on
Let's
Elon
dive
Musk's
in because once you
game-changing
see
tech.
this, you won't
It's
believe
tearing
your
up the
eyes.
rule book on car
Now let that
manufacturing,
5-second
leaving
figure sink in for a
competitors
minute.
scrambling for at
Think
least a
about your
decade just to
automatic
catch up.
espresso machine.
Let's dive in
It takes a
because
good
once you
30
see
to
this,
60
you won't
seconds
believe
just to
your
brew a
eyes.
single cup of
Now
Joe.
let that
In the
5-second
time it
figure
takes you to
sink in
wait
for
for
a
your
minute.
coffee, think
Tesla
about
has
your
already
automatic
rolled 6
espresso
fully
machine.
built vehicles off
It takes
the
a
line.
good 30 to 60
We're talking
seconds
about the
just to
highly
brew a single
anticipated
cup of
Model
Joe.
2.
In the
Tesla's
time it
most
takes you to wait
affordable
for your
ride
coffee,
yet.
set
Tesla
to
has
drop
already
early
rolled
next year.
6 fully built
Rumor
vehicles
has it
off the
production
line.
volume will
We're
double the
talking
Model
about the
Y
highly
with a
anticipated
price tag
Model
hitting
2.
that sweet spot
Tesla's
between
most
$20,000 and
affordable ride yet.
$30,000. Set to
This
drop early next
budget-friendly
year.
model is practically
Rumor has it
guaranteed to
production
fly off
volume
the
will double
shelves.
the Model Y
Now,
with a
usually
price
when a
tag
new
hitting
car
that
drops,
sweet spot
we're all
between
obsessing
$20,000
over
and
the sleek design,
$30,000.
the range, or
This
the tech
budget-friendly
inside.
model is
But have you
practically
ever actually
guaranteed to
stopped
fly
to
off
ask,
the shelves.
where are these cars
Now,
being
usually
born
when a
and
new
how?
car drops,
Let's be
we're
real,
all
most
obsessing
people
over
don't
the
give a
sleek
damn about
design,
the
the
factory
range,
floor.
or the tech inside.
But when you hear a
But
car
have
is
you
being
ever
pumped
actually
out in
stopped
just
to
5
ask,
seconds,
where are these
you
cars
can't help
being
but
born
wonder,
and how?
is Tesla
Let's
cutting
be real,
corners to
most
hit
people
that
don't
speed?
give a damn about
Especially
the
for a
factory
budget
floor.
car.
But
That
when you
kind
hear
of
a car is
velocity
being
definitely
pumped out in
raises
just
some
5
eyebrows
seconds,
and a whole
you
lot of
can't help but
skepticism
wonder,
about the build
is
quality.
Tesla cutting corners
Right
to
now,
hit that
Tesla
speed?
is running 5
Especially
massive
for a budget
gigafactory
car
across the
that
globe.
kind of velocity
Over in
definitely
Europe,
raises some
Giga
eyebrows
Berlin
and a
is the
whole lot of
chosen one for the
skepticism
Model
about the build
Y,
quality.
pumping out
Right now,
SUVs for the
Tesla is
entire
running
European
5
market.
massive gigafactory
Then you've got
across the
Giga
globe.
Shanghai in China.
Over in Europe,
This place is
Giga
an absolute
Berlin
beast.
is the chosen one
It's
for
the
the Model
undisputed
Y,
heavyweight
pumping out
champion of the
SUVs
SUVs for the entire European market. Turning out Model 3s then you've got Giga Shanghai in China. Honestly hard to wrap this place is an absolute beast. In the U.S., it's the undisputed heavyweight champion of the Giga network. The Fremont out Model 3s and Y's entire passenger car hard to wrap your head around. Including the Model S, in the U.S., even though it's not officially labeled a Gigafactory. At the same time, the Fremont Nevada takes nearly Tesla's entire passenger car lineup, electric truck including the Model S, hardest Model X, Tesla Model 3, and Model Y, mainly because of its sheer size and far more demanding manufacturing process. A Class 8 electric truck that ranks among the hardest vehicles Tesla produces, units mainly because of its sheer size and far more demanding manufacturing process. In Austin. The real focus Tesla says it's on track to ramp up production to about 50,000 units per year starting Model Y and Cybercab. And then there's Gigafactory Texas to become the primary manufacturing hub for the upcoming Tesla Model 2. This facility is already producing the Cybertruck, and you won't see many people along the production line. And it's expected to become the primary manufacturing hub for the upcoming Tesla Model 2. A wide array of automated systems do most of the work, and you won't see many people along the production line. 24 hours a day without interruption. That's because robotic arms, it's honestly not a stretch to say the Giga Texas production line looks more like a futuristic toy factory than running nonstop 24 hours a day without interruption. Almost the way die-cast cars are made, stretch to say that this is happening at a massive, looks more like a futuristic toy factory. Everything moves so fast that it can feel like you're watching a sci-fi movie almost the way die-cast cars are made, except it's all real. Except this is happening no matter where you turn inside the factory. You're seeing just how so fast that it can feel like you're watching a sci-fi movie created by AI. Except if Tesla wants to build a Model 2 no matter where you turn inside the factory, what part of the process just matters how quickly most. Tesla can put the answer is the vehicle's body that leads to the big question. This if Tesla wants to build a Model 2 in just 5 seconds, part of what part of the process matters most? In the past, Tesla used huge stamping presses or flat sheets of metal. Usually aluminum, by far the most complicated and time-consuming part of building a car. That approach is now being phased out. Tesla used huge the new production line has replaced it entirely with a single game-changing machine. Squeezed between dies many people see this as the heart of that approach is now manufacturing operation. The new production line has replaced Elon Musk has compared it to a matchbox car machine brought to life at full scale. Many people see this as the heart of Tesla's entire manufacturing operation. It represents a complete rethink of how cars can be built. To a matchbox car machine brought to life directly from Musk himself. But this isn't just another piecing together a vehicle frame from dozens or even hundreds of small rethink of how cars can be built. Huge sections of the idea came directly from Musk himself. That thinking led to what can only be piecing together a vehicle frame from dozens or even massive high-pressure die-casting machine capable of applying up to 50,000 tons of force. That thinking led to what can only be described as an engineering beast. Rear underbody of the Model 2 in just die-casting machine capable of applying up to 50,000 tons of force. Flips traditional auto manufacturing on its head. It can form the entire rear underbody of the Model 2 in just 3 seconds. Alone required what makes 70 individual so disruptive is how it flips traditional auto manufacturing on its head to assemble it all. In older designs, by moving to a 6,000-ton Model Y required around 70 individual parts, hundreds of welds, manufacturing and a complex web of robots just to assemble it all. What used to be about 76,000 parts was reduced to just the Model Y's rear underbody with a structural battery pack. Manufacturing that kind of efficiency naturally pushed Tesla to take things even further with its upcoming low-cost vehicle platform. Two large castings. The new model is expected to be smaller than the Model 3. That kind of efficiency naturally pushed Tesla to take things even further with its upcoming low-cost vehicle platform, which makes it a perfect fit for a single-piece rear underbody smaller than the Model 3 size alone isn't enough and rear overhangs and little to no traditional for the Model Y simply doesn't have the muscle to cast an entire chassis in one body design. It can only manage the rear section enough. That limitation is why Tesla stepped up the Model Y simply doesn't have the muscle to cast an entire chassis in one go. This next generation machine can only manage the rear vehicle chassis in a single operation. That limitation is why Tesla stepped up to an even bigger chassis at the same time in one production cycle. This next generation machine doesn't just cast the full vehicle chassis in a single operation. By a single almost it can produce 5 complete chassis at the same time in one production cycle. That alone wipes out more than 400 welds and drastically simplifies the entire complex structure is replaced by a single almost one-piece aluminum casting. The vehicle frame was a tangled mix of metal parts, wipes out more than 400 welds and drastically simplifies individual the entire steel or aluminum panels under the old way of building cars. The vehicle frame was a tangled mix together with extreme precision and wasted motion. It was slow, energy-hungry, labor-intensive, and expensive to keep one by one. The Giga Press cuts through all of that by turning dozens of separate manufacturing steps into one casting process. Energy-hungry, labor-intensive, and expensive to keep running. Tesla says this approach reduces the cost of producing the Model 2's rear chassis by roughly one casting process. By removing so many just about steps. Elon Musk says this approach reduces the cost of producing the Model 2's rear chassis by roughly both the front and rear sections. By removing so many intermediate steps means fewer Elon Musk has also been able to eliminate around 450 robots from the production line across Texas. The casting process moves at a jaw-dropping speed. Fewer robots means fewer breakdowns. Molten aluminum is poured into a mold and much lower shaped in about 2 seconds overall. Then lifted out by robotic arms. The casting process in a water bath at jaw-dropping 50 degrees Celsius. Molten aluminum is straight onto the assembly line, shaped in about 2 seconds. There's no waiting around and lifted out by robotic arms. Using massive aluminum castings brings another major benefit and sent straight onto the assembly line. In electric vehicles, the battery already makes up a large chunk of the total weight. Using massive aluminum castings brings another major benefit: performance, weight reduction, driving range, and in electric vehicles, the battery already makes up a large chunk of the total weight and more rigid. So when you compare this to traditional stamping and welding, which can take several minutes, and overall the idea of casting a chassis in just 5 seconds structure is also stiffer and more rigid. Estimates suggest that the Giga traditional stamping and welding, which can take several minutes, the idea of casting a chassis in just 5 seconds final assembly forward. Tesla's production line suggests more like a tightly choreographed labor cost by about 20%. Huge robotic arms as the completed castings roll into final assembly, lifting, Tesla's production line feels more like a tightly choreographed machine than a factory. The Model 2 body flows from one station to the next with every robot performing a specific role until the car's full shape finishing together vehicle without missing a beat. With almost no room for error. The Model 2 body flows from one station to the next with every robot performing a specific role until the car's full shape comes together smoothly and cleanly with almost no room for adhesion. The body is then carefully enters the paint shop where accuracy becomes everything. Before moving through a non-stop primer coat to protect the surface and ensure proper adhesion. Depending on the chosen exterior color, carefully sanded to achieve layers and a final clear coat before moving through a non-stop sequence of painting. Not every paint color takes the same effort to apply. Depending on the chosen exterior color, multiple paint layers, it uses fewer layers, is simpler to control, and will likely be the cheapest color option for the same effort to apply. Red, on the other hand, is much more involved. It uses fewer layers, is simpler to control, extra layers, and will likely be the cheapest color option for the Tesla Model 2. Which makes the process more complicated and more expensive. From what we know, once the final coat has extra layers along with metallic particles, the painted body exits the paint shop and heads into interior assembly. More complicated. This is where interior panels are installed. Once the final coat electronics are cured and been polished, and the glass is fitted into place, exits the paint shop while the upper body is interior assembly. At the same time, this is where interior panels are installed, the chassis electronics are connected, the true core of the vehicle fitted into place, where the most critical electrical systems come together. At the same time, that entire process runs at extremely high speed, and following its own independent and highly specialized where the most critical electrical systems come together. That entire process runs at extremely high speed. The floor carpet is placed directly onto the specialized battery pack. At the core platform that supports the entire vehicle begins to take its true elements are added one by one. The floor carpet is placed directly onto the structural battery pack. All four seats are mounted straight into the top of the battery structure. Locking interior elements are added one by one. What sounds like a detailed process actually happens in moments on the factory line. All 4 seats are mounted straight by the top of the battery swarm of robotic arms working at extreme speed and precision. What sounds like a detailed process the most delicate operation on the factory line, uniting the finished body with the drivetrain and underbody of robotic arms working at extreme speed and precision. Precision comes the most delicate operation on the line. The two massive sections are carefully aligned and drivetrain and underbody using a continuous ring of high-strength bolts that clamp the structural battery and gigacastings into one solid unit. The two massive sections are carefully aligned and fastened together using a continuous ring of high-strength bolts that clamp the structural battery and gigacastings into one solid unit. It enters final checks and quality validation. The car becomes a single rigid structure engineered for strength, electrical, stability, and safety. Inspected down to the smallest detail. With the vehicle fully assembled, only after final checks and quality validation. This exhaustive review is the car approved system to roll mechanical, out of the factory. Electrical, and that's software the reality of the gig down to the smallest line pushed to such an extreme level of optimization. This exhaustive review is the car come off the line every 5 seconds. That's the reality of the Gigantex's production line pushed to such an extreme level of optimization that a fully completed vehicle can come off the line every 5 seconds. Tesla's rise to where it stands today wouldn't be possible back and look at the process as a whole, a facility designed around speed, heavy automation, and a completely reimagined rise to where it stands today wouldn't be possible without suggesting a launch this year. A facility designed around speed, heavy automation, and a completely reimagined approach to building cars. Say the Model 2 is shaping up to be a small city-focused hatchback built on an all-new platform with a much cleaner, more minimalist design. Yeah, people familiar with Tesla's plans say the Model 2 is shaping up to be a small city-focused hatchback built on an all-new platform with a much cleaner, more minimalist Tesla design. Is also expected to drop the short and tidy bar altogether, sharper headlights with a simpler headlight layout, giving the car to the early Model 3 feel. A move aimed at improving both lighting efficiency and aerodynamics bar altogether. Under the skin, replacing it with a simpler headlight layout, to rely heavily on next generation gigacasting. A move aimed at improving both lighting efficiency down the number of joints and individual parts under the skin, resulting in a smoother exterior to rely heavily on next generation gigacasting, increasing rigidity and boosting cuts down the number of joints and individual parts. The Model 2 will stick with a resulting in a smoother exterior, while Tesla has reportedly fine-tuned details like door increasing rigidity, angles, and seals to make everyday use easier. The Model 2 will stick with a familiar four-door layout, like crowded parking garages. Tesla has reportedly fine-tuned details the Model 2 and the stripped-down philosophy becomes to make everyday use easier. Most of the upscale touches found in the Model Y are gone. Garages. The seats switch inside the Model 2 instead of stripped-down philosophy becomes no seat heating, no colorful most of the upscale touches found in the Model Y are gone. Even the acoustic glass to simple fabric instead of single-pane windows. There's no panoramic glass roof, no colorful ambient lighting, and no premium audio system. Especially those used to Tesla's more refined models, scaled back. These changes will likely feel like a downgrade. Panoramic glass roof, but that's only part of the story. Despite some cutting back on especially those used to Tesla's more refined models, expected to keep changes will likely feel like a downgrade. But that's only part of the
it will
story.
come equipped with the full
Despite
self-driving
cutting back on
hardware
comfort
suite,
features,
including
the Model 2 is
forward-facing
still
cameras
expected
and
to
the
keep
required
Tesla's
onboard
technological
computing
power
power.
intact.
That choice
Reports
strongly
suggest
hints
that
that
Tesla
Tesla
plans to
to
fold the
full
Model 2
self-driving
into its
hardware
future
suite,
robotaxi
including
network once
forward-facing
both the
cameras and the
technology and
required
regulations
onboard
catch
computing
up.
power.
As rumored,
That choice
the base
strongly
Model 2
hints
could
that
deliver
Tesla
close
plans
to
to fold the
300
Model
miles
2
of
into
range,
its future
even with a
robotaxi
battery just
network
over
once
50
both the
kWh.
technology and
That
regulations
number might
catch
sound
up.
surprising at
As
first,
rumored, the
but
base
it makes a
Model
lot
2
more
could
sense
deliver
once
close
you
to
consider the
300
car's
miles
lighter
of
weight,
range,
even
carefully
with a
tuned
battery just over
aerodynamics,
50 kWh.
and the gains coming from
That number
Tesla's
might
next
sound
generation
surprising
battery
at first,
tech.
but it
For
makes a lot
drivers
more
who need
sense once
extra
you
range.
consider the car's
Tesla
lighter weight,
is also rumored to be working on a long-range version
and
that
the
would
gains
cost
coming
more
from
but
Tesla's
still
next
undercut much
generation
of the
battery
competition.
tech.
For
When you
drivers
put all
who
of this
need extra
together,
range,
it's clear the Model
Tesla
2
is
is
also
more than
rumored to
simply
be working
Tesla's
on a
most
long-range
affordable
version
car.
that would cost
It
more but
represents
still
a direct
undercut much of
response
the
to rising
competition.
pressure from
When you
competitors.
put all of this together,
Especially Chinese
it's clear the
brands
Model
like
2 is
BYD
more than
and
simply
reflects
Tesla's
a major
most
shift in
affordable
Elon
car.
Musk's strategy.
It represents a
Instead
direct
of
response
staying
to
focused on
rising
higher
pressure from
margin mid to
competitors,
premium vehicles,
especially Chinese
Tesla
brands
now
like
appears
BYD,
ready to make a
and
serious
reflects
move
a
into the
major
truly
shift in
affordable
Elon
EV
Musk's
space.
strategy.
Instead of
it's
staying
important
focused
to
on
remember
higher
that
margin
everything
mid
we've
to
talked
premium
about so
vehicles,
far comes
Tesla
from leaks
now
and
appears ready
unofficial
to make a
sources.
serious move
None
into
of
the
it has
truly
been formally
affordable
confirmed
EV
by
space.
Tesla or Elon
That
Musk.
said, it's
And the
important to remember
accuracy is
that
probably
everything
around
we've talked about
60%
so
at
far
best.
comes from leaks
We'll
and
likely need to
unofficial
wait
sources.
until Q3 or
None of it
Q4
has
to
been
know for
formally
sure.
confirmed by
Still,
Tesla or
if
Elon
even
Musk,
most of this turns
and the
out to be
accuracy
true,
is probably
the Model
around
2 could end
60%
up
at
reshaping
best.
the global EV
We'll likely
landscape.
need to wait until
It wouldn't
Q3
just
or
raise the
Q4
bar
to
for
know for sure.
competitors.
Still,
It would force
if
the
even
entire
most of this
industry
turns
to
out to be
answer a
true,
bigger question.
the Model 2 could
Are
end up
electric cars
reshaping the
actually
global
meant for
EV
the mass
landscape.
market?
It wouldn't
With
just
the Model
raise the
2,
bar for
Tesla
competitors.
appears to be making
It would
its
force the
position very
entire
clear.
industry to answer
And
a
that
bigger
brings us
question.
to the end of today's
Are electric
episode.
cars actually
What do you
meant for
think
the
about
mass
this
market?
car and Tesla's
With the
almost
Model 2,
unbelievable
Tesla
production
appears to
system
be making
behind
its
it?
position very
Drop
clear.
your thoughts in the comments.
And that brings us
And
to
as
the end
always,
of today's
thanks for
episode.
watching.
In the
What do
middle
you
of the
think about
boundless
this
ocean,
car
a
and
huge
Tesla's
raft
almost
drifted alone on the
unbelievable
surface
production
yawned.
system
He
behind
suddenly
it?
opened his eyes
Drop your thoughts
and
in
found
the
himself
comments.
awake on a raft.
And as always,
At
thanks
sea,
for
there was
watching.
no land, no
In the middle of the
shipping lanes,
boundless
no
ocean,
rescue.
a huge
Only
raft
the
drifted
raft
alone on
and
the
a
surface
vast
yawned.
deep sea that could
He suddenly
swallow a
opened his
person at any
eyes
moment and found
even
himself
more
awake
coolly.
on a raft.
The
The
system
sea
has
was no
announced that
land,
the captain
no shipping
dies, the
lanes,
raft
no
will
rescue.
sink immediately.
Only the raft.
And everyone
and
will
a
be
vast deep
eliminated
sea
on the
that could
spot.
swallow a
John
person at
was
any moment.
designated
Even
as the
more
captain.
cruelly,
This
the
meant
system
that
has
if he made a
announced if the
mistake
captain
more,
dies, the
then
raft will
40
sink
lives will be
immediately,
lost along
and
with him.
everyone
No
will be
second
eliminated on the
chances.
spot. John
And no
was
exceptions. The
designated
system's
as the
voice
captain.
rang in everyone's
This
mind
meant that if he made a
that this was
mistake
not a
more,
game,
then
but
40
real
lives would be
survival
lost along with him with no
resources
second chances.
need to be salvaged.
And no
Monsters
exceptions. The system's
appeared
voice
night
rang in
rafts
everyone's
to be
mind,
plundered,
announcing that
and
this
the
was not a
losers are
game,
destined
but
to
a
sink to
real
the bottom
ocean
of the sea,
survival where
just as
resources,
panic, the spreading
need to be
talents began to
salvaged.
awaken,
Monsters
each with its own
appeared
unique
night
abilities
rafts
can
some
be
gained
plundered,
power,
and the
some gained
losers are
assistance,
destined to
and
sink
some
to the bottom of
gained
the sea,
nothing at all.
just as
class.
panic, with spreading
Teacher
talents
Lynn
began
began
to awaken,
step
each
forward
with its
calmly
own unique
and clearly
abilities,
analyzing the
some
current
gained
situation.
power,
Her
some
SS
gained
level talents
assistance,
allowed
and some
her
gained
to capture
nothing at
hidden
all
information.
class.
Giving
Teacher
the entire
Lynn
team
G.
a
clear
clear
direction
direction
for
for
decision
decision
and clearly
making for
analyzing
first
the current
time
situation.
as more
Her
talent
SS level
revealed
talent
the raft
allowed
is
her
no
to capture
longer
hidden
just a
information,
chaotic group of people,
giving the
but
entire
gradually
team a clear
differentiates
direction
into
for
roles
decision
and responsibilities,
making for first
fighting,
time as
exploring,
more talents
defending,
are
and
revealed.
planning
Raft
is
is
no
fulfilling
longer
its
just a
own
chaotic
function.
group of
Ultimately,
people,
everyone
but gradually
attention
differentiates
focuses on
into
Johnny's
roles and
as
responsibilities.
the captain's
Fighting,
abilities would directly
exploring,
determine
defending,
how far
and
the
planning
team
each
could go,
fulfilling its own
which was an
function.
unavoidable
Ultimately,
fact. John,
everyone's attention
he checked his
focused
talent
on
Johnny,
and
as
as
the
the
captain,
captain's
his
abilities
overlord
would directly determine
clearly
how far
appeared
the team
as long as he was
could
in the
go,
ocean world,
which was an
physique
unavoidable
would
fact.
steadily
John,
improve
he
every
checked his
day
talent information
without any limit,
and the SS
which
level
meant that time
overlord
itself
physique
was his weapon.
clearly
Just as he
appeared
was about to
as long as he was in
talent
the ocean
brand land use system notification steadily improve every day the many without any blessing system, which meant that time itself was his weapon. Just as he was about to explain his but extremely powerful system notification quietly sounded the many children, many blessings prompts echoed was officially clearly in G&E's mind. The rules were simple, but extremely powerful, directly linking to simple and direct, unlimited. Yet they carried an undeniable weight. Each birth of child clearly in G&E's mind. The rules to convert many children, many blessings, unlimited quantities, simple and direct. Quickly realized carried an undeniable weight. Each birth, but a key that could rewrite the rules of the ocean to convert items into even the most ordinary fresh water or food. Quickly realized that this was no civilization, but it couldn't help but rewrite the combination of two top-tier talents. Even the most ordinary fresh water starting to an extremely stable an entire civilization. He couldn't help but guess such abilities were not top-tier talents as the captain, seemingly absurd, starting to an extremely stable future rather than creating suspicion. He understood, revealed such abilities were just as breathing hidden gaze as the captain. He felt people and slowly began to speak deliberately. rather than his tone steady as he explained the nature of his hand. He emphasized breathing, met the gazes of more survival. People slowly began to speak deliberately, many children, keeping his tone steady as he explained unlimited resources, emphasizing the long-term vacuum of survival, as if even the sound of the waves had been shut out. Everyone was processing this information, and unlimited resources and reproduction were fully explainably tied together and absurd, as if even the sound of the waves leaving them momentarily. Everyone was unable to decide whether to be survival or relief. Reproduction erupted, forcibly and their emotions quickly shifted from realistic to excitement, leaving them momentarily. They began to truly understand, unable to decide whether they no longer had to eke out a living and hunger, and their emotions quickly shifted from realized another reality. They began to truly understand that this ability meant they no longer had to eke out a living and hunger. No one would have to wear at the same time. Some people originally relaxed reality instantly become he was the only captain, and everyone, and the only male eyes were unconsciously focused. No one would have to weigh out this bond filled with both dependence, originally relaxed, complex emotions, instantly become even subtly calm. Every shall. Eyes were unconsciously focused on after a brief moment of distraction with both dependence and her gaze toward Jiang. He now held a layer of rational usually calm Lin Ji-Xiao Jiang quickly regained her composure. After now was not the time for any overstepping of boundaries. Gaze toward Jiang now held a layer of rational assessment of the core time for them to accept the rules very well. That now was not the time for any overstepping of the conversation back to reality. Everyone had just emerged from the real world, and it would take time for them to accept the rules, expansion, security, and function, sharing build up little by little to steer the conversation back to reality. Going forward, began explaining the captain's authority, direction, hovered visibly above his head, expansion, and he was momentarily stunned, which was related to their survival. He was naturally the primary target of all threats. The captain's insignia hovered visibly above his head. He was momentarily stunned as long as he was naturally the primary strong enough so-called decapitation strikes were simply resources risk and responsibility under Lin were inherently intertwined. The team quickly unified their current goals to strong enough so-called decapitation strikes. So they had established resources delivered to his doorstep as soon as possible. Fresh water, guidance, food. The team quickly unified their current goals not in agreement were their initial panic replaced by actual survival world. Also, soon as possible fresh water after food. Brief interlude issues the girls not in agreement. Their initial edge of the raft by saw a row of fishing rods, often arranged clearly basic production tools provided by the Zhang without hesitation. First to walk to the edge of the raft, steadied himself, a row of fishing rods, forcibly cast a line into clearly basic production tools provided by the decisive enough the others quickly followed suit. He picked up the fishing rods, steadied himself, soon surrounded by figures. Cast a line began their first real collective labor activity. But decisive enough the others quickly followed suit. He remained calm. Classroom-sized raft was soon surrounded. Gradually became impressive. Thus began 40 fishing lines, collecting labor activity time, remained motionless, as if the entire sea was deliberately avoiding her. An hour later, gradually became oppressive. Collapsed, staring blankly at the sea. In the sea, muttering complaints under their breath. How come the entire sea was deliberately avoiding them an hour and haven't even caught anything? Someone finally collapsed, staring blankly at the sea. Muttering well to the surface under their breath. How come all their effort had only yielded moldy bread? Haven't even caught anything decent. Jiang quickly spread some as a fishing rod, which was also empty. Others lamented that all their effort had area had far exceeded their expectations. Gradually eroded Jiang. Well, that if things continued, his fishing rod, which was also empty before the monster resources most right now, area had far exceeded his expectations. He knew very well. Jiang, that if things slowly fell on the other side of the raft, a girl appeared before the quietly gazing at the sea. Right now was not physical. But direction, possessed the talent for drawing lots. Jiang Yezge asked slowly fell on the other side of the raft a girl, yet its subconscious quietly gazing at the sea. Everyone only then realized that her ability possessed the talent for drawing lots when he asked the question his tone called. She was visibly subconsciously silent. Everyone only then did they realize that her ability everyone provided the answer. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes the next moment. She was visibly startled for a divination tube nodded out of thin air and use her talent under everyone's gaze. She took a deep breath slightly, closed her eyes the next moment. Clear on the silent bamboo raft, the girl prayed softly, appeared out of thin air and result today her nervousness, making a crisp sound, anticipation, shaken slightly, mingling between her trembling eyelashes and brief burst. The girl prayed softly around them, hoping for a good result today. Her nervous silence and anticipation, gesturing for everyone to be quiet, between her trembling eyelashes and turned the divination stick. Laughter erupted around down, but Jiang, a bamboo stick, silent onto the deck. The moment gesturing for everyone to be quiet, visibly pale on the stick. When Juan turned the divination stick, written in bold hand upside down, extremely bamboo sticks, the smaller characters on the back, she bent down and picked up her face. Even more direct, visibly pale on the stick. Bad luck were two words written in bold handwriting. Quickly there would be deadly danger that night. Smaller characters on the back gave an even more direct, silent, extremely bad luck. Everyone's spine, the words "great terror" sounded like a death knell tolling danger that night. The previously relaxed everyone realized for the first time that this was silent, a chill creeping life, everyone's spine. The words "great terror" sounded like a death knell tolling prematurely. Quickly gave the order for everyone to realize for the first time that this was not a drill. As they needed to gather enough life or death situation when nightfall fear was the first to break the silence, and the instinct quickly gave the order for everyone to over their bodies. Everyone they needed to gather enough materials again and cast a fishing line into the sea with all their might. This time no one spoke. Only the sound of fishing lines cutting through over their bodies. Everyone stood up. Again and cast a fishing line into the sea with all their might. This time, no one across the sea. Only the sound of fishing lines cutting through the air, barely able to lift a hand. Heavy breathing. Inventory filled the raft, lay on the deck, slowly sank over 100 red. After pitifully small amount of fresh water, was utterly exhausted, barely able to lift a hand compared to consumption supplies. Lay on the deck, 43 people, all eyes turned to pitifully small amount of fresh water. At this moment, the captain's almost negligible compared to consumption of. He confirmed that 43 people, barely eyes turned to John. The raft. Again, awaiting his judgment. Orders voice the captain's important decisive the wooden planks floating in the air. He confirmed that the materials were barely enough, then walked quickly assembled the walls, gave construction roof orders just voice 10 seconds. And decisive the wooden planks floating in the air appeared before everyone's visible force. A chorus of gas rose and fell the game like construction just over 10 seconds. Yet the approaching simple but complete wooden house, however, remained vigilant. Appeared before everyone's eyes. Looked up at the horizon where darkness. A chorus of gas rose and fell the game like construction. Turned briefly, gave the order. Everyone must immediately, however, remain vigilant. Tone he looked up at the horizon where darkness was slowly swallowing. Everything had to be firmly under his control. The cabin gave the order. Everyone must immediately expected more than 40 adults were crammed into a close. No one could leave space of about 20 square meters almost shoulder to shoulder, making it even more cramped to even move a little bit. Expected more than 40 adults became crammed into a close. Filled the cramped space of about 20 square meters almost shoulder to shoulder, making it extremely difficult to even move a little bit. Air, young girl's body became murky, blending together. Filled the cramped space of fragrance of shampoo. That made one's heart race shower been standing guard near the wooden door, thinking that a young girl's body unusual happened outside to create an atmosphere. That made one's heart race. As soon as he stood standing guard, gently pushed by people, thinking that on either side of him, unusual happened outside. Spoke softly, telling him to stand in innermost position. But as soon as he stood firm, he was gently. But she didn't give him any room to refuse either side of him towards the center. Also briefly echoed her, making it clear, telling him to stand. The captain couldn't make any mistakes. Her tone was gentle. He was pushed to the very center of the crowd, surrounded by windshield. Soft touches and fragrant echoed her, making it clear, uncontrollably. The captain couldn't make any mistakes. Forcefully suppress any distraction. The very center of the crowd, so that this was not the time for soft touches and fragrant scents. Did not represent comfort, uncontrollable responsibility. It had to forcefully suppress any distracting thoughts. He knew very well that this was not the time for idle thoughts. Took out all the food, did not represent comfort from his backpack, but responsibility. Placed 5 bottles of water, everyone's subconscious sense of security, so that everyone could replenish their himself down. Took out all the food, the initiative to take over the allocation work, and placed 5 bottles of water. Supplies were extremely scarce, so that everyone could replenish their strength in a very small amount. So the initiative to take over the allocation work, explaining that supplies were extremely scarce, and each person could only receive a very small amount, so consumption
I still remember that morning very clearly. The sky was clear. The air felt fresh. I still remember that morning very clearly. It was everything I ever wanted. The air modern home fresh. Big windows. And the house looked a quiet lake right in front. Everything I ever wanted. Of traffic, a modern home shouting, big windows. Stress. A quiet lake silence right in front. Beautiful. No sound of traffic for a moment. No people shouting. I actually believed my life was finally just changing. Silence. But beautiful. I didn't understand something important for a moment. Then I actually believed my life was finally changing. Peace. But I didn't understand something important back then. It didn't take long. Sometimes only 10 minutes after I stepped inside the house. Sometimes while I was still looking around. It didn't take long. Unpacking my thoughts. Only 10 minutes after I stepped inside the house. At the door. While I was still looking around. Not random. Still unpacking my thoughts. Intentional. I heard it. Like whoever was outside the door already knew I would open it. Not random. I walked to the door slowly, intentionally. I opened it, like whoever was outside already knew I would open it. 3 people walked to the door slowly. A woman in front opened it, holding a clipboard. Everything changed in that moment. 2 men behind her. 3 standing still. Standing there. No expressions. A woman in front. No friendliness. Holding a clipboard. Tightly. Authority. 2 men behind her, directly standing still and asking in a cold voice. No friendliness. The new owner of this property. I nodded. The woman looked directly but her next sentence asked in a cold voice, "You are already violating this property regulations." I nodded. I froze. But her next sentence, because I hadn't even lived here for 10 minutes, are already violating HOA regulations. She didn't wait for my response. Because I hadn't even lived here for 10 minutes. And pointed outside be violating at my driveway. She didn't wait for my response. You cannot. She turned slightly and I pointed outside. Then my driveway and confused. This is my driveway. She immediately interrupted. Then back at her. This belongs to the HOA. This is my driveway. Actually, paused. Immediately trying to process what I just heard. This belongs to the HOA. This is my property. Actually, paused. I have legal ownership process what I just heard. But she didn't react. I said emotionally. This is my property. Like a normal person. I have legal ownership documents. She spoke like a system. She didn't react like emotionally. Repeating something she had said many like times a normal person. Ownership does not override a system. HOA rule. Like she was repeating something that she had said many times before. Not normal. Ownership does not override HOA. Something about it felt. That sentence felt strange. The 2 men behind her stepped slightly forward. Not legal sounding. Not aggressively. Something about it but enough to make me feel pressure. The 2 men behind her stepped slightly forward like they wanted me to feel smaller. But enough to make me feel pressure. A printed document. Not physical. And showed it to mental. Like they wanted me to be governed under strict HOA. The woman pulled out a printed document. I replied and showed it to me. Then show me where I am violating anything. Under strict HOA. She looked at me for the first time directly. I replied calmly and said, "Then show me where I am violating anything." That was not an answer. For the first time directly. Was a warning and said, "Without another word, you will understand soon." She took out her phone. That was not an answer. And called the police. That was a warning. No hesitation. Without another word, no fear. She took out her phone. She was confident of the outcome. Called the police. I didn't stop her. No hesitation. Because I wanted to see how far this would go. Like she was confident of the outcome. A police car didn't stop her. Because I wanted to see how far this was a routine situation. Within minutes, the officer stepped out. A police car arrived, looked at the house, slowly, looked at the people like this was a routine situation. The officer stepped out. Before I could speak, the woman immediately pointed at me, asked calmly, and said, "What's the issue? Is trespassing on HOA property." The officer turned to me, pointed at me, his expression and said, "He is trespassing on HOA property." Yes. The officer turned to me. "Do you have proof of his expression neutral?" I nodded. "Professional," and handed him the documents. Here? Then what? Yes. The officer have proof opened the file. I nodded. Slowly and handed him the documents. One page. The officer opened the file. Then another. Slowly. The more he read one page, the quieter everything became. Another. Even the another felt heavy. The more he read, no one spoke. The quieter not the HOA became. Not me. Even the air. Not even the police radio in the background. No one spoke. Not the HOA. The officer looked up. Not and even said, the police radio in the background is legally registered under him. The officer looked up and said, "Deep silence. This property is legally registered under him." Her silence changed. A deep, not silence. Just confusion. The woman didn't respond immediately, like her entire system had been challenged. Not just confusion. That cannot be correct. Like her entire system had been challenged. Day, she whispered, everything changed. That cannot not be correct. Face to face anymore. But it was. But paper. The next emails. Notices. Everything changed. Fines. Not warning. Face to face anymore. Inspection letters. But paper. Parking violations. Emails. Noise complaints. Fines. All arriving. Warnings. One after another. Inspection letters. It felt parking violations. Calculated. Noise complaints. Like someone was trying to one after another. Not it to remove me legally, but to mentally exhaust like someone was trying to force me into submission slowly. But I didn't respond emotionally, but to mentally exhaust me. To force me into submission. I opened every file, but I didn't respond emotionally. Every paper, I started every page. That night, I found something unusual. Opened every file, a separate map, every paper. Every page different until I found something unusual. I opened it slowly, a separate map, and saw something unexpected. Old. The boundaries were not from what I was told. I opened it slowly, extended far beyond my house. Unexpected. The road nearby. The boundaries were not of what I was told. Even surrounding the property extended far beyond my house. Under the same ownership structure nearby. Some section of the lake. Something was not explained during purchase, all marked under the same ownership confirmation. Something was called a professional surveyor. Something was not explained during the purchase. Brought equipment. The surveyor confirmation started measuring everything carefully. Professional surveyor, no emotion. He arrived just the next day. Hours passed. Started measuring everything carefully. Looked at his readings again. Just work. Checked the map. Hours then passed. Looked at me, then said something serious. Looked at his readings again. The HOA claims. Checked the map. These boundaries are legally consistent and with your something serious. He paused. This is not what the HOA claims, which means these boundaries are legally consistent with your legal area for years. He paused. That moment, then added everything. Which means I started researching outside their legal historical for records. Old land registry files. Everything. Previous I started researching deeper and slowly historical records. Picture appeared. Old land registry files. HOA was collecting ownership data, enforcing and slowly controlling land appeared that they may not have legally owned was collecting and no one questioned enforcing because everyone assumed it was that they may not have legally owned. I arrived and no one questioned it again because everyone assumed it was correct until I arrived this time. They were no longer confident people. They were careful attitude. Watching, but something was different this time. Trying to understand, they were no longer confident, but I didn't argue. watching. I didn't raise my voice, trying to understand what everything on the table. But I didn't argue. Survey report. I didn't raise my voice. I simply placed everything on the table. They read them. Survey report. And then legal documents stopped. One by one. They read arguments. Slow, just silence. And then, because everything stopped, was no longer no words. I still remember that morning just very clearly. The sky was clear. Was no the air felt fresh. I still remember that morning very clearly. It was everything I ever wanted. The modern home fresh, big windows, and the house looked a quiet lake right in front. Everything I ever sound wanted. Of traffic, a modern home shouting, big windows. A quiet silence right in front. Beautiful. No sound of traffic for a moment. No people shouting. I actually believed my life was finally just changing. Silence. But I didn't understand something important for a moment. Then I actually believed my life was finally changing. Peace. But I didn't understand something important. It didn't take long. Sometimes only 10 minutes after I stepped inside the house. Sometimes while I was still looking around. It didn't take long. Unpacking my thoughts. Only 10 minutes after I stepped inside the house. At the door. While I was still looking around, not random, still unpacking my thoughts, intentional, I heard it. Like whoever was outside the door already knew I would open it. Not random. I walked to the door slowly, intentionally. I opened it. Like whoever was outside already knew I would open it. 3 people were standing there slowly. A woman in front opened it, holding a clipboard. Everything changed in that moment. 2 men behind her. 3 standing still. Standing there. No expressions. A woman in front. No friendliness. Holding a clipboard. Tightly. Authority. 2 men behind her. Directly standing still and asking no expressions. Voice. No friendliness. The new owner of this property. I nodded. The woman looked directly, but her next sentence asked in a cold voice, "You are already violating this property regulations." I nodded. I froze. But her next sentence, because I hadn't even lived here for 10 minutes, already violating HOA regulations. She didn't wait for my response. Because I hadn't even lived here for 10 minutes. And pointed outside be violated at my driveway. She didn't wait for my response. You cannot park here. Slightly, and I pointed outside. Then my driveway, and confused. This is my driveway. She immediately interrupted. Then back at her. This belongs to the HOA. This is my driveway. I actually paused. She immediately trying to process what I just heard. This belongs to the HOA. This is my property. Actually paused. I have legal ownership documents. What I just heard. But she didn't react. I said emotionally. This is my property. Like a normal person. I have legal ownership documents. She spoke like a system. She didn't react like she was repeating something she had said many like times a normal person. Instead, does not override a system. HOA rule like she was repeating something she had said many times before. Not normal. Ownership does not override HOA. Something about it felt. That sentence felt strange. The 2 men behind her stepped slightly forward. Not legal sounding. Not aggressively. Something about it. But enough to make me feel pressure. The 2 men behind her stepped slightly forward. Like they wanted me to feel smaller. But enough to make me feel pressure. A printed document. Not physical. And showed it to mental. Like they wanted me to be governed under strict HOA. The woman pulled out a printed document. I replied and showed it to me. Then show me where I am violating governed under strict HOA. She looked at me for the first time directly. I replied calmly and said, "Then show me where I am violating anything." That was not an answer. For the first time that was a warning and said, without another word, understand soon. She took out her phone. That was not an answer. And called the police. That was a warning. No hesitation. Without another word. No fear. She took out her phone. She was confident of the outcome. Called the police. I didn't stop. No hesitation. because I wanted to see how far this would go. Like she was confident of the outcome. A police car didn't stop her. Because I wanted to see how far this would go. Situation. Within minutes, the officer stepped out. A police car arrived, looked at the house, slowly, looked at the people like this was a routine situation. The officer stepped out. Before I could the house, the woman immediately pointed at me, asked calmly, and said, "What's the issue? He is trespassing on HOA property." The officer turned to me, pointed at me, his expression, and said, "He is trespassing on HOA property." Yes. The officer turned to me. "Do you have proof of his expression neutral?" I nodded, professional, and handed him the documents. Here? Then what? Yes. The officer have proof opened of ownership. The file. I nodded slowly and handed him the documents. One page. The officer opened the file. Then another. Slowly. The more he read one page, the quieter everything became. Another. Even the another felt heavy. The more he read, no one spoke. The quieter not the HOA became. Not me. Even the air. Not even the police radio in the background. No one spoke. Not the HOA. The officer looked up. Not even said the police radio in the background is legally registered. Finally, him. The officer looked up and said, "Deep silence. This property is legally registered." Immediately, him. Her silence changed. A deep, not silent confusion. The woman didn't respond immediately, like her entire system had been challenged. Not just confusion. That cannot be correct. Like her entire system had been challenged. The next day, she whispered, everything changed. That cannot not be correct. Face to face anymore. But it was. But paper. The next emails. Notices. Everything changed. Fines. Not warning. Face to face anymore. Inspection letters. But paper. Parking violations. Emails. Noise complaints. Fines. All arriving. Warnings. One after another. Inspection letters. It felt. Parking violations. Calculated. Noise complaints. Like someone was trying to one after another. Not to remove me legally, but to mentally exhaust like me. Someone was trying to force me into submission slowly. But I didn't respond emotionally, but to mentally exhaust me. To force me into submission. I opened every file, but I didn't respond emotionally. Every paper, I started every page. That until night, I found something unusual. Opened every file, a separate map, every paper. Every page different until from I found something unusual. I opened it slowly, a separate map, and saw something unexpected. Old. The boundaries were not from what I was told. I opened it slowly, extended far beyond my house. Unexpected. The road nearby. The boundaries were not of what I was told. Even surrounding land extended far beyond my house. Under the same ownership structure nearby. Something section of the lake. Something was not explained during purchase, all marked under the same ownership confirmation. Something was called the professional surveyor. Something was not explained during the purchase. Brought equipment. The surveyor confirmation. Started measuring everything carefully. The professional surveyor. No emotion. He arrived just the next day. Hours passed. Started measuring everything carefully. Looked at his readings again. Just work. Checked the map. Hours then passed. Looked at me, then said something serious. Looked at his readings again. The HOA claims. Checked the map. These boundaries are legally consistent and with your documents. Something serious. He paused. This is not what the HOA claims, which means these boundaries are legally consistent with your legal area for years. He paused. That moment, then added everything. Which means I started researching outside their legal historical records. Old land registry files. Everything. Previous I started researching deeper and slowly. Historical records. Picture appeared. Old land registry files. HOA was collecting ownership fees, data, enforcing and slowly. controlling picture appeared that they may not have legally owned was collecting and no one questioned it because everyone assumed it was that they may not have legally owned. I arrived and no one questioned it again because everyone assumed it was correct until something I arrived this time. They came they were again. No longer confident. Same people. They were careful. Attitude. Watching. But something was different this time. Trying to understand. They were no longer confident. But I didn't argue. Watching. I didn't raise my voice. Trying to understand what everything knew on the table. But I didn't argue. Survey report. I didn't raise my voice. Map. I simply placed everything on the table. One. They read them. Survey report. Old and then legal documents stopped. One by one. They read arguments. Slow. Just silence. And then, because the truth everything stopped, was no longer no words, no arguments, just silence. Because the truth was no longer hidden.
You know, for an entire century, the car industry was pretty simple to understand. You had Germany, Japan, and the US at the very top. For an entire century, like Mercedes, the car industry Toyota, was pretty simple to understand. Just companies. You had Germany, practically Japan, national and the US at the very top. World, names like Mercedes, Toyota, 100-year-long dominance isn't just fading. They were practically national treasures. It's happening at that world that is just gone. Shocking. That 100-year-long dominance isn't just fading. The brutal day-to-day reality for all these legacy car makers that is just shocking, right? What absolute titan of German engineering now the brutal day-to-day reality for all these legacy car makers. Nearly a third. Take Mercedes, right? Porsche, absolute titan of German engineering. They watched their profits just % of their bottom line in nearly a single year. And then just unbelievable icon of luxury and performance. They Volkswagen started announcing massive job cuts in a single year. Posted losses in the billions. Unbelievable. The old guard was the leading want. Volkswagen started announcing massive job cuts. Stellantis posted losses in the billions. The company most of us couldn't even name 5 years ago. Every time one of these giants stumbled, wasn't even making cars popping up. 2003 BYD. They were just making simple batteries even name 5 years ago. How on earth did a small battery workshop bring the titans of the auto world to their knees? They were just making simple batteries. The one you'll read in all the business magazines is that it was a masterclass bring the titans of the auto world to their knees. Get it? You have to know the man who built this whole thing. The one you'll read in all the business magazines is that it was a masterclass in strategy. Wong was this 29-year-old engineer. You have to know the man who built battery workshop with a $40,000 loan. By 2003, he's the biggest battery maker on the entire planet. And then he does something that nobody, and by 2003, he's the biggest battery maker on the entire planet. And his investors something that nobody, the press called it a joke. Nobody but Wang's logic was actually pretty simple. Bankrupt. He was convinced his investors freaked out. The engine. The press called it a joke. And Wang's logic was actually pretty simple. So while the rest of the world was laughing, including Elon Musk, by the way, it was the battery television, and who knew batteries better than him? So while the rest of the world was laughing, in total domination, Musk, by the way, first up, live television, vertical integration, quietly made while Tesla was buying its batteries from Panasonic, and Volkswagen was juggling hundreds of different suppliers. Total vertical decided, you know what? While Tesla was buying its batteries from Panasonic, not just the Volkswagen was juggling hundreds of different suppliers. The electronics. BYD decided, you know what? So we're just going to build everything ourselves and paralyze not just the battery industry, but the semiconductor semiconductors, the motors, the electronics, even the headlights. Shipping cars like nothing happened. Global chip shortage second big bet was on the entire industry. BYD plug-in hybrids up their own factories, and everyone in Silicon Valley was obsessed with pure electric vehicles. His second big bet was on knew that for hundreds of millions of people in China outside the big cities, where there in Silicon Valley was obsessed with pure electric vehicles, the only choice that made sense. Hundreds of millions of people in China basically gave outside the big city access to a market of 500 million consumers. That Tesla was the only choice that made sense.
And the third decision, that's what closed the trap.
Access to a market
in 2020, BYD released its Blade battery.
Couldn't even
it used a cheaper, safer
and
chemistry.
The third decision,
lithium that's iron what phosphate closed the trap.
That didn't burst into flames when you punctured
BYD released
this
its
Blade
battery.
Innovation.
Let them sell cars for
safer
less than Tesla. Lithium
also claiming they were actually safer. Burst into flames when you punctured it.
4 years later, Tesla started buying batteries from BYD
less than
to
Tesla,
put in its own cars,
also claiming they were actually safer.
Is the official
and
story.
The final irony?
Brilliant founder.
4 years later,
revolutionary
Tesla
vision.
started buying batteries from BYD
smart
to
market
put in its own
strategy.
cars. Breakthrough tech,
and that right
it's
there
is the official story.
A real underdog
Brilliant founder. Revolutionary vision,
whole story.
Vertical integration,
Not even close.
Smart market strategy.
Because here's the
breakthrough
thing.
tech from day one. BYD
wasn't
playing the same game as everybody else.
But it's not the
They
whole
had
story.
a silent partner,
not even close.
A partner with basically
because here's
unlimited resources from day one. Between BYD wasn't playing the same game as everybody else. BYD got about they had a silent partner, $1 billion in direct subsidies from the Chinese government. Between just 2015 and 2020, BYD got about the subsidy checks BYD got from Beijing direct subsidies from the Chinese government. Entire net profit. Let me put that into perspective. The government just writing those checks, the subsidy wasn't just less profitable from Beijing. It was actually worth more than the company's entire net profit. Wasn't just cash. Without the government just writing those checks, BYD wasn't just loans from state-owned banks. It was actually losing money. It was guaranteed government contracts to build entire fleets of city buses and taxis. Zero interest loans from state-owned banks. There were direct subsidies to car buyers. It was guaranteed government contracts to build entire fleets of city buses and taxis. Package discount. And on top of all of that, there were direct subsidies to car buyers, was pocketing which meant $4,000 of public sold in China came with a nice package discount.
So here's the crucial point.
Western car makers BYD was pocketing up to $4,000 of public money for every single car it sold.
BYD is basically the crucial champion for a national car makers called Made in China 2025. They are competing with a country openly stated. China's goal was to dominate the global car and national strategy. BYD could sell its cars below cost for years. A plan that very openly stated because the state was just dominate the global car industry. But now, BYD could sell its cars below cost for years and still report cracks in the empire the are starting to show quietly and it's making up some people wonder if this whole miracle, all these years of explosive state-funded growth, some cracks in the empire are starting to show like an absolute making some people wonder. It suggested that BYD's real debt isn't fragile than it looks. $1 billion yuan they report from GM, but it's closer to 323 billion bombshell. That's almost it suggested that BYD's real debt where's the missing money? $2 billion yuan they hidden in this thing, but it's closer to 323 billion. Basically, that's almost 8 times suppliers on average. Where's the missing money? 275 days. Well, it's hidden in this thing called supply chain financing. For almost a year, BYD is paying its suppliers on average 275 days after they deliver the own operation. That's 9 months. Then you've got this practice of zero mileage used cars. Small companies to hit their monthly sales targets as an unpaid bank to fund their own operations. New cars. Then you've got this practice of that they control, and then they sell them on the second hand to hit their monthly sales targets. Dealerships are registering thousands of reality these cars are often just shell companies that they control, and then they sell them on the second hand market. Raises a really awkward question. Like a new sale. BYD says it sold millions of cars and just abandoned and sold to real people, literally rusting away. At the same time, all these quality and ethical problems are starting to pile up. You've got massive recalls for steering defects and fire risks. All these quality and ethical problems are starting to pile up. Faulty electronics. You've got massive recalls for steering defects and fire risks. Actually prosecuting BYD on Chinese social media about
that were described in court documents in Brazil analogous to slavery is actually like prosecuting BYD for conditions at its factory that were described in court documents as analogous to slavery in the financials, like confiscated passports and quarter of 20-hour workdays, net profit, and eventually all this stuff starts to show up in the financials in that same period. In the first quarter of 2024, net profit dropped 19% so intense that even global sales put out a public warning that this price war just isn't sustainable. So pressure is getting so intense that even Beijing has put out a public warning that BYD is going to collapse tomorrow. Just isn't sustainable. A massive company. So what does all of this actually real game here? Look, none of this is to say that BYD is going to collapse tomorrow.
Here's the most important takeaway.
A massive company.
Whether BYD eventually crashes under its own debt or becomes the next Toyota of the 21st century, most important takeaway. Almost irrelevant. Whether BYD eventually is the playbook under its own debt or becomes the next Toyota of the 21st century, creating these emotional champions. And the bigger story is the playbook that's already being copied. The whole strategy and you don't even have to guess which industries are next. National champions Beijing published and protecting the home market. We're talking about that's aerospace, already being semiconductors, and green you don't even have to guess which industries are next. Is going Beijing global. Published the list. The story of BYD we're talking about was aerospace, really just about cars. Green it's energy blueprint for how to dominate a global industry in the 21st century. The story of BYD and it's a strategy was never really just about cars. All the rules of competition for how to dominate a global industry in the 21st century next. And it's a strategy that fundamentally changes all the rules of competition. The only question left now is which industry is next.
That you trust the most dangerous thing about the Tesla Model 2 idea is not end up with a car that looks modern. Possibility that you trust the wrong makes your life harder. Buy into the wrong idea and end up with a car that looks modern on paper. You already know the truth. Makes your life nobody likes to say out loud. Single day. At this stage of life, if you are a man bad car decision is not a minor inconvenience. Nobody likes to say out loud. Retirement money. At this stage of life, one bad car decision is not a minor inconvenience at a time. It can drain retirement money. I am not here to sell you excitement. Chip away at your independence 1 month at a time. Simple question. So today, does the Tesla Model 2 to sell you excitement back to older drivers? Ask or does it demand that older drivers surrender control? Does the Tesla Model 2 give control back to older drivers? Or does it demand channels are still talking about surrender control, battery chemistry, leaked factory plans, and delivery dates matters? That is most channels are still talking about price, battery chemistry, leaked factory plans, and delivery dates. When you're driving to the doctor, picking up medication, visiting your daughter, is much more home after dark on a wet freeway. When you're driving to the doctor, do you feel that picking the car up medication serves you visiting your daughter? Do you feel that you heading home after dark on a wet freeway? That is the standard. Do you feel that the car serves you? Not hype or not fantasy, you not brand for the car. That is the standard today. Let us start with the first place where older drivers lose control in modern cars. The control. You know the feel. Let us start with the first place older drivers lose control in modern cars. Buried in a menu. The screen. You want to change the fans. You know the feel. But the button you need is now a tiny symbol on a glossy panel that's buried in a menu. You want to change the fans, the hazard but the button you need is now a tiny symbol on a glossy panel that reflects sunlight. That is not progress. The hazard that is cognitive tax. Leave the road long enough for your pulse to jump. The more expensive that tax becomes. Progress. A younger driver can recover from a bad interface with annoyance. And the older you get, the more expensive that tax becomes. Fatigue. A younger driver can recover from a bad interface with annoyance. A few seconds of menu hunting is not a design problem. Fatigue. It's a safety problem. At 70 miles per hour, the most important rumor around the Model 2 is not whether it can sprint fast or park itself. It's a safety problem. Whether Tesla finally the most important rumor around the Model 2 is not whether it can sprint fast or park itself. temperature. It's whether Tesla finally learned that older drivers need direct control for the things they use that's always easy to read. Temperature, real defrost, immediate response, wipers, no guess, hazard lights. A Tesla gets that's always easy to read. The Model 2 becomes real more than an affordable immediate response. It becomes a machine that respects aging hands. Tesla gets aging that right, and the Model 2 becomes more than an affordable EV. Matters more than another machine that respects aging hands. If Tesla gets it wrong, and an aging nervous system, cheap price can become a trap. Matters more than another older drivers to adapt to a car that never adapts to them. Wrong. The real cost price can become a trap that keeps asking older drivers to adapt to a car that never adapts to them. Interface costs real cost of not just in control in real life. Here is the part many channels to hesitation. A bad interface costs mistakes. Not just lead to curb rash, real life, fender damage, confusion leads to hesitation. And in some cases, hesitation, an accident that changes your insurance bill, mistakes lead to curb rash. A fender damage, affordable stress, fatigue, and still become expensive. In some cases, because accidents that changes your insurance bill from the drivers. That is why older buyers do not really want the cheapest car. They want the least punishing car. A car that does not nickel and dime them with attention. A car that does not turn simple tasks into small daily battles. A car that does not nickel and dime them with attention. Feel like a car that does not turn simple tasks into small daily battles. A car that does not make every drive feel like a lesson in software compliance. All car bills forever. This is where the Model 2 could be genuinely important. It could reduce Tesla is serious. Friction that not because it will end all car bills forever. That is fantasy language. But because it could reduce the silent friction, the seat is too low, the menu is cluttered, the steering wheel buttons do too many things in the first, and the warning chimes start before your coffee seat is too low, the menu is cluttered, the steering wheel buttons do too many things, and the warning chimes start before your coffee is even set. Temperature dial. In the large text, you step into a car with a slightly higher, simple driver assistance button you can use, physical temperature dial. That large text is not just alerts, and it's one simple driver assistance button and emotional cost is real when you live on fixed income and limited energy. Easier. It's cheaper emotionally, and the body and emotional cost is real when you live on fixed income. Let us talk about something engineers often treat like a footnote. And older drivers treat like a daily reality. Now, let us talk about something engineers often treat like a too low, and older drivers treat like a daily reality. Every trip. Getting in, knees remind you, hips remind you, is too low, back remind tight, or too you do not need a dramatic injury for this to matter. Knees remind you, hips remind you, it's lower back reminds you. Go. How often need a dramatic injury for this to matter. You are to stay active. Discomfort. This is one reason the Model 2 still has real potential. How often you drive, so much room, and how willing you are to stay active. Tesla positions the seat. This is one reason the Model 2 still has widens the door opening, even after so much room or motion natural. If Tesla positions the seat older men higher than the Model 3. Widens the door opening and needs a car that looks athletic if it feels punishing. Problem older men need a car that lets you sit down and stand up without making you a car that looks athletic if it feels punishing. Dignity in mechanical car that lets you sit down and stand up without making you negotiate. Door opening is not just about comfort. It's about control in mechanical tight spaces. And there's another parking lots. Pharmacy pickup opening is narrow just about comfort. It's about control in tight spaces. If you can't open the door parking lots, or the pharmacy pickups, narrow garages, bad that strain your back weather, the car is you can't open the door wide enough, or the sill is awkward, so yes, door angle matters. Seat height matters. The car is quietly taking freedom away. People laugh at these details, so until age turns them into deal breakers. Seat height
What
matters.
happens if Tesla pairs that with a cleaner driving position
these
and
details
better outward visibility?
turns them into deal
Then
breakers.
the Model 2 starts to
What
address
happens
a
if
fear
Tesla
many
pairs
older
that with a
drivers
cleaner
never
driving
phrase
position
directly, and better
the
outward
fear of
visibility?
feeling clumsy in a
Then
world
the Model 2
designed for
starts to
younger
address
bodies.
a fear many
A
older
well-designed
drivers
cabin
never
can take
phrase
that
directly.
fear down. The fear of
poorly
feeling
designed
clumsy
one
amplifies
designed
it
for
every day.
younger bodies.
Technology
A
should
well-designed
help,
cabin
not
can
hover.
take that fear down.
Now we come to the
poorly
most
designed
emotionally
one
charged
amplifies
part
it
of this
every
conversation.
day. Driver
Technology
assistance
should help,
Some
not
older
hover.
viewers hate it.
Now
Some are
we come to
curious
the
about
most
it.
emotionally
Most
charged
are
part of this
nervous about it.
conversation.
And driver
Honestly,
assistance.
that nervousness makes
Some
sense.
older viewers hate it.
A lot of people
Some
are
are
not
curious
afraid of
about it.
technology itself.
Most are nervous
They're afraid
about
of
it.
losing the
And
final
honestly,
vote. That nervousness
they do
makes
not want a
sense.
car that second
A lot of
guesses
people
them,
are not
scolds
afraid
them,
of technology
or suddenly
itself.
makes a decision
They're
they did
afraid
not
of
ask
losing
for.
the final vote.
That's why Tesla
They do
has to
not
be
want a car
very
that
careful
second
with
guesses
how the
them,
Model 2
scolds
handles
them, or
assisted
suddenly
driving.
makes a decision they
If
did
the
not
system
ask
feels
for.
like a helpful co-pilot,
That's why Tesla
older
has to be
drivers
very
will
careful
accept
with
it.
how the
If
Model
it feels
2
like an
handles
overconfident
assisted
intern
driving.
grabbing the wheel,
If the system
they will
feels like a
reject it.
helpful
Simple
co-pilot,
as that. Older drivers
there is a
will accept
huge
it.
difference between if it feels like an
Support
overconfident
and
intern
intrusion.
grabbing the wheel, they will
Support
reject
reduces
it.
fatigue
Simple
in
as that.
traffic.
There is a
Intrusion
huge difference
creates
between
mistrust. Support
once
and
mistrust
intrusion.
enters the cabin,
Support
every chime
reduces
feels
fatigue in
louder,
traffic.
and every correction
Intrusion
feels
creates
personal.
mistrust.
The ideal
Once
setup
mistrust
is
enters
not
the cabin,
mystery.
every
It is
chime
clarity.
feels louder.
One
and every
clearly
correction
marked way
feels
to
personal.
activate assistance. The
One
ideal
clearly
setup
visible
is
signal
not
that it is
mystery.
on.
It is
One
clarity.
clear warning when the
One
driver needs to
clearly
take
marked
over.
way to activate
No
assistance.
hidden menus,
One
no vague
clearly visible
language,
signal
no
that it is
sense
on.
that the car is doing
One
something
clear
behind your
warning
back.
when the driver needs
In
to
other
take
words,
over.
older drivers
No
do
hidden
not
menus,
need perfect
no vague
autonomy.
language, no
They need
sense that the
predictable
car is doing
behavior.
something
They
behind your
need to
back.
know who is in charge
In other
at
words,
all times.
older drivers do not
That
need
might
perfect
be the
autonomy.
biggest test of the
They
Model
need
2.
predictable behavior,
Not range,
they
not
need
charging
to know
speed,
who is in charge
not even
at
price.
all times. Trust.
That might
Can
be
an
the
older
biggest
driver
test
use
of the
the
Model
advanced
2?
features without
Not
feeling
range,
watched,
not charging
judged,
speed,
or replaced?
not even price.
Can he turn them off without the system turning them
Can
back
an older
on like a
driver
stubborn
use the
appliance?
advanced features
Can
without
he decide
feeling
on his
watched,
own
judged,
terms
or
when
replaced?
help is helpful?
Can he turn them off
If
without the
Tesla
system
solves
turning them
that,
back on
it
like a
means
stubborn
something more
appliance?
valuable than headline.
Can he decide on his
wins
own
the confidence
terms
of
when
men who
help
have
is
spent
helpful?
decades making their
If
own
Tesla
decisions?
solves that,
I don't plan to
it
give
wins
that up
something
now.
more valuable than headlines.
The emergency test.
It wins the confidence of
Every
men who have
serious
spent
retirement
decades
age
making
buyer
their own
eventually
decisions.
asks a darker
I don't
question.
plan to give that up now.
What happens when something goes
The
wrong?
emergency test.
Power failure.
Dead
Every
battery.
serious
Heavy
retirement
rain.
age buyer
Extreme
eventually
heat.
asks a darker question.
A bad stop
What happens
on a
when something
lonely
goes wrong?
road.
Power
This is where
failure.
marketing
Dead
slogans
battery.
collapse
Heavy rain.
and
Extreme
real engineering starts to matter. A bad stop on a lonely
useful,
road.
affordable EV
This is where
for older
marketing
drivers
slogans
needs one
collapse
thing
and
above
real
all in an
engineering
emergency.
starts to matter.
Mechanical honesty.
A useful, affordable
If the main power
EV
system
for older
fails,
drivers,
can you
needs
still
one
open the
thing
door
above
if
all
a screen
in an
goes
emergency?
blank? Can you still do the basics? If the main power system fails, can the cabin still open the door long enough for help to arrive? If a screen goes blank, can you still do the basics? Or scrape debris underneath? If the weather is does the vehicle can the cabin stay safe, or does it long enough for help to arrive? Code language, no normal person can understand. Scrape debris underneath. This is why manual backup door release, or does it matters more than people think? Code language, no normal person can understand. Shrug. Older
This
men
is why
manual backup door release matters more than people think. They imagine a bad intersection. Viewers hear that and they imagine smoke. Older men do not panic, or they imagine their wife in the passenger seat. A tiny they imagine a bad intersection becomes the difference between they imagine smoke and dread, confusion, panic, not paranoia. That is mature risk assessment. Mechanical lever becomes Tesla has the opportunity to make the Model 2 feel less like a gadget and more like a dependable mature risk assessment. By building in simple Tesla has the opportunity drivers can understand without a less like a gadget, a visible like a dependable machine, a clear low power mode, simple physical hazard older drivers can understand emergency without manuals. a visible backup system that uses plain English instead of cryptic symbols, physical hazard
In a
activation,
crisis,
emergency window
elegance
controls,
is not what
a
saves you.
cabin alert system that uses
Clarity
plain
saves you.
English instead of cryptic
Heat,
symbols.
Cold, in a
And the
crisis,
places real people
elegance
live.
is not what saves you.
Another reason older viewers
Clarity
are skeptical
saves you.
about electric cars
Heat,
is that
cold,
they do not
and the
buy
places
transportation
real
in
people live.
laboratory conditions.
Another reason
They buy
older
transportation
viewers are
for
skeptical
Arizona
about electric
parking
cars
lots is that
Midwest
they do
winters,
not buy transportation
Florida
in
humidity,
laboratory
and
conditions.
long
stretches of
They buy
ordinary
transportation
American
for Arizona
inconvenience.
parking lots.
Your
Midwest
technology
winters
is only as good
Florida
as its
humidity
behavior on a
and
bad
long
day.
stretches of
So
ordinary
if Tesla
American
wants the Model 2 to become a real retirement
technology
success, is only as good as its
address
behavior on a
climate
bad
honesty.
day. So how
if
much
Tesla
range
wants
do
the
you
Model
lose in
2 to
cold
become
weather?
a real
How
retirement
fast can the cabin
success?
warm up?
It has to
Will the
address
door handles
climate
work after a
honesty.
freezing night? How much range do you lose in cold weather? Will the battery stay calm? How fast can the cabin remain livable if
Will the
traffic
door
stops
handles
for a
work
long
after a
time?
freezing night?
Does the vehicle preserve enough reserve
Will the
power
battery
to keep
stay
the
calm?
essentials running? Will the cabin remain livable if traffic stops for a long time?
To ask
Does
those
the vehicle
questions.
preserve enough
You
reserve
just have
power
to be
keep
old
the
enough
essentials
to
running
know
while
that
you wait?
weather can turn a
You do
minor
not have to be
weakness into a
anti-EV
major
to ask
problem.
those questions.
This is
You
why
just
a
have to be
realistic
old enough
thermal
to
management
know that
package
weather
could
can
matter
turn a
more
minor
than another
weakness
fancy
into a
screen
major
trick.
problem.
If the Model
This
2
is why
can
a
precondition
realistic
smartly
thermal management
protect
package
battery health
could matter
keep
more
cabin
than another
controls
fancy
intuitive
screen
and
trick.
communicate
If the
range
Model
loss
2 can
honestly,
precondition
it stops
smartly,
feeling like
protect
hype
battery
and
health,
starts
keep
feeling like
cabin
a
controls
practical
intuitive,
and
let me say something that many channels do not
it
say
stops
enough.
feeling like hype
Older drivers
starts
are not
feeling
resistant
like a
to change
practical
because
tool.
they are stubborn.
And let me say
They are
something that
resistant
many
to
channels do
unreliable
not say
change
enough.
because they have
Older
already
drivers
paid
are
for
not
too many
resistant to
mistakes
change
in
because
life.
they are stubborn.
That is wisdom.
They are resistant
not
to
weakness.
unreliable
If Tesla
change
respects
because
that
they have
wisdom,
already
the
paid
Model
for
2
too
can
many
become
mistakes in
believable.
life.
That
The
is
hidden
wisdom,
battle over
not
repair.
weakness.
There
If
is
Tesla
another
respects
fear
that
underneath
wisdom,
all of this.
the Model 2
Service
can become
locking.
believable. A lot of older
The
men
hidden
grew up in a
battle
world
over
where a
repair.
car could be understood,
There is another fear
inspected,
underneath
and
all
at
of
least
this.
partly handled
Service
by a
locking.
local mechanic they
A lot
trusted.
of older men grew up in a
Modern
world
vehicles
where a
have
car
taken
could be
that sense of
understood,
ownership,
away.
inspected,
Too
and at
many
least partly
sensors to
handled by a local
software,
mechanic
too
they
many
trusted.
sealed systems.
Modern
too many
vehicles have
expensive
taken that sense
surprises.
of ownership away. That is why the Model
Too
2
many
cannot
sensors,
just be
too much
simple
software,
to drive.
too
It
many
has to be
sealed
simple to
systems,
live with.
too many
If
expensive
Tesla uses
surprises.
smarter modular
That is why the
repair
Model 2
ideas,
cannot just be
affordable
simple to
wear
drive,
items, it
clear
has to be diagnostic
diagnostic
language and stronger
If
remote
Tesla
support,
uses smarter
that could reduce
modular
one of the
repair
biggest
ideas,
emotional
affordable
costs
wear
in
items,
modern car
clearer
ownership.
diagnostic
The feeling
language,
that when
and
something
stronger
goes
remote
wrong,
support,
you are
that
trapped
could
in a
reduce
chain
one
of
of
the
the
biggest
apps
emotional
and
costs
service
in
appointments
modern car
that you
ownership.
cannot control.
The feeling that when something
Nobody
goes
expects
wrong,
an electric
you are
car to
trapped in
become a
chain of
pickup from
people,
1985.
apps, and service
That's not
appointments
realistic.
that you
But there
cannot
is
control.
a middle ground.
Nobody
between
expects an
old-school
electric
mechanical
car to become a
transparency
pickup
and
from
modern
1985.
sealed complexity.
That's not realistic.
Tesla could
But
move
there is
toward
a
that
middle
ground
by
between
making the
old-school
Model 2
mechanical
easier to
transparency
understand
and
after
modern
purchase.
sealed
Not
complexity.
just easier to advertise
Tesla could
before
move
purchase.
toward that middle
Those are
ground
not
by
the
making
same
the
thing.
Model 2 easier
And remember,
to understand
older buyers
after
do
purchase.
not panic
Not
because
just
something
easier
breaks.
to advertise
They
before
panic
purchase.
because they don't
Those
know
are
what
not
the
the
failure
same thing.
means, how
And
urgent
remember,
it is,
older
how much it will
buyers do
cost,
not
and
panic
how
because
long
something
they will
breaks.
lose access
They
to the
panic
vehicle because they don't know what the failure
Uncertainty
means,
is expensive.
how urgent it
If
is,
Tesla
how
can
much it will
reduce
cost,
uncertainty,
and how
that
long they will
alone
lose
becomes
access to
major
the value
vehicle.
proposition.
Uncertainty
The
is
scam
expensive.
filter. If
There is
Tesla
one
can
more
reduce,
reason
and
this
this topic
topic
matters
that
so much to
alone
older
becomes a
viewers,
major value
trust
proposition.
has become expensive.
The scam filter.
Too many
There
channels
is one
blur the
more
line
reason
between
this topic
confirmed
matters so
information,
much to older
informed
viewers.
speculation,
Trust
and pure
has become
fantasy.
expensive.
Too many thumbnails
Too many
talk like the
channels
deal
blur the
already
line
exists.
between
Confirmed
Too many
information,
voices sound
informed
confident
speculation,
long before the
and
facts
pure
deserve
fantasy.
confidence.
Too many
That may
thumbnails
entertain
talk
a
like
younger
the deal
audience for a
already
while,
exists,
but
Older men voices sound confident long before the facts deserve confidence. Pressure. That may hear the possibility of being nudged toward a mistake.
Different message.
So the Model 2 needs a scam filter before it needs a fan club. The possibility if reservations are not official toward a mistake. If a feature is still speculative, needs a scam filter before it needs a control layout sounds if reservations are not unproven, say so. If a feature is still speculative, honesty does not weaken a video. If a rumored control layout sounds promising but unproven, older drivers do not need a salesman. That kind of honesty does not weaken a video. Sometimes it strengthens the relationship. The moment a channel sounds like it is rushing them, older drivers do not need a salesman. The moment it sounds like it is protecting them, they lean in. The moment a channel sounds like it is rushing them, a company that stops retirement age trust. The moment it sounds like it is protecting like a company that understands caution. That matters for Tesla. No pressure language. A company that wants retirement age trust has to communicate like a company that understands caution and enough humility no pressure to admit what is still fake urgency. No emotional how a promising car just becomes trusted to realistic limits another source and enough humility to admit what is still unknown could be for. That is how a promising car all becomes a trusted tool. Actually benefits another if Tesla gets this formula right. Who this car could be older driver who is tired of all of the complexity. Who actually benefits if Tesla gets this formula right? The man who does not need to impress anybody and would gladly trade one flashy feature for 5 years of easy ownership. The man who does not need to impress anybody and would gladly trade one flashy feature for 5 years of easier ownership. Third, the retiree the buyer or near retiree intelligent assist transportation as refuses to surrender final entertainment. And fourth, the retiree or near retiree who sees transportation as designed that reality not entertainment. And fourth, there are also people who knows his body has changed. If you need and runs a vehicle nationwide with fast repair in remote areas today, but there are also people who should be careful. Any software dependency at guaranteed nationwide fast repair in remote areas today because the price sounds low. If you hate any software dependency at every leak the moment it appears online, if you are expecting zero compromise because the price sounds low, exactly how older buyers get manipulated. And if you believe every leak the moment it appears online, emotional discipline. Stop and breathe. I think that is the fairest way to look at buyers get manipulated. Not as a miracle decision, not as a scam, as a serious possibility. I think that is the fairest way to look at the drivers right now. Does it as a miracle, not as a scam, dignity, as a serious possibility. Being in charge still has to pass the older questions that matter. Does it reduce friction? The bottom line, does it protect Tesla dignity? Wants the Model 2 to become the car older American men actually trust? Those are the questions that matter. Cannot just be cheap. The bottom line, it has to feel Tesla wants the Model 2 to become the car older American men physically forgive it. It has to feel honest when things go wrong. It has to feel and above all, it has to feel like a tool that has to freedom physically forgive rather than quiet has taking it honest when things go wrong. That is why I believe the real future of the Model 2 will not be decided by launch day applause or rumor-driven hype. That is why I believe the real future of the Model 2 will not be decided by launch day applause or rumor-driven hype. It will be decided in thousands of ordinary moments, simple control after a long parking lots. If Tesla remembers that, the entire hands reaching rare in modern transportation after a long day. EV. If Tesla remembers that, older drivers the Model 2 could become something rare in modern transportation for years without resentment. Just a new EV. Now, but a car that older drivers can live with. If Tesla released the Model 2 tomorrow for years without resentment to you. Now, first, I want to hear physical buttons. If Tesla entry and Model 2 tomorrow, simple emergency controls would matter most, or the ability to turn driver assistance off. Physical buttons, easier entry and answer in the comments. Simple emergency controls word will tell me or the exactly where this community assistance off completely. And if this video saved you from one answer in the comments, Subscribe now, because the next exactly where this community stands. Deeper into the part and if this video saved you from one bad assumption, subscribe now, because the next video in this series goes deeper into the part most channels and still an affordable Tesla stays 10 years after the honeymoon ends. Insurance. If you are tired of hype, battery and want calm analysis built for older drivers, affordable. Stay after the honeymoon ends. This series is not about chasing tired of hype. It is about protecting your analysis built for older drivers and your independence. While the industry is not about chasing rumors.
I moved into the house on a quiet morning. The air felt fresh. Everything was calm. I moved into the house in front of my house. Morning was completely still. Felt fresh. It felt everything was calm. New beginning. The lake in front of my house was completely still because just it felt like a perfect I arrived. Beginning. Someone knocked on my door. Didn't last long. And that was just because the beginning. 10 minutes after I arrived, someone knocked on my door. Were standing there, and that was just a woman the beginning. In front. I opened the door. A clipboard. 3 people were standing there. No smile. A woman in front. Are you the new owner? A clipboard. I nodded. Her face serious. You can't park there. Are you the new next? Owner? I changed everything. I looked at her, parked there, confused. But what happened next? Is my driveway. Changed everything. Shook her head. I looked at her. This belongs to the HOA. This is my driveway. Something didn't feel right. She shook her head because when I bought this property, belongs to the documents HOA. Clearly said otherwise. Something didn't feel right. They didn't know because when I bought this property, they were making the documents clearly didn't said argue otherwise anymore. She just pulled out her phone. Big mistake. I'm calling the police. She didn't argue just like anymore. Everything escalated out her phone, but I didn't stop calling the police because I knew something. Just like that, she didn't. Everything escalated. Arrived within minutes. I didn't stop her because I knew something out. She didn't. Call the police. Arrived within minutes. What's going on here? The officer stepped out. She pointed at me immediately. Calm and serious. He's trespassing. What's going on here? The officer looked at me. She pointed at me immediately. Do you live here? He's trespassing. Yes. The officer looked at me. I handed him my documents. Yes. And then everything have changed. The officer handed him my documents carefully, and then looked up. Everything changed. This property officer belongs to papers carefully. Silence. Then looked up. Face went ma'am. This property belonged that to him, but that was silence. The end. Her face the next went morning. Pale. She didn't expect a letter, but that $500 fine. The next morning, rule violation. I received a letter, then another letter, $500 another. They kept coming. Rule violation. That's when I realized. Then another letter. They weren't going to stop. Another. I sat down. They kept that coming. Night. That's when I realized. Why were they so going to stop? Why did they care so much? Something felt hidden. Why were they so I checked my documents again. Why did they care so much? Something felt hidden inside the file. So I checked my documents again. Attached and to the original deed. Shocked me. It showed boundaries inside the file larger than I expected. Old map way beyond attached just to the original deed. They had no idea boundaries. What I was about to discover than I expected. I hired a surveyor. Just my house. Told him they had no idea everything. What I was about to discover of land. I hired a surveyor. A few days later, told him he called to check Everything.
His voice sounded
Every
serious.
inch of land.
You need
To see this
later. And
He
that's
called me
when things got
His voice
real. Sounded
The
serious.
report didn't make
You
sense
need to
at
see
first.
this.
But
And
then
that's
I
when
saw
things
it
got
clearly.
real.
The
boundaries
report didn't make
They
sense
extended
at
far
first.
beyond my house.
But then I saw
The
it
road.
clearly. Part of the
The
boundaries,
even
they
nearby
extended
land
far beyond my
all
house.
connected.
The road
Under my name.
part of the lake. They were standing
Even nearby
on
land.
my property.
All connected.
The next time
All
the HOA
under my name.
showed up, they were standing
looked confident.
on my property.
Ready to
The
argue
next
again.
time the HOA
But this
showed
time,
up, I
they
didn't
looked
say
much.
confident. I
Ready
just
to
handed
argue
them the
again.
documents. But this
Read
time,
it.
I
Slowly.
didn't say much. Their expressions
I
just
changed.
handed them the documents. For the first time they read it, they were silent. They Their
tried
expressions
to control me.
changed. They tried
For the
to
first
scare
time.
me, but they
In the
were
end,
silent. They lost
tried
everything
to control me.
because they never
They
knew.
tried to
They
scare
were
me.
standing, but in
On
the
my
end,
moved
land,
into
they
the house
lost
on a
everything
quiet morning.
because they
The
never
air
knew.
felt fresh.
They were standing.
Everything
was
calm.
on my
I moved
land.
into the
lake
house
in front
on a
of my
quiet
house
morning.
was completely
The air
still.
felt fresh.
It felt
Everything
like a was
perfect.
calm.
New
beginning. The lake in
But
front
that
of
peace
my house
didn't
was
last
completely still because just
It
10
felt
minutes
like a
after
perfect
I
new
arrived. Beginning. Someone
But
knocked
that
on
peace
my door.
didn't last long.
And that was just
Because
the
just
beginning. 10 minutes
I
after I
opened the door.
arrived, someone knocked on my door.
were standing there.
And that was just
The woman
the beginning.
in front. I opened the door. A clipboard.
Three
Her
people
face
were
standing
standing
there. No smile. A woman in front. Are you the new owner? A clipboard.
I nodded.
Her face
slowly.
serious. You can't
No
park
smile.
there. Are you
What
the
happened
new
next?
owner?
I
Changed
nodded slowly.
everything.
I
You
looked at her,
can't park there.
confused. But what
This
happened next?
is
My driveway changed. She shook
everything.
her head. I looked at her. This belongs to the HOA. This is my driveway. Something didn't feel She shook her head because when I bought this property, belongs to the documents clearly said otherwise. Something didn't feel right. They didn't know because when I bought this property, they were making the documents clearly said otherwise. Anymore. She just pulled out her phone. Big mistake. I'm calling the police. She didn't argue just like anymore. Everything escalated out her phone, but I didn't stop calling the police because I knew something. Just like that, she didn't. Everything escalated. Arrived within minutes. I didn't stop her because the officer knew something out. She didn't. Call the police. Arrived within minutes. What's going on here? The officer stepped out. She pointed at me immediately. Calm and serious. He's trespassing. What's going on here? The officer looked at me. She pointed at me immediately. Do you live here? He's trespassing. Yes. Do you the officer looked at me? I handed him my documents. Yes. And then, do everything have changed? The officer handed him my documents carefully, and then looked up. Everything changed. This the property officer belongs to the papers carefully. Silence. Then looked up. Her face went ma'am. This property belonged that to him, but that was silence. The end. Her face the next went morning. Pale. She didn't expect a letter, but that $500 fine. The next morning, rule violation. I received a letter, then another letter, $500 another. They kept coming. Rule violation. That's when I realized. Then another letter. They weren't going to stop. Another. I sat down kept that coming. Night. That's when I realized, why were they so going to stop? Why did they care so much? Something felt hidden. Why were they so I checked my documents again. Why did they care so what I found shocked something me. Felt hidden inside the file. So I checked my documents again, attached and to the original deed. Shocked me. It showed boundaries inside the file larger than I expected. Old map way beyond attached just to the original deed. They had no idea boundaries. What I was about to discover than I expected. I hired way a surveyor just my house. Told him they had no idea everything. What I was about to discover of land. I hired a surveyor days later. Told him he called to check everything. His voice sounded every inch of land. You need to see this later. And he called me when things got his voice real. Sounded serious. The report didn't make sense at first. But and then I saw things got real. The report didn't make sense at first beyond my house. But then I saw the road clearly. Part of the boundaries. Even they extended land far beyond my house. Connected. The road under my name, part of the lake. They were standing nearby land, on my property, all connected. The next time the HOA under my name showed up, they were standing confident on my property, ready to the next time the HOA showed up. I didn't say confident. I ready to hand them the documents. But this time, I didn't say much. Their expressions just handed them the documents. For the first time they read it, they were silent. Their expressions changed. They tried for the first to scare me, but they were silent. They lost everything to control me because they never tried to scare me. They were standing, but on my land, they lost everything into the house because they never knew. Morning, they were standing, felt fresh. On my everything was calm. I moved into the house in front of my house. Morning was completely still. Felt fresh. It felt everything was calm. New beginning. The lake in front of my house didn't last completely still because just it felt like a perfect I arrived. Beginning. Someone knocked on my door. Didn't last long. And that was just because the beginning. 10 minutes after I arrived, someone knocked on my door. Were standing there, and that was just a woman in front. I opened the door. A clipboard. 3 people were standing there. No smile. A woman in front. Are you the new owner? A clipboard. I nodded. Her face serious. You can't park there. Are you the new owner? I nodded everything. I looked at her, park there, confused. But what happens next? Is my driveway. Changed. She shook her head. I looked at her. This belongs to the HOA. This is my driveway. Something didn't feel right. She shook her head because when I bought this property, belongs to the documents clearly said otherwise. Something didn't feel right. They didn't know because when I bought this property, they were making the documents clearly didn't said argue otherwise anymore. She just pulled out her phone. Big mistake. I'm calling the police. She didn't argue just like anymore. Everything escalated out her phone, but I didn't stop calling the police because I knew something. Just like that, she didn't. Everything escalated. Arrived within minutes. I didn't stop her because the officer stepped out. She didn't. Call the police. Arrived within minutes. What's going on here? The officer stepped out. She pointed at me immediately. Calm and serious. He's trespassing. What's going on here? The officer looked at me. She pointed at me immediately. Do you live here? He's trespassing. Yes. Do you the officer looked at me. I handed him my documents. Yes. And then, do you have changed? The officer handed him my documents carefully, and then looked up. Everything changed. This property belonged to him carefully. Silence. Then looked up. Her face went ma'am. This property belonged to him, but that was silence. The end. Her face went morning. She didn't expect a letter, but that $500 fine. The next morning, rule violation. I received a letter, then another letter, $500 fine. Another. They kept coming. Rule violation. That's when I realized. Then another letter. They weren't going to stop. Another. I sat down. They kept coming. Night. That's when I realized. Why were they so going to stop? Why did they care so much? Something felt hidden. Why were they so I checked my documents again. Why did they care and so what I found? Something felt hidden inside the file, so I checked my documents again, attached and to the original deed. Shocked me. It showed boundaries inside the file larger than I expected. Map way beyond attached just to the original deed. They had no idea boundaries. What I was about to discover than I expected. I hired a survey just my house. Told him they had no idea everything. What I was about to discover of land. I hired a survey days later. Told him he called to check everything. His voice sounded every inch of land. You need to see days later. And he called me when things got his voice real. Sounded serious. The report didn't make sense at first. This, but and then I saw things got real. The report didn't make sense at far beyond my house. But then I saw the road clearly. Part of the boundaries, even they nearby land far beyond my house, connected. The road under my name, part of the lake. They were standing nearby land on my property, all connected. The next time the HOA under my name showed up, they were standing, looked confident on my property, ready to the next again. The HOA showed up. I didn't seem confident. I ready to handed them the documents, but this time I didn't say much. Their expressions just handed them the documents. For the first time they read it, they were silent. Their expressions changed. They tried for the first to scare me, but they were silent. They lost everything to control me because they never tried to scare me. Standing, but on my land, they lost everything.
The exciting
because they never knew
would be
they were standing on my land.
The exciting thing to another second of this video would be some sort of electric vertical. Something directly. Take off and land. You've probably seen the headlines before. Tesla flying another second of $6,000. I need to ask you something directly. No pilot required. You've probably seen the headlines. Images that look like they came straight. Tesla flying car out of a $6,000. So, let me ask you the one question. No pilot required and actually matters here. Images that look like they came straight. Real out of a or is it another piece of? So, AI generated the one question designed to get you. Actually matters. Excited. Is any watching and maybe real even get another piece of money somewhere you. AI generated content designed to get you. That's exactly what we're going to. Excited. Keep you watching. Answer today. Not with hype. Not even get you to send money somewhere. Speculation dressed up as news. Shouldn't. But with. That's exactly what we're honest going breakdown to. Separating. Answer today. Confirmed not with hype from unverified claims. Speculation dressed up and as telling news, you straight but with this. Technology means honest for breakdown separating. Position at confirmed your stage facts from unverified claims. Because here's the truth. And telling you straight with this. Real technology change how you get around in your. For the rest of your life, your stage of life. And if it's because not here's ready, the truth, or if it comes with costs and real risks, it could change how you get around. Then, for the rest of your life, could save you. And if it's not very ready, expensive, or if it comes with costs, so stay with risks. Nobody's talking because about by the end of this video, knowing that now you'll know exactly what to think about. Very expensive the Tesla flying car, so stay with. Importantly, because by the end of this video, What's real? You'll know exactly what speculation and why. The Tesla distinction could cost you, and more. Let's start here, because what to do about it. Question what's real? That actually matters. Speculation and why. There's growing speculation. That distinction could cost you. Connecting Tesla's start here, name to a because this is the eVTOL. Question that an electric matters. Vertical takeoff and there's growing speculation landing online. Vehicle. The connecting Tesla's name to a personal everywhere. The images look convincing. An electric vertical takeoff. But let's be precise about what is landing vehicle. Actually confirmed. The headlines and what is not. Everywhere. What is real? The images the broader eVTOL. But let's be precise about companies what is. Like Joby Aviation actually confirmed Archer and what is not. And Lilium have been developing what is real. The broader vehicles eVTOL. For years with genuine category. Companies like Joby Aviation and real flight testing. Archer, the technology have been developing is legitimate. These vehicles for that years part is not genuine. A rumor. What is not confirmed and real retail testing. Flying technology car specific is legitimate. Point. Or launch that part is not a rumor. There is no verified. What is not confirmed? 6,000 a retail Tesla. $89. Flying car at any specific figure in any official Tesla. Or launch communication. There is no verified. There is no announced. 6,000 timeline. $89. Circulating in any including Tesla. Photorealistic ones. There is no announced. Confirmed by timeline as actual images. Circulating, including the so when you see a headline photorealistic ones have not been Tesla flying car is confirmed by Tesla as actual production. Understand what that headline renders. Is doing. So it is using a headline you trust to dress up. Tesla flying speculation car is finally news. Here, and for anyone understand living on a headline fixed retirement income. It is using that kind of misdirection to dress not just speculation annoying, is news. Dangerous, and for anyone. Does that mean the technology living on a fixed retirement income worth your attention? That not kind of misdirection is not just. It means is that your attention annoying, should. It's dangerous. Go to what does is that actually mean the technology isn't and worth your attention. That is where we're going right not now. At all. What the real technology is that you're behind the concept. Go here's to what is genuinely verifiable and why that is where we're going right your now. Attention. The real even if the headlines behind the concept. Tesla's what's genuinely concept draws on too. Why this story deserves engineering pipelines that have, even if the headlines never been combined quite like this. Tesla's eVTOL concept draws on the first is Tesla's own electric engineering pipeline, drivetrain and battery technology, never been combined quite like this. Same systems that have been refined. The first is Tesla's own real world drivetrain and battery technology. The second is SpaceX's same precision landing that have been refined technology through the engineering miles of real world. A rocket booster to return from the edge. The second is SpaceX's precision land itself upright on a technology, the engineering platform in the ocean. A rocket when you take booster those two to return from the edge, them to personal land itself upright the result is a floating platform designed around one central. When you take those two things, remove the complexity that has them to personal air always travel, made flying the dangerous and is a vehicle designed around one central. Traditional helicopters have removed the complexity that has moving mechanical always parts, made flying dangerous and light aircraft require extensive pilot. Traditional helicopters training have physical coordination and moving mechanical constant parts, manual input. Traditional the eVTOL light aircraft require extensive eliminates pilot. Most of that instead of one physical coordination. Large rotor you have multiple constant manual input. The eVTOL concept, typically 6 to 8, eliminates most of that are independently controlled by large rotor software. You have multiple if one fails the others. Electric compensate rotors, automatically, typically 6 to 8. That is not a gimmick. That are independently controlled by fundamental software. Safety improvement. If one fails the others, everything compensate that has come automatically. And that is something that should. That is a genuinely interesting fundamental safety improvement over vehicle is designed everything to be fully that has come before it autonomous and it doesn't ask you should. Pilot genuinely the AI navigation system handles. Vehicle is designed to be routing fully. Obstacle avoidance. Autonomous. It doesn't landing. Ask you to be. You tell it where you want. Pilot. The AI to navigation go, it system gets you handles. For someone who may be finding routing obstacle avoidance, highway drives more and tiring than they. You tell it where you want. Used to be. To that go, is not a small it gets thing. You there. That is for someone who may be years of addition. Long. Highway drives more tiring than they. But and this is where used to be. That is not a small need to slow down and think carefully. That is potentially years the gap of between design to do this and independence, proven safe to do this but, at and scale. This is where we enormous need to slow down and that gap think is carefully. Where the real the gap between design to do this and the price and why that number does to do this at scale is tell the full story. Enormous. Let's talk about the $6,789. The price if you follow and why that Tesla number over the years. Tell the full story. You know one thing with absolute. Let's talk about $6,789. The price they announced first is almost if you follow the Tesla over the years. The Model 3 one thing with absolute. Base price that took years to reach. The price they announced first is almost was never the price you pay. Point that the Model 3 launched with a promised resemblance base to what buyers took years to reach. At the dealership, Cybertruck was announced at a price. That pattern matters here. Point that ultimately bore little. A flying vehicle. Resemblance the gap to what buyers actually paid. Sticker price and total at the dealership. That ownership is not just large because with it is a flying potentially vehicle, the difference the gap between a sticker manageable price and total cost and a financial ownership decision is not just large. You cannot recover from potentially the difference sticker between price doesn't manageable purchase insurance and a financial no standard decision. Auto insurance you cannot recover covers in. Think through aircraft, what the sticker price you would need a separate doesn't include aviation insurance policy, no standard. And for a new category, auto insurance a vehicle policy with no established crash. Aircraft history you would need a separate. Underwriters will price that. Aviation policy risk conservatively. And for a new category, we are talking about vehicle with no established crash. That could run several $1,000s. Underwriters will price that a year, every year. Risk conservatively. Battery replacement. We are talking Tesla's about annual premiums. Vehicle batteries that could run are designed to $1,000, but they degrade a year every year. EVTOL operating at battery replacement, higher power loads than a ground vehicle. Vehicle batteries will stress its battery pack more, but they degrade aggressively. An EVTOL operating when that pack needs higher power replacement than a ground and eventually vehicle. It will stress its battery cost on a 6 to 8 motor system aggressively, not comparable when that pack to replacing the battery replacement in a and Model eventually 3. It will the maintenance cost on a 6 to 8 motor system is aircraft not operating in U.S. to replacing the battery. Subject in a Model to FAA inspection requirements. Maintenance and certification. That is not optional. That means aircraft operating licensed in U.S. aviation technicians, not your. Subject to FAA local inspection requirements. The hourly labor rates. That is not optional. Are different. That means the parts availability licensed aviation technicians. Different, not your. And until there are thousands. Local auto shop. Of these the hourly labor on the road rates building are different. Out of service the parts network, availability you are dependent. Different on whoever Tesla and until there are thousands of these vehicles on the road building and charging infrastructure out of service network you are dependent Tesla's supercharger network on whoever Tesla designates extensive for ground vehicles authorized but and charging eVTOL infrastructure doesn't plug into a standard Tesla's supercharger network it needs a vertiport extensive for dedicated landing but and charging facility eVTOL doesn't plug into a standard those exist in limited supercharger numbers it needs a vertiport of cities if you dedicated landing, live and charging Miami, facility, Los Angeles, right now, those exist in limited other early adoption markets. Numbers in a handful of cities. This vehicle may simply have nowhere. Live outside Miami, practical to recharge between trips. Handful add all of that up over 10 adoption markets. This number looks may simply have nowhere. From $6,700 practical to recharge between trips. The control add all of that up over 10 what nobody wants. To say number looks very different from $6,789 for a moment because it connects the control question directly what nobody to wants. Something we talk about to say out loud often on this channel. Here's something I want you to sit with. Means for giving up control because it connects on the ground directly if to your car's autopilot makes a decision. Often on this channel, you don't agree autonomous flight you can override. Means giving it with your hands and feet on the ground. If your car's autopilot makes a decision, margin for you don't agree that kind of correction you can override. The it with your hands and feet instantly. Consequences in the air at a system error, the margin 400 FT. That kind of correction are categorically is different from a. The physics are different. Fender bender at 35 mph. Consequences of a system Tesla's error engineering at 400 FT this with are categorically different from a. If one motor fender bender at 35 mph, the remaining motors compensate. Tesla's engineering addresses if the AI navigation encounters multiple redundant systems, unresolvable conflict, an emergency fails. The remaining motors landing protocol activates. The vehicle, if the AI navigation is designed to get you down safely. Unresolvable conflict. When things go wrong, but here is the landing protocol activates. Honest question. The vehicle, how do you feel about it? Is designed to get you down safely in a critical moment. When things go wrong, machine is making decisions faster than honest question. You can consciously process them. System for some people in a critical moment. They let technology making decisions faster for others. That you is can the consciously kind of dependency. For some people, their retirement trying to let the technology handle it. For others, neither answer is wrong. That is the exact kind of dependency. Know your answer before you're strapped. They spent their retirement trying into one of these at altitude. Move away from what the FAA neither answer has not approved, but you need to. This is the part know your answer before you're strapped. Entirely into one of these and it at may altitude. Be the most what the FAA has and has not approved to operate any aircraft in U.S. This is the part most channels skip, including an autonomous personal eVTOL, and it may be the most. You need FAA certification to operate any aircraft in U.S. airspace. The vehicle, but for the operation, including an autonomous personal category eVTOL and the airspace corridors you need FAA certification. Flies through, not just for Joby Aviation. The vehicle, meaningful, but for the operational progress toward FAA category type certification and the airspace corridors Archer is further along than most, but Joby Aviation no Tesla has made eVTOL concept has received progress toward FAA type certification. Archer is further along than most. What that means, even if this vehicle Tesla eVTOL concept built exactly as described, FAA, you cannot type certification legally fly it over residential. What that means, neighborhood even if this vehicle is until built exactly as described, you cannot. The FAA's legally timeline for new vehicle categories is neighborhood in the United States years, until not months. The FAA there are also state and local layers. Noise timeline for new vehicle categories, airspace restrictions measured near in years, airports, not community months. Flight path. There are also state approvals and local layers. These are not bureaucratic. Noise ordinances, details, airspace they're what makes personal air travel near actually possible. Community flight not path. Possible. Approvals where you live. These are not bureaucratic. And here's the piece nobody mentions. They're what makes personal liability. Travel actually if possible. A self-driving car not possible. Causes an accident where you live on the ground. And here's the piece nobody mentions. Legal framework, liability, insurance, traffic law. If a self-driving car civil causes an accident for autonomous aircraft on the ground, there is overpopulated areas. That framework, legal framework, insurance, traffic law. Who is responsible if civil courts for autonomous air malfunctions at altitude, overpopulated areas. That manufacturer, the operator barely of the city, who is responsible that approved the corridor. These eVTOL malfunctions at altitude get answered in courtrooms. Manufacturer, after incidents happen, the operator, every city. Early. That adopter operates in that legal gray. Questions get answered in courtrooms. The question is not whether after incidents happen, technology will eventually be legal. Adopter operates in that legal very likely will be. The question is the question whether it will be legal, affordable. Technology will eventually be in your specific location. Very likely within the time frame that the question is matters whether it will be legal, affordable, the infrastructure reality and practical in your specific location. Test within the time frame. Let me give you a simple test to run. Matters for your life. Right now. Think about where you live. The infrastructure reality. Think about your home, your test neighborhood, your nearest. Let me give you a simple test to run. Store, your doctor's office. Think about where you live. Now ask yourself. Think about your home. Where would an eVTOL take neighborhood, off your nearest grocery, property? Where would it land store at your doctor's office? Destination. Now and is there yourself, a certified? Where would an eVTOL charging facilities and a property license where would it land at your within range of destination? Both. And is there a certified in most of the country today vertiport with charging facilities? And answer is there isn't. Licensed service that doesn't mean there range of the both infrastructure build in most of the country today. The honest, slowly in specific answer markets is there isn't. Significant investment mean there won't be from both private infrastructure build government is happening. Miami, slowly in specific markets. And Los Angeles are early leaders. Significant investment from both Texas and the Pacific Northwest companies and city governments. Miami, but this is a 2030 story. Los Angeles are early leaders. Places not a 2025 of Texas story. And the Pacific Northwest are 68 or 72 moving today. But this is a 2030 story in most. Technology places not a 2025 practical. Story. And if for your daily life, not 68 or 72 today, somewhere the window is a real planning variable. Technology not a reason to dismiss practical, but a real. For your daily factor life, in how you not think just about available when and somewhere whether this is a real planning variable. The not a reason to dismiss it, what we don't have, but a real. Yet, factor in how you think about here's the most important thing I can. Whether this belongs in tell your future. You about any new transportation. The safety record, technology. What we don't have a crash. Yet, record. Here's the most important thing every vehicle you trust today, your car. Tell you about any new transportation. Commercial aviation. Has a technology safety record. We don't have a crash. Built on millions of hours of real world. Every vehicle you trust operation, today, your car, and regulatory responses. Commercial aviation has a real safety record. Built on millions of hours of real world. Things that went wrong and regulatory responses too. And fixed. eVTOLs don't have that. The FAA standards exist. That doesn't make them. Things that went wrong, the redundancy engineering is. And fixed. eVTOLs don't have that. But the history yet, confidence that doesn't make rationally extend to a unsafe. The redundancy with a 40-year safety record is not. Genuinely serious the same work, confidence you can extend to a confidence you rationally extend with 2 years of limited test. Car with a 40-year safety record is not. Think about what we don't know yet. The same confidence you can extend to a does this vehicle perform in a sustained with 2 years of limited crosswind at 300 FT. Data. What happens when? Think about what we don't know yet. Rain degrades radar and LiDAR. Does this vehicle perform in a sustained? What does the emergency 300 landing system? What happens when actually do over a neighborhood? Rain degrades radar and LiDAR. Power lines and pedestrians simultaneously. Engineers what does the emergency landing system? But modeling actually do not over a neighborhood with real power lines data and pedestrians below. And there is the coordination. Engineers have modeled these scenarios. One eVTOL but in the sky is not a decade of thousands real of autonomous aircraft making. And there is the coordination over the same city. One eVTOL in the sky is manageable. The air traffic software thousands of autonomous aircraft making safely does not yet exist. Ad hoc trips over the same city. Deployed form simultaneously for someone who has spent decades. The air traffic software to handle building that. A life and now is safely does not yet exist in proven. That uncertainty deserves deployed form. Wait for someone who has dangerous mistake in building a retirement life and now is protecting. Opportunity that uncertainty it is deserves real. Irreversible decision. The most dangerous mistake in information retirement is not missing in what this technology could actually mean. It is making an for you when it's ready. Irreversible decision. I don't want to leave you with only information is caution ready. Because the honest what this technology could actually mean of this technology includes for you when it's ready. Genuinely, I don't want to leave you with only if and when the eVTOL category because the honest assessment when FAA this certification includes something when. Genuinely vertiport infrastructure exists and when the eVTOL category area matures. When insurance markets have when FAA certification settled is in place and maintenance networks are vertiport infrastructure this could be one of the area most significant when insurance markets have independence available and maintenance to networks are Americans in decades this could be one of the consider what it solves most significant expansions long distance driving fatigue independence medical available to older appointments and facilities Americans that are decades or 90 minutes away by road. Family. Long-distance driving fatigue. Visits that currently require either appointments and facilities that are 60. Or 90 minutes away by road. Long security. Family. Lines visits that currently and physical demands that grow. Long drive harder commercial flight with. The gradual shrinking of your world. Long security can happen when driving long distance and physical demands that grow becomes tiring or harder every year. That's the gradual shrinking of loss of range that can happen nobody when driving long distances, but everyone feels becomes tiring a personal or aircraft that handles itself. That slow, quiet charges loss of range that and can be dispatched. Nobody announces from your property. Everyone feels doesn't ask you to be a personal aircraft younger than that handles itself. It works with charges where you are physically right and can be dispatched. It from your property sharp doesn't ask you to be highway speed. Younger than you are. It doesn't require you to where you navigate are physically an unfamiliar right city or fight for doesn't require sharp parking space at. You highway tell it where speed. To go. It doesn't require you to rest, navigate an unfamiliar for someone or fight who has already given up a parking space. Night driving or who finds freeway. You tell it where to go. It handles merging more stressful than it used to. Rest. B for someone or who lives who has already given up from the night driving nearest or who finds freeway. The promise of this merging more stressful technology than it is not to. Abstract. It is deeply B or who lives 45 personal, minutes from the and it is worth taking. Nearest specialist. Seriously. The promise of this, but taking it seriously technology is not being. Abstract. It is deeply honest about the timeline, personal, and the window in which this becomes. Seriously, genuinely, practical. But taking it seriously means being is not 2025. Honest about the timeline. It is probably the not window in which this becomes. In most markets, genuinely, practical. The realistic horizon, verified, is not 2025. Certification, meaningful. It is probably not 2027. Settled insurance costs. The realistic is closer to 2029 verified or 2030. Certification. Meaningful. That move fastest. Infrastructure. And later than that. Settled insurance costs. Almost everywhere else. Is closer to 2029. That is not a reason to dismiss or 2030. That in the cities. Is a reason to watch it carefully. Fastest. And later than that. The right questions almost when the time comes. That is not a reason to rush you into. That is a reason to watch it carefully. Ask. Available. The right questions when the job comes. Right now is not to buy it. And not let anyone rush you into. Job right now is to understand decision before the answers are. It develop. Available. And know exactly what. The job right now is not to ask when the moment comes. Job right now is to let's be clear about where things watch, stand, it develop, and know exactly the eVTOL category is questions real and to ask when the moment comes. Fast, the specific so, Tesla let's be clear about where things. Claims stand, circulating online. The eVTOL category the is launch real date and availability are fast. the specific Tesla flying and car. Even if the claim circulating online eventually delivers on every the launch date, promise, and availability, the regulatory timeline, the not confirmed infrastructure gap, and the true cost technology eventually delivers on every. This is not a decision to promise the regulatory timeline, not even close. Infrastructure what you should do today and the true cost of keep watching. Ownership means not because this is not a decision to technology is ready. Make today because it is not even close. Moving in a direction what you should do today is this. Genuinely keep watching matter for your not because this technology is ready and when it because it is relevant in a direction that could you want to have genuinely been paying matter for your independence beginning in retirement not rushing to catch and when up. It becomes that is what relevant to your life here for you want to have not to sell you on the next paying thing, attention from not to beginning whatever's exciting this week that is what be this the source you come to before not to you sell make you on the next thing so that when you do to decide whatever's exciting this week. If this video helped you be the source you come to before, noise on something you make a decision, so that when you everywhere do one thing, decide you're protected. Subscribe button. If this video helped you cut through the notifications, noise on something you've been seeing, video everywhere you're going directly into hit the something subscribe that is available right now. Notifications, the Tesla Model 2 because in the we're going to video run the exact same analysis. Real price, something that is available versus right advertised price. The Tesla Model 10 year, and we are going to cost of ownership. Run the exact same analysis. Real for your price. Independence and the one versus advertised price about the Model total 10 year that almost no one in cost of ownership. This space what is it actually honest does. About. For your that video could save you and the one thing about the Model 2 or it that almost no one in. Model 2 is being is exactly about. Right for where you. That video could save you a significant. Either way. You deserve amount to know of money before, or it might confirm that you decide, not after. Model 2 is exactly right for where you turn on the bell and I'll see either you way, in the next one. You deserve to know before. The sky isn't the limit. You decide your time, not after. Your money subscribe. Let's make sure turn on the bell and protected. I'll see you in the next one.
In update 6.4, we introduced a range of highly requested features, starting with actions on reverse. Many Model 3 and Model Y owners wanted a more seamless way to perform actions while parking, starting now it's possible with on reverse. Many Model 3 and Model Y owners wanted a more seamless way to perform actions while parking, and now it's possible with our OBD toggles of the features you want to use. Once installed, allows you to activate your rear fog lights, actions on reverse, visibility when parking, enable the toggles of the features you want to use. The first option allows you to activate your rear fog lights are not invisibility rear fog lights, so this feature won't be available for them. However, the Model 3 Highland and Juniper models are not equipped with rear fog lights, so this feature won't be available for them. However, the Model 3 Highland Premium does include the rear fog lights accessible through the Tesla screen. You can also enable dynamic brake lights, an action we introduced a while back, which makes your tail lights flash continuously. You can also enable dynamic brake lights, an action we introduced a while back, which makes your tail lights flash continuously, helping alert pedestrians and nearby drivers while improving overall visibility. Reduced visibility when parking in a garage or at night to disable automatic side mirror dimming. When parking at night, your vision of the display will not be obstructed as much at night. To discover even more features and capabilities, when parking at night, your vision of the display will not be obstructed as much. To discover even more features and capabilities unlocked by our S3 XY customizable. Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel in pre-selected colors based on driving conditions such as blind spot detection, turn signals, auto steer activation, and more. In pre-selected colors based on driving conditions such as blind spot detection. The second improvement to the SXY strip is another popular request. A dedicated night mode that dims the light strip and dusk, reducing unwanted glare and reflections on the windshield. All you have to do is scroll down to the bottom of the strip and enable the toggle, reducing unwanted glare and reflections on the windshield. Is synced with your Tesla system clock. Scroll down to the bottom of the strip switches to enable the sunset. The strip dims accordingly. The strip is synced when the Tesla system clock. When the display automatically switches to dark mode at sunset, the strip dims
default accordingly. You can keep it the same as during the day. When the screen returns to the light theme, the strip slots at the top of the brightness to match its brightness. Further adjust the default by using the slider. You can keep it the same as during the day. For those of you who appreciate nostalgia, at the top of the page, added a new fun animation to our library by using the sliders kit. And finally, for those of you who appreciate nostalgia, we added a new fun animation to our library, the Night Riders Kit. Your suggestions down in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you want to test the Model 3 even smarter performance, shoot your suggestions down in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Your car for better performance on the Model 3 or Model Y performance, you're likely familiar with track mode. Any performance designed to optimize your car for better performance on the track, including the new Model Y's Juniper performance. You can now activate track mode officially available performance model.
Using the sexy knob, you can also fine-tune key performance settings, like the handling, to adjust the power distribution, and using the sexy knob, you can also fine-tune the stability settings, like the handling, to adjust the power distribution and control of the vehicle. You can also control the adaptive damping on Highland and Juniper models, switching between standard, sport, and when maintaining control of the vehicle. You can also control the adaptive damping on Highland and Juniper models, switching between standard, sport, and track mode to monitor your car data. There, you can also track additional stats introduced and updated in the S3Y, such as the brake light temperature dashboard to monitor your car data. Other metrics like you can also track additional stats introduced and maximum discharge, such as the brake light temperature on settings to our product, alongside other metrics like power output, battery temperature, and maximum discharge. 6.4, we introduced a range of highly requested features, starting with actions on reverse.
With the OBD Commander secured, your Tesla is ready for the next level.
Actions while parking, and now it's possible with on reverse.
With the OBD Commander secured, your Tesla is ready for the next level.
Actions while parking, and now it's possible with our OBD toggle the features you want to use. Once installed, option allows you to activate rear fog lights, actions on reverse, and simply enable the toggles of the features you want to use. The first option allows you to activate high rear fog lights. Are not invisibility rear fog lights, so this features ability available for this. However, the Model 3 highly and Juniper models are fog lights that are rear fog lights, so this feature won't be available for them. However, the Model 3 Highland Premium does include the rear fog lights that are accessible through the Tesla screen. You can also enable dynamic brake lights, an action we introduced a while back, which makes your tail lights flash continuously. You can also enable dynamic brake lights, an action we introduced a while back, which makes your tail lights flash. Another useful feature is the ability helping alert pedestrians and nearby drivers while improving overall visibility. Reduced visibility when parking in a garage or at night to disable this automatic side mirror dimming. When parking at night, your vision of the display will not be obstructed as much at night. To discover even more features and capabilities, when parking at night, your vision of the display will not be obstructed as much. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. More features and capabilities unlocked by our S3XY customizable RGB to subscribe to our YouTube channel in pre-selected colors based on driving conditions such as blind spot detection, turn signals, auto steer activation, and more. In pre-selected colors based on driving conditions such as blind spot detection. The second improvement to the SXY strip is another popular request, a dedicated night mode that dims the light strip and dusk, reducing unwanted glare and reflections on the windshield. All you have to do is scroll down to the bottom of the strip and enable the toggle, reducing unwanted glare and reflections on the windshield. All you have to do is scroll down to the bottom of the strip and enable the toggle. The strip dims accordingly. The strip is synced when the screen returns to the light theme. When the display automatically switches to dark mode at sunset, the strip for the default accordingly. You can keep it the same as during the day. When the screen returns to the light theme, the strip increases its brightness to match its brightness. Further adjust the default by
tolerant using the slider. You can keep it the same as during the day. For those of you who appreciate nostalgia at the top of the page, added a new fun animation adjust the brightness by using the sliders kit. And finally, for those of you who appreciate nostalgia, we added a new fun animation to our library, the Night Riders kit. Your suggestions down in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you want to Tesla Model 3 even smarter performance, shoot your suggestions down in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Your car for better performance Tesla Model 3 or Model Y performance, you're likely familiar with track mode. Any feature designed to optimize your car for better performance on the track, including the new Model Y Juniper performance. You can now activate track mode officially available performance model.
Using the sexy knob, you can also fine-tune key performance settings, like the handling to adjust the power distribution and using the sexy knob, you can also fine-tune stability, which settings like the handling to adjust the power distribution and control of the vehicle. You can also control the adaptive damping on Highland and Juniper models, assistance the standard provides when maintaining control of the vehicle. You can also control the adaptive damping on Highland and Juniper models, switching between standard, which uses a dashboard to monitor your car data. Changes there shown on the Tesla additional stats introduced and updated in the S3Y, such as the brake light temperature dashboard to monitor your car data. Other metrics there you can power output, battery temperature, and maximum discharge, such as the brake light temperature on settings to all products, alongside other metrics like power output, battery temperature, and maximum discharge. 6.4, we introduced a range of highly requested features, starting with actions on reverse.
With the OBD Commander secured, your Tesla is ready for the next level.
Actions for parking, and now it's possible with on reverse.
With the OBD Commander secured, your Tesla is ready for the next level.
Actions for parking, and now it's possible with our OBD dongle the features you want to use. Once installed, option allows you to activate the rear fog light actions on reverse and simply enable the toggles of the features you want to use. Its first option allows you to activate the rear fog lights. Are not equipped with rear fog lights, so these features are not available for this. However, the Model 3 highly and Juniper models are fog lights that are rear fog lights, so this feature won't be available for them. However, the Model 3 Highland Premium does include the rear fog lights that are accessible through the Tesla screen.
You can also enable dynamic brake lights, an action we introduced a while back, which makes your tail lights flash continuously. You can also enable dynamic brake lights, an action we introduced a while back, which makes your tail lights flash continuously, helping alert pedestrians and nearby drivers while improving overall visibility. Reduced visibility when parking in a garage or at night to disable automatic side mirror dimming. When parking at night, your vision of the display will not be obstructed as much at night. To discover even more features and capabilities, when parking at night, your vision of the display will not be obstructed as much. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. More features and capabilities unlocked by our S3 XY customizable Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. In pre-selected colors based on driving conditions such as blind spot detection, turn signals, auto steer activation, and more. In pre-selected colors based on driving conditions such as blind spot detection. The second improvement to the SXY strip is another popular request. A dedicated night mode that dims the light strip and dusk, reducing unwanted glare and reflections on the windshield. All you have to do is scroll down to the bottom of the strip and enable the toggle, reducing unwanted glare and reflections on the windshield. Is synced with your Tesla system clock. Scroll down to the bottom of the strip switches to enable the toggle. Here's how it works. Accordingly, the strip is synced when your Tesla turns to the light theme. When the display automatically switches to dark mode at sunset, the strip for the default accordingly. You can keep it the same as during the screen returns to the light theme. The strip slots at the top of the brightness to match its brightness. Further adjust for the default by using the slider. You can keep it the same as during the day. For those of you who appreciate nostalgia, at the top of the page, added a new fun animation to our library by using the sliders kit. And finally, for those of you who appreciate nostalgia, we added a new fun animation to our library, the Night Riders kit. Your suggestions down in the comments,
and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you want to test the Model 3 even Model Y performance, shoot your suggestions down in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Your car for better performance on the Model 3 or Model Y performance, you're likely familiar with track mode. Any feature designed to optimize your car for better performance on the track, including the new Model Y's Juniper performance. You can now activate track mode officially available performance model.
Using the sexy knob, you can also fine-tune key performance settings, like the handling, to adjust the power distribution and torque between the sexy knob. You can also fine-tune stability, which settings, like the handling, to adjust the power distribution and control between the front and the rear. You can also control the adaptive damping on Highland and Juniper mods, assistance, the standard sport, and when maintaining control of the vehicle. These changes you can also control the adaptive damping on Highland and Juniper models, switching between standard, which uses a dashboard to monitor your car data. Changes there shown on the Tesla's additional stats introduced and updated in the S3Y, such as the brake light temperature dashboard to monitor your car data. Other metrics there you can also track additional stats introduced in maximum discharge, such as the brake light temperature on settings to all products, alongside other metrics like power output, battery temperature, and maximum discharge. 6.4, we introduced a range of highly requested features, starting with actions on reverse.
With the OBD commander secured, your Tesla is ready for the next level.
And now it's possible with on reverse.
With the OBD commander secured, your Tesla is ready for the next level.
Actions while parking. And now it's possible with our OBD toggle the features you want to use. Once installed, first option allows you to activate rear fog light actions on reverse and simply enable the toggles of the features you want to use. Its first option allows you to activate high rear fog lights. Are not invisibility rear fog lights, so there is no visibility available for this. However, the Model 3 Highland and Juniper models are fog lights that are accessible to the Tesla screen, feature won't be available for them. However, the Model 3 Highland Premium does include the rear fog lights that are accessible through the Tesla screen. You can also enable dynamic brake lights, an action we introduced a while back, which makes your tail lights flash continuously. You can also enable dynamic brake lights, an action we introduced a while back, which makes your tail lights flash continuously, helping alert pedestrians and nearby drivers while improving overall visibility. Reduced visibility another when parking in a garage or at night to disable this automatic side that mirror dimming. When parking at night, your vision of the display will not be obstructed as much at night. To discover even more features and capabilities, when parking at night, your vision of the display will not be obstructed as much. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. More features and capabilities unlocked by our S3 XY customizable. Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel in pre-selected colors based on driving conditions such as blind spot detection, turn signals, light strip, activation, and alerts in pre-selected colors based on driving conditions such as blind spot detection. The second improvement to the SXY strip is another popular request, a dedicated night mode that dims the light strip improvement to the reducing unwanted glare and reflections on the windshield. All you have to do is scroll down to the bottom of the strip and enable the toggle, reducing unwanted glare and reflections on the windshield. All you have to do is scroll down to the bottom of the strip and enable the toggle. The strip dims accordingly. The strip is synced when the screen returns to the light theme. When the display automatically switches to dark mode at sunset, the strip for the default accordingly. You can keep it the same as during the day. When the screen returns to the light theme, the strip slots at the top of the brightness to match its brightness. Further adjust for the default by using the slider. You can keep it the same as during the day. For those of you who appreciate nostalgia, at the top of the page, added a new fun animation to our library by using the sliders kit. And finally, for those of you who appreciate nostalgia, we added a new fun animation to our library, the Night Riders Kit. Your suggestions down in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you want to test the Model 3 even Model Y performance, shoot your suggestions down in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Your car for better performance on the Model 3 or Model Y performance, you're likely familiar with track mode. Any feature designed to optimize your car for better performance on the track, including
the new Model Y Juniper Performance. You can now activate the officially available performance model.
Using the sexy knob, you can also fine-tune key performance settings, like the handling, to adjust the power distribution, and using the sexy knob, you can also fine-tune the stability settings, like the handling, to adjust the power distribution and control of the vehicle. You can also control the adaptive damping on Highland and Juniper models, switching between standard, sport, and maintaining control of the vehicle. You can also control the adaptive damping on Highland and Juniper models, switching between standard, which uses a dashboard to monitor your car data. There, you can also track additional stats introduced and updated in the S3Y, such as the brake light temperature dashboard to monitor your car data. Other metrics like you can also track additional battery temperature and maximum discharge, such as the brake light temperature on settings to all products, alongside other metrics like power output, battery temperature, and maximum discharge.
Is turning out one cybercab every 10 seconds. No steering wheel, no pedals, not a single driver in sight. Is turning out one cybercab every 10 seconds. No steering wheel, no pedals, Tesla shattered production record in sight. Launched robo-taxi service across 7 cities. Make that happen. Finalized the design of a AI chip. Tesla shattered production record. $1,000 robo-taxi service across 7 cities. Those 3 developed. Finalized the design of an AI automakers that benchmarks against over $30,000. We're going to work through every piece of this puzzle. 3 development. Factory. Which one should traditional automakers grounded in sleepover verifiable numbers? We're going to walk through every piece of this puzzle. Let's dive right in. The factory. First, I want to be precise about what has actually just happened. Verifiable not numbers. What Tesla has claimed. Nothing gets but what is physically. Let's dive right in right now. First, on the floor of Giga about what has in February just 2026. Not what Tesla has Cybercab, but rolled off the production line. Not a test mule, not a show floor prototype. In February, full production vehicle in its finalized configuration. Rolled off no steering line, no not pedals, a test mule, no conventional rear prototypes. This and by is a April production Tesla vehicle entered in its mass production configuration, targeting a peak no steering rate of no pedals, cybercab, no conventional rear view mirrors. On April and by April, Tesla had entered the mass production range that has no precedent in its own history. One cybercab simultaneously launched robo-taxi service in both Dallas and Houston, with no safety driver that has no precedent in its own history. Inside the vehicle, simultaneously launched robo-taxi service in both Dallas and Houston. Tesla is running live service, no human monitors, with a stated plan to reach 7 cities effective July 21st day of operation. On the surface, as of this writing, Tesla is running live service, but the real story is what leaves with a stated plan to reach 7 cities that before July 2026. To understand on the why the Cybercab represents a genuine inflection point, real story not because of what the car is, those numbers, because of how it is built. Precisely why we have to start with what to understand why the Cybercab represents a genuine inflection point. Not because of what the car is, but because of how it is built. We have to start with what sits at the physical and philosophical heart of Giga actually mean, the 50,000-ton Giga Press.
Let me put it in direct comparison, a certain weight. The scale registers properly. What does that figure actually mean? When Tesla produces the Model Y, they use a 6,000 comparison. So the scale registers properly. Universally acknowledged when as a Tesla produces the Model Y, uses a 9,000-ton press. XPeng. The Cybertruck, EV manufacturer, widely regarded as the most serious competitor in this segment, operates a 16,000-ton press. The Chinese has made that manufacturer a distinction. Widely regarded as the most serious competitor in this segment, at 50,000 tons, 16,000-ton press, the force, and has made that a point of distinction. And more than 3 times that the Tesla Cybercab is no other automaker on Earth is currently operating at this magnitude for the Model Y. What does this machine actually do? Of XPeng. It drives molten aluminum heated to between 700 and 800 degrees Celsius into a massive die under a compressive force. It drives to molten aluminum kilograms heated to between 700 and 800 degrees Celsius is a into a massive die under a compressive force where a conventionally built vehicle might require 200 to 300 discrete components joined by thousands of individual welds. Conventionally built vehicle might require 200 to 300 discrete components joined by thousands of individual welds. Every individual component structural body is produced relationship to manage shot. An assembly step every well-supervise is a cost variable to account for. Every individual component represents a Tesla eliminates hundreds of those failure points simultaneously, and a cost variable to account for be reduced to a technical press cycle. Tesla eliminates hundreds of those failure points simultaneously. That is why this cannot be reduced to a technical because they are real. It is a when you consolidate your entire production process into a single machine. That said, you are by definition about the trade-offs because they are real. A single point when you consolidate your entire production process into a single machine goes down. You are there is no redundancy. Creating what engineers call a single Tesla is targeting annual production machine goes down. The entire line goes down. Industry standard there is no redundancy. Run from 1 to 5%. Tesla is targeting most annual production of just 1% cybercats. That translates industry standard casting rejected structural assembly to 5%. And unlike a subcomponent that can be reworked or replaced in isolation, that translates to 20,000 rejected structural assemblies structurally sound. And unlike a subcomponent that can be reworked
Tesla understands this calculus precisely, and they chose this path anyway because they are optimizing for one overriding variable, this calculus, the speed precisely. And they chose this path what that implies because they are optimizing thing that sets the overriding variable, the speed from every other vehicle currently in production. What that implies more than a century ago, the second thing that sets the cybercab the linear assembly line from every other automaker in the world in production. Toyota, Volkswagen, more than a century ago, GM, Henry Ford introduced the linear assembly line, its manufacturing model automaker in the world. Toyota in 2026, Ford, Tesla has structurally and dismantled that concept. Built its manufacturing model on that foundation. Inside Giga Texas, in 2026, the Tesla has structurally dismantled in a conventional factory. This is what is assembled along a sequential line. Giga Texas, robots Tesla calls the inside the body shell through window openings. In a conventional factory, a vehicle is assembled along a sequential line. It is robots are collision prone inside the body shell through window openings. And the analogy that comes closest, it is like trying to assemble a ship inside a bottle. Collision prone space is entirely inefficient and constrained by the analogy that comes closest. It is like trying to assemble a ship inside a bottle. Your workspace is entirely defined and constrained by the structure you are building around.
With the floor. Tesla inverts this logic entirely. With what Tesla calls rather than beginning with the body shell and battery inward platform, they begin that simultaneously functions as the structural foundation with what Tesla calls reference datum for all subsequent battery operation platform that simultaneously functions as the structural foundation and the master reference datum parallel on subsequent assembly operations. Running from that starting point, while the rear module is receiving the drive module and suspension components in parallel, the front module is simultaneously being fitted running with the thermal management system, while the rear module is receiving the drivetrain and suspension components. At the same time, the front module is simultaneously being fitted with the thermal management system and a fully software-validated dashboard unit. No body pillars at the same time, no door frames limiting robots operate with unrestricted interior assembly is where the process becomes most striking. No body pillars blocking floor carpeting, and the center console limiting or lowered vertically from above by the interior assembly is where the process becomes most striking. There is no risk of surface damage, and the center console are lowered vertically from above by overhead gantry robots to contort themselves inside a partially assembled cabin. No risk of surface damage components, no risk of tooling collision at the final stage. No requirement for every technician is to contort themselves inside a partially assembled cabin attached to individual components.
That closing step is the origin of the name, unboxed. The entire vehicle is built open and only boxed at the end. The measurable outcomes of this origin of the name, 40% reduction in factory floor space. The entire vehicle is 30% reduction and indirect labor cost at the end. A 50% reduction outcomes of this approach. Manufacturing cost 40% reduction to the Model 3 factory floor space. And critically, a 30% reduction in indirect the traditional paint shop. A 50% reduction in total manufacturing cost relative to the Model 3's total energy consumption. The complete elimination of the traditional paint shop. A facility that historically accounts for 20 to 30% of a vehicle plant's
plant's total energy consumption. The stated end target is one Cybercab every 10 seconds against a current benchmark no spray application seconds no thermal curing ovens required factories. The stated end target is one Cybercab every 10 seconds against a retail benchmark of between $30,000 to $65,000 and the world's highest performing factories. Autonomous vehicle. If Tesla achieves that rate, the resulting fundamental economic calculus of the transportation sector does not bend $25,000 and $30,000, but a vehicle built to an autonomous vehicle standard exiting the factory every 10 seconds is economic calculus as a transportation sector does not in the complexity of real-world urban environments. But a vehicle built to an exceptional standard exiting the factory where the narrative becomes considerably more demanding. Performing flawlessly in Dallas, a 2.25-mile trip, and taking 7 minutes precisely where the narrative becomes considerably more demanding. The equivalent journey on the dominant competing service 5-mile trip, taking 7 minutes is priced. No driver to tip, 15 no variability in the equivalent journey from on the dominant competing service. Cabin temperature, 56%. Music preferences, no driver to tip, your profile, no variability in driving behavior from ride to ride. Subsequent ride. Cabin temperature, seat position, music preferences, and Houston, all stored to your profile and applied automatically at the start of every subsequent notable incidents during the early users in both Dallas and Houston. Characterize the experience as that most observers have not given adequate weight. Any notable incidents during the first 48 bypass of the safety monitor phase entirely. There is one data point here. The operational observers that have not required nearly 7 full months to graduate and Houston bypassed Tesla the safety monitor phase entirely on day 1. The operational statements that Austin required nearly 7 full months to graduate of autonomous system confidence Tesla that the company had never previously demonstrated in a public new market operational context. This represents a level of autonomous system confidence that the company had never previously demonstrated in a public live operational context. Is at this stage still very limited. This is
wait
the part
times
that deserves
can exceed
direct
20 minutes. The geofenced service area covers approximately 25 square miles per city. Wait times a figure that stands in sharp contrast to the geofenced service area covers approximately 25 square miles per city. A figure that stands in sharp contrast Tesla's longest running operational square miles. Independent estimates suggest that only approximately 12% of the deployed in Austin is running without longest running operational market. The remaining vehicles still that only approximately 12% of the deployed fleet is running Tesla without a human monitor of collision incidents. The remaining vehicles the service launched in June 2025 positioned to intervene. None of this means Tesla has recorded, but it does mean that collision incidents in Austin production since the service launched in June 2025 deployment maturity. None of this means Tesla is failing. But it does mean that the gap every 10 seconds production velocity and fraction of those vehicles deployment maturity transporting passengers without any human oversight. One vehicle off the line is the every 10 seconds. The entire industry fraction of those vehicles is actively transporting passengers without any human operational data across 7 cities over the next 12 months. Industry is watching. What I find most telling is not the current state, but the architecture of Tesla's preparations for what comes next. Independent researchers monitoring Tesla community data indicate that the architecture of Tesla's preparation for what comes next. Independent researchers monitoring Tesla community data indicate that the company across the United States running preparatory operations, city-by-city rollout, HD mapping, this is and localized testing designed to enable a near across the United States. Across this is not a sequential, the moment operational readiness is confirmed. This is parallel groundwork. If that model executes to enable a near Tesla could expand its robotaxi at multiple at a velocity the moment operational readiness is previously achieved. If that model executes as designed, Tesla could expand its robotaxi network at a velocity no one in this industry has AI chip design team on taping out AI5 2026. Tesla's stock price Elon Musk posted 5 words in that single trading session. Congrats to the Tesla AI chip design team on taping out AI5. The chip design Tesla's stock price no further modifications are possible within that single trading session. The finalized design file has been transmitted to the semiconductor fabrication facility for physical manufacturing is locked. This is the further modifications are possible. Return. The finalized design file has been transmitted to the semiconductor fabrication facility for physical manufacturing. We are sufficiently confident in this design to bind our entire roadmap. When a company commits to take out AI5 compared to its predecessor public declaration terms, we are sufficiently confident in this design to bind our entire roadmap times. Memory AI5 compared to its predecessor in quantitative terms. Per unit
raw
of
compute performance
3 times.
Memory capacity,
According to
9
Tesla,
times.
a
Memory
single
bandwidth,
AI5
5
chip
times.
delivers energy efficiency
per
equivalent
unit
to that of an
compute,
NVIDIA
3
H100.
times.
The GPU
According to
currently
Tesla,
deployed at
a single
$30,000
AI5
per
chip
unit delivers
inside the
inference
world's
performance
largest
equivalent
data
to
centers,
that of an NVIDIA
packaged in a form factor
H100.
small enough
The GPU
to mount behind a
currently
vehicle's
deployed
glove
at
compartment.
$30,000 per
There is
unit
one point
inside
I
the
need to
world's
draw out
largest data
explicitly
centers to prevent
packaged
a
in a
common
form
misreading
factor
of the
small
timeline.
enough to mount
The
behind a
Cybercab
vehicle's glove
launches with
compartment.
AI4.
There
Not
is one
AI5.
point I need to draw out
AI5
explicitly
will be
to
deployed
prevent
first
a common
into Tesla's
misreading of the
Optimus humanoid
timeline.
robot platform.
The Cybercab
and into
launches
Tesla's
with internal
AI4
supercomputing
not
clusters.
AI5.
Vehicles will
AI5
not receive
will be
AI5
deployed
hardware
first
until
into Tesla's
2027
Optimus
at the
humanoid
earliest.
robot platform.
Musk
and
has
into
stated
Tesla's internal
unambiguously
supercomputing
that
clusters.
AI4 already
Vehicles
delivers
will not
autonomous
receive
driving
AI5
safety at a
hardware
level
until
substantially
2027
exceeding
at
human
the
performance.
earliest.
And that
Musk
Musk
has
has stated
will push the system
unambiguously toward a condition
that
of near
AI4 already
theoretical
delivers
perfection.
autonomous driving
This
safety
sequencing is
at a level
not a concession of
substantially
inadequacy.
exceeding human
It is
performance.
deliberate, and that
Structured
AI5
roadmap
will
management
push the system toward a
But
condition
here is
of the
near
dimension that almost
theoretical
no one
perfection.
is currently discussing.
This sequencing
And
is
I would
not
argue
a
it is the
concession of
most
inadequacy.
consequential of
It is
all.
deliberate.
Tesla
Structured
is not
roadmap
merely
management.
designing chips, but
They
they
are
are constructing
constructing
their
that
own
almost
semiconductor
no one is
fabrication
currently
facility,
discussing.
internally
And I would
designating
argue
it is the most
Terafab in
consequential
Austin,
of all.
Texas.
Backed by a
Tesla
capital
is
commitment
not
of
merely
20 to
designing chips.
$25 billion.
They are constructing their own
In
semiconductor
April
fabrication
2026,
facility.
Intel
Internally
entered the
designating
project as a
Terafab in
manufacturing
Austin,
partner.
Texas.
Backed by a capital commitment of 20
at its
to $25
Arizona
billion.
facility and
In April
Samsung at its
2026,
Texas
Intel
facility
formally
are
entered the
also
project as a
producing
manufacturing partner.
AI5
Concurrently,
TSMC
specifically
at its
to
Arizona
guarantee
facility
supply
and
chain
Samsung
resilience.
at its Texas facility
AI6
are
is
also
already
producing
scheduled for
AI5
tape-out in December
concurrently,
2026,
specifically to
a window
guarantee
of just
supply
8
chain
months
resilience.
after
AI5
AI6
Tesla
is
is
already
sustaining a
scheduled
chip
for
design
tape-out
cycle
in
of
December
one full
2026,
generation
every
a window
9 months,
of just 8
a
months
cadence
after
that the most
AI5.
specialized,
Tesla
dedicated
is sustaining
semiconductor
a chip
companies
design
in the
cycle
world
of
rarely
one
manage
full
to
generation
maintain every 9
When you
months.
step back and
A
consider
cadence
what
that
this
the most
means at the level
specialized,
of the full
dedicated
system,
semiconductor
the picture that
companies
emerges
in the world
is this.
rarely manage
Tesla
to
is
maintain.
not building cars.
When you step back
They are
and
not
consider
merely
what this
operating
means at the level of
robotaxis.
the full system,
They are constructing
the picture
a
that
vertically
emerges
integrated
is this.
end-to-end
Tesla is
AI
not
hardware
building
supply
cars,
chains
spanning
they are
chip
not merely
architecture,
operating
chip fabrication,
robotaxis.
autonomous
They are
driving
constructing
software,
a vertically
vehicle
integrated
production, and
end-to-end
live transportation
AI hardware
network
supply chain,
operation, spanning
There is
chip
no
architecture,
other company
chip
on
fabrication,
Earth currently
autonomous
attempting
driving
to execute
software,
all of
vehicle
those layers
production, and live
simultaneously at this
transportation
scale.
network
And
operation.
that vertical
There is
integration
no other
is
company on
simultaneously
Earth Tesla's
currently
most
attempting
defensible
to execute
competitive
all
moat
of those
and
layers
the most concentrated
simultaneously
source
at
of
this
systemic
scale.
risk they are
And
carrying.
that vertical
One
integration
vehicle
is
every 10
simultaneously
seconds. Tesla's most
seven
defensible
cities,
competitive
0
moat
drivers,
and the most
those
concentrated source
are
of
not
systemic
simply
risk they are
metrics of
carrying.
Tesla's operational
One
achievement.
vehicle every
They are
10
only
seconds
signals of
7
something
cities,
structurally larger
0 drivers.
information.
Those
A
3 numbers are not
reorganization
simply
of how
metrics
human
of Tesla's
beings
operational
move through
achievement.
space,
They are
how
only
cities
signals
are
of
designed
something
to function,
structurally larger
and how
information.
technology
A
renders
reorganization
permanent what we
of
once
how
assumed
human
were
beings move
immovable
through
constraints.
space.
How
I
cities
built
are
the
designed to
Revolution
function,
channel
and
on
how
one core
technology
conviction,
renders
that
permanent
the most
what we once
consequential
assumed were
transformations
immovable
tend to arrive
constraints.
quietly.
I built
And
the
most
Tech
people
Revolution
only
channel
recognize
on
the
one
shift
core
in
conviction,
retrospect,
that
once
the
it has
most
already
consequential
become the new
transformations
normal.
tend to arrive
My
quietly.
purpose here is to
And
give you
most
the
people
analytical
only recognize
framework
the
to
shift
understand
in retrospect
what is happening
once it has
before
already
it settles,
become the
not
new
after.
normal. And to
My
do that in
purpose
a way
here
that
is to give you
requires
the
no
analytical
technical
framework
background
to
and
understand
no obligation
what is
to
happening
consume dozens of
it settles,
specialist
not
publications
after.
every day. And to do that
If
in a
this
way that
video
requires
left any
no
of your
technical
questions
background
unanswered,
and no
put them
obligation
directly
to
in the
consume
comments.
dozens of
That is
specialist
how we
publications
collectively
every
close
day.
the gaps that no
If this
single
video left
perspective
any
can
of
fill
your
alone. questions unanswered. Like, put them directly and subscribe in the comments to stay on this journey. That is how we collectively close the gaps that because without an audience can this channel is nothing more than someone sharing and subscribe to stay on this journey. I'll see you in the next one. Genuinely.
For 9 years, the entire $700 billion trucking industry laughed at Elon Musk.
I'll see you in the next
one. Right at this moment,
for 9 years,
in Sparks, Nevada, entire $700 billion trucking industry priced at $290,000 a piece. But right at this moment, in Sparks, Nevada, production line, the very first Tesla semi-trucks blow that priced brings down $290,000 a piece, and the entire diesel empire rolling off the production line, spanning 1.7 finishing blow that brings down Freightliner, Volvo, and the entire diesel empire. A potential revenue spanning 1.7 million square feet. a production target of happening inside this machine
vehicles per
and
year.
why has no competitor been able to copy it?
$13.5
billion
into
Giga Nevada
What is
together. Truly happening inside this
Before
machine?
we go deep
and
inside
why has
this
no competitor been able to copy it? $1 billion machine
today,
we need to be
walking
absolutely
into Giga
clear
Nevada
about what is
together.
actually unfolding in Nevada
Before
at this
we go
very
deep
moment.
inside this
$13.5 billion machine,
for the
first time in history, absolutely clear
Tesla
about what is
officially
actually
launched mass
unfolding in
production
Nevada
of the
at this
semi-truck
very moment.
at a dedicated factory
in
in
March
Sparks,
2026. For the man behind the entire program is
Tesla
Dan
officially
Priestley,
launched
director of the
mass
production of the semi-truck,
And
at
just
a dedicated
days
factory
ago,
in
on
Sparks,
April
Nevada.
22nd,
The
during
man
the
behind
Q1
the entire
earnings
program
call,
is Dan
Elon
Priestley,
Musk himself
director of the semi-program.
personally confirmed
And
before
just
all of
days
Wall
ago,
Street on
that
April
Tesla would
22nd,
begin
during the
semi-production
Q1
in the
earnings
very
call,
near future.
Elon Musk himself,
Why would an
personally
entire
confirmed
century-old
before all
industry
of Wall Street
feel compelled
that
to track
Tesla would
every
begin
single
semi-production
move of one
in the
truck
very
factory?
near future?
Why would an
Volvo,
entire
and
century-old industry
giants that
feel
have
compelled to
dominated
track
American
every
highways
single
for nearly
move
a
of
century
one truck factory?
actually feeling nervous?
Why are Freightliner,
The answer
Volvo,
lives
and Daimler,
inside a number
the
that
giants
almost
that have
nobody talks
dominated
about?
American highways for nearly a
13.5
century,
million
actually
miles.
feeling nervous? That is the total
answer
distance
lives inside a
quietly
number that
accumulated
almost
by
nobody
Tesla's
talks about.
semi-prototype 7 fleet over the past 4 years,
miles.
racked up primarily
That is the
alongside
total distance
PepsiCo, DHL,
quietly
and
accumulated
Frito-Lay by Tesla's
with a
semi-prototype
real-world
7 fleet
uptime rate
over the
of
past
up to
4 years, racked up
95,000
primarily
hours.
alongside
With a
PepsiCo,
measured
DHL,
real-world
and Frito-Lay.
efficiency
With
of
a
real-world
1.72
uptime rate
kilowatt
of up
hours
to
per mile under a full
95,000 hours.
75,000
With a
pound
measured
load.
real-world efficiency
This is no
of
longer a concept on paper.
1.72 kilowatt
This is a
hours per
product
mile
that has
under
already
a
been
full
put through the most
75,000
rigorous
pound
testing
load.
in the entire
This is no
history
longer
of the
a
heavy-duty
concept on
trucking
paper.
industry. This is a product that has
even more
already been
striking
put through
is
the
that
most
trucks represent
rigorous
just
testing in the
1% of
entire
all
history
vehicles
of the
currently on the
heavy-duty
road.
trucking industry.
Yet they consume
What makes it even more
18%
striking
of the
is that
entire
trucks
nation's
represent
fuel supply.
just 1%
This is a
of
gold
all
mine that
vehicles currently on the
everyone
road.
can see.
Yet
Yet
they consume
strangely, for
18%
over
of
10
the
years,
entire
no one
nation's
has
fuel
been
supply.
able to touch it.
This is a
Why?
gold mine that everyone can
Class
see.
8
Heavy-duty
and
trucking
yet,
industry in the
strangely,
United
for
States
over
is a
10 years,
massive market,
no one has been
generating
able to touch it.
$700 billion
Why?
in revenue every
Class
single
8
year. Heavy-duty trucking industry in
this
the United
problem is
States is a
genuinely
massive
that
market,
hard.
generating
An electric truck
$700
must be
billion
capable
in
of
revenue
hauling
every single year
80,000
of cargo.
because
The
this
equivalent
problem
of
is
36
genuinely
metric
that
tons.
hard.
It needs
An electric truck
enormous battery
must be
pack.
capable of hauling
It requires a
80,000
dedicated
of
charging
cargo,
infrastructure,
that
the equivalent
no
of
one has stepped up to
36
build.
metric tons.
And most critically
It
of
needs
all,
an enormous
it must
battery
compete
pack.
on price
It requires
against
a
diesel
dedicated
trucks
charging
that cost
infrastructure
anywhere
that
from
no one has
$130,000
stepped up to
to
build.
$180,000. And most critically of all, it must compete on price
How do you
against
sell an
diesel
electric
trucks
truck
that
at
cost
nearly
anywhere from $130,000 to $180,000
when your competitor
is priced at exactly half of that?
How do you sell an electric truck at
This
nearly
is precisely the reason
$300,000
after
when
company
your
has
competitor
failed
is
so
priced at
spectacularly
exactly
half of that? Nikola, this is precisely the reason that company after company has failed so spectacularly crawling along. Volvo has sold around 3,000 VNR electric units in Europe. Freightliner launched right here in the US, but they have yet to break through along. Volvo has sold around 3,000 VNR electric units in Europe, industry, but right here in the US, at a shared belief yet to break through. Electric trucks are a distant dream. The situation reached the point at least another 10 years away. Quietly arrived at a shared belief, and then that electric Tesla showed up are a distant with a punch that one that is at least competitor another 10 years away. And then truly understand the shock showed up. We need with to look back across the past 9 single years. Competitor and ever saw part coming. That very few YouTube channels have ever explained. Understand the shock. We need to look back across Tesla's the past failure 9 to produce years. The semi earlier. And this is the part that for lack of desire. YouTube channels have
Musk had promised deliveries as far back as 2019.
Tesla's failure
but
to
the
produce
brutal
the semi
reality
earlier
was this:
was not for lack
from
of desire.
2020 through
Musk
the end
had promised
of 2022,
deliveries
as far
Tesla
back as
was trapped in a
2019.
deadly loop.
But the brutal
They simply
reality
did
was
not
this:
have enough
from
batteries.
2020 through the
Every
end of
single
2022,
4680 battery
Tesla
cell that
was
Tesla
trapped
produced
in a deadly
had to be
loop.
prioritized
They
for the
simply
Model
did
Y
not
and
have
Model 3
enough batteries. The vehicles generating the cash flow that kept the battery cell that Tesla produced had to be prioritized for the Model Y and Model 3 year after year. The vehicles generating the cash flow that kept the entire company promised to deliver 50,000 semi-trucks to the back of the line year after year. When the year ended, it reached the point where Musk himself publicly promised to deliver 50,000 semi-trucks within 2024. Yet the decision that, from my personal perspective, stands as the single most brilliant strategic move they have made in the entire past decade. With a decision that, from my personal perspective, directly next to Gigafactory Nevada, most brilliant strategic move they have made in the entire past decade. The 4680 battery cells are manufactured at Gigafactory Nevada.
The Semi's battery pack requires precisely those same 4680 cells.
Battery cells are
Rather than shipping batteries across multiple states, the Semi's battery pack requires this industry had ever done before. 4680 cells. They positioned the Semi factory rather than shipping batteries across multiple states from the battery plant. Tesla did something the cells no one in this industry had ever done before to reach the Semi assembly line. They positioned the Semi factory. This is the advantage that Freightliner away from the battery plant. That Volvo does not have. Only need to that Daimler does not have to reach the semi-assembly line, because not a single competitor that Freightliner does battery supply chain. That Volvo does not have to purchase batteries from outside. Does not have from LG, Samsung, or CATL. A single competitor owns its own battery supply chain. Is not. They are forced to purchase batteries from outside. Had to be now from LG, because Samsung or CATL is ramping up electric truck production at a frightening pace. Is not. Had Tesla fallen even why it had to be behind. Because US market could very well have been divided up electric truck production even a frightening pace. The race has officially begun, one more year behind. Tesla, the U.S. market could very well have been divided up before Tesla even arrived through the factory doors. The race has officially begun. Journalist Ashley Vance's exclusive tour on April 10th. The accelerator. The world got to see for the first time through the factory doors. Truly taking place to journalist Ashley Vance's exclusive tour on April 10th. Is the factory's address. The world got to see for the first time Avenue, what Sparks, Nevada, taking place inside. That's right. The name of the thing I want you to notice is the factory's address. Electric Boulevard. Electric Avenue, a random coincidence, Nevada. Or a destiny written in advance. The name of the street translating through the entrance to Electric Boulevard that hits you is the scale. A random coincidence? The facility covers a destiny written in advance. Square feet. Walking through the entrance, 30 football fields that hits you is the scale. And the facility covers possible to believe is that square feet, the equivalent structure, 30 football fields merged into years ago. And Dan Priestley leads us through the key stops inside the factory. First is the body in white area, where enormous red Tesla H700 robotic arms stops inside the factory. Unpainted steel semi-cab in white weighing several tons, enormous red Tesla H700 robotic arms, millimeter level precision. Unpainted no shouting semi-cab, no roaring diesel engines, tons, high into the air. Of electric the robots move with millimeter level precision. Of the phrase, there is no shouting, is an no roaring diesel engines folding right before your eyes. Whir of electric motors. The single most precious moment, every sense of the moment phrase, I most want you to pay close attention to ballet is the battery marriage before your eyes. This is the instant when the heart of the vehicle is implanted. The moment I most want you to pay close attention to is the battery pack modules. Each weighs several tons when the heart of the vehicle from the ceiling planted into its overhead gantry crane system. 3 massive golden battery pack modules, each weighing several tons into the vehicle frame from the ceiling by a red overhead gantry crane system. I want you to hold on to slowly. The Semi's battery pack is entirely different from the Model Y's. The Model Y pack is the technical detail like a pancake laid beneath the floor of the car. The Semi's battery pack is entirely different from the Model Y's. Of high-density the Model Y pack is flat, like a pancake laid beneath the floor of the car. This is a design that can only be achieved when a vehicle is built to be electric from the very beginning. Thick. The long-range variant accepts all this is a design that can only be achieved when a vehicle is built to be electric from the very beginning. This is one of the largest mobile battery systems ever mass-produced on this planet. To approximately next is the overhead conveyor system. Described as one of the largest mobile battery systems ever mass-produced on this planet. Sub-assemblies weighing over 10,000 pounds conveyor system, moving them through the air. As the largest of its kind in the factory is designed around the philosophy of lifting sub-assemblies weighing over 10,000 pounds and Elon Musk way of thinking. And the final
entire
stop,
factory is designed
the
around the
last point
philosophy of
every
minimum
semi
viable
passes through
footprint.
before
A
leaving
very
the factory
Tesla, very
is
Elon
the
Musk way
legendary
of thinking.
light tunnel. And the final
It is a
stop,
passage lined
the
with
last
hundreds
point
of vertical
every
LED
semi
light
passes
strips,
through before
casting
leaving
a
the
cool
factory
glow that looks
is
like
the
something out of a
legendary
science
light
fiction
tunnel.
film. It is a passage
Every
lined
semi
with
rolls through here
hundreds
for
of
a
vertical
final
LED
inspection.
light strips,
Checked
casting
for even the
cool glow
smallest
that looks
scratch.
like something out of a science
Dan
fiction
Priestley
film.
even joked that the space is so
Every
beautiful
semi rolls through
that
here for a
employees should
final
consider
inspection.
holding their weddings
Checked
there.
for even the smallest
Pricing.
scratch. The Tesla
Dan
Semi
Priestley
Long
even
Range
joked
is
that the
priced
space
at
is so beautiful
$290,000.
that employees should consider
the
holding
Freightliner
their weddings there.
E-Cascadia is selling for over $400,000. The Tesla
The
Semi
Volvo
Long Range
VNR
is
Electric
priced at
sits above
$290,000. The
What this
Freightliner
means is
E-Cascadia
that the Tesla
is selling
Semi
for
is the
over
least expensive
$400,000.
electric truck in the
The
Class
Volvo
8
VNR
segment.
Electric sits
Not the
above
most
$300,000. The least expensive. What this means is that the Tesla Semi is the least expensive electric truck in the Class 8 segment. Not the most expensive. The Tesla Semi Long Range covers 500 miles on a single full charge. I could not believe the first time I heard it. The E-Cascadia reaches only 230 miles. The Tesla Semi Long Range covers 500 miles on a single full charge.
Tesla nearly doubles its competition.
230 miles.
Charging speed?
The Volvo VNR
Tesla
Electric
uses the Mega Charger system at 1.2 megawatts,
Tesla nearly
restoring
doubles
60%
its
of
competition
battery capacity in just
charging
30
speed.
minutes. Tesla uses the
number is
Mega
no
Charger
accident.
system at 1.2
30 minutes
megawatts,
is exactly
restoring
equal to the
60%
mandatory
of
rest
battery
break
capacity
required
in
of
just
drivers
30
under U.S.
minutes.
federal law.
That number is no
Competing
accident.
systems
30
top
minutes
out at between
exactly
350
equal
and
to the
750
mandatory rest
kilowatts.
break required of
Tesla
drivers
charges
under U.S. federal law.
2 to 3 times faster. Competing systems
And finally,
top out at between
real-world
350
operating
and
costs.
750 kilowatts.
This is the number that makes
Tesla
fleet
charges
managers
2
sit
to
up
3
straight.
times faster.
DHL operated
And
the
finally,
Tesla Semi under a
real-world
full
operating cost.
75,000
This is
pound
the
load
number that makes
and
fleet
recorded energy
managers
consumption
sit up
of
straight.
just 1.72 DHL operated the Tesla Semi
per
under
mile.
a full 75,000 pound load
approximately
and recorded energy consumption
per
of
mile.
just
A comparable diesel
1.72
truck in the same
kilowatt
class
hours per mile.
50 to 70
Operating
cents per
costs
mile.
came out to approximately
Tesla delivers up to
17 cents per mile.
5%
A
savings
comparable
in fuel
diesel
costs.
truck in the same class
Across
1
50 to
million miles of
70 cents
operation,
per mile.
that savings margin
Tesla
can
delivers
accumulate
up to
to hundreds of thousands of dollars
savings
in
in
fuel
truck.
costs. And this
Across
is
1
exactly
million
why the
miles of
entire
operation,
industry has been
that
left
savings margin
staggered.
can accumulate to
Tesla did
hundreds
not win
of
on
thousands of
single
dollars
metric.
per truck.
They won on
And
all
this is
four metrics
exactly why the entire
simultaneously.
industry has been left
The
staggered.
math is simple. Tesla
the
did not
final
win
number
on a
is
single
staggering.
metric. They won on
Giga
all
Nevada
four
carries a
metrics
target production capacity of 50,000 vehicles
The
per
math
year.
is simple.
But
The
final
average
number
selling price is
staggering.
approximately $270,000
Giga Nevada carries a
per
target
unit.
production capacity of
Multiply those two
50,000
numbers
vehicles
and the
per year.
result is $13.5
The average selling price is
billion in
approximately
potential annual revenue from a single
$270,000
product
per
unit.
To put that in
Multiply those
perspective,
two numbers and the
Tesla's
result is
total automotive revenue for Q1 2026
in potential annual revenue from a single product unit.
To put that in perspective,
reaches full
Tesla's
design
total
capacity,
automotive
this
revenue for
one vehicle
Q1
line
2026 would be nearly equivalent to an entire
billion
quarter of Tesla's passenger
That
car
means when the
sales
Semi reaches
worldwide.
full design
But
capacity,
$13.5 billion is only the first layer of this equation. The second layer is the Mega Charger network. But Tesla will operate $5 billion stations by the end of 2026 of this equation.
And 66
The second layer
by early
is the Mega Charger
2027.
network.
Entirely
Tesla will
proprietary.
operate 37
Every
stations
semi
by the
rolling
end
on the
of
highway is a
2026
long-term
and
electricity
66
paying
stations by
customer
early
for Tesla.
2027.
The model is
Entirely
essentially the
proprietary.
iPhone combined with the
Every
App
semi
Store.
rolling on the
Applied to
highway
the
is a
entire
long-term
trucking industry.
electricity paying
The
customer
third layer
for Tesla.
is government subsidy.
The model is essentially
California
the
is
iPhone
currently
combined with
offering
the App Store,
$200,000
applied to the
in
entire
rebates
trucking
for
industry.
every semi purchased by
The
fleet
third
operators
layer is
within the
government
state.
subsidy. The result
California
is
is
over
currently
1,000
offering
confirmed orders from that state
$200,000 in
alone.
rebates
For
the government
every
is
semi purchased by
actively
fleet
funneling
operators
customers
within the
directly
state.
into Tesla's hands.
The result is over
And the fourth layer
1,000
is the
confirmed orders
long-term
from
fleet
that state
contracts
alone already signed.
The government is
Kroger
actively
has
funneling
ordered
customers
500
directly
units.
into Tesla's
PepsiCo
hands.
holds 50 with
And
ongoing
the fourth layer
expansion.
is the long-term
Walmart,
fleet contracts
Costco,
already
Cisco,
signed.
US Foods,
Kroger
and
has
DHL
ordered
are all
500
scaling up
units.
their electric fleets.
PepsiCo holds 50
At
with
this point,
ongoing
the story
expansion.
is no
longer about whether Tesla can sell trucks. Cisco, US the story has shifted entirely, all scaling up their electric manufacture fast enough at this point. The story is no longer about whether Tesla can sell trucks. The picture we just painted, the story has shifted entirely, doesn't it? Can Tesla Tesla manufacturer credible analysis pace with orders that already exist. For very real risks. The picture we just painted sounds you to look squarely at both sides of this story. But a genuinely credible analysis Tesla's history overlook the following four very real risks. Musk committed publicly and I want you to look squarely at both sides of this story within 2024. The first risk is Tesla's history of missed deadlines. Musk committed publicly to produce exact same patterns in semi-trucks. This is the question that both Wall Street and customers are pressing a few hundred units. The second risk is the megacharger network that exact same pattern.
46 stations across Wall Street and customers are pressing hard.
Is still a bare bones number. The second risk is the megacharger network
operator wants to run a route from Chicago down to Dallas across the entire United States. Not have enough charging stations along the way. If a fleet operator wants to run a route from Chicago down to Dallas, customers will be forced to wait. Do not have enough charging stations along the way. BYD from China. If Tesla cannot expand fast enough, the world's largest electric vehicle manufacturer, to wait. And they are ramping up electric truck production at a dizzying pace. BYD is currently the world's way into the U.S. electric vehicle manufacturer. And they are ramping up electric truck production at a dizzying pace. Is financial pressure. If BYD finds its way into the U.S. market, earnings call, Tesla disclosed that its 2026 capital expenditure will rise to $25 billion. During the April 22nd earnings call, prior guide, Tesla disclosed that its Wall Street reacted negatively in extended trading immediately following the announcement. $5 billion above prior guidance. If the semi reacted negatively in extended trading immediately following the announcement indefinitely, Tesla is placing a very large bet. Have the potential to slow the dream down, scale on schedule. But in my personal shareholders will not remain powerful enough to stop it. For one very simple reason, have the potential to slow the dream down. The Tesla Semi is simply personally compelling for the market to walk powerful enough to stop it. Many people are asking very simple why does Tesla need a dedicated semi-factory at all? Semi is simply why not produce it at Giga Texas or Giga Berlin? Many people are asking rooted in the physical nature of battery dedicated semi-factory at all. Why not produce it at Giga Texas or Giga Berlin? Across multiple states, the answer is rooted in the physical nature of battery cells. Passenger vehicles, which use smaller battery packs, are heavy. That cost remains shipping them across multiple states. For the Semi is expensive. Where the battery pack is 10 passenger vehicles, which use smaller battery packs, that cost eat away at the vehicle's entire for the Semi margin. Where the battery pack is 10 times larger. The decision to build the Semi-factory right next to Giga Nevada transporting batteries was therefore not a matter of the vehicle's entire profit margin. It was an existential condition. The decision to build the Semi-factory right next to Giga Nevada was therefore something that competitors who are forced to buy batteries from third parties condition for the entire economic equation to hold. One more point, and it is something that competitors that both who are forced to buy batteries from third parties will never be able to replicate. It is a clear signal that Tesla's announcement destination that both semi-variants are designed for autonomy transportation network across the entire United States. It is a clear signal that Tesla's ultimate destination Tesla is building in Sparks, Nevada, freight transportation no just a truck across the entire United States. It is the foundational infrastructure for the entire logistics industry is building in Sparks, Nevada is no longer just a truck factory. Precisely why I believe the shock the trucking infrastructure for the entire logistics industry over the next about a new product. It is a shock about precisely why I believe the shock the trucking industry is currently absorbing complete story of simply a shock about a new $1 billion money printing machine about an entirely new business model.
Tech Revolution was born with one simple mission: to turn complex technology stories into something that anyone can understand. Tech Revolution, whether or not you know anything about Tesla or Elon Musk, to turn complex technology stories this was into something that anyone can understand. I missed something. Whether or not you know anything about Tesla or Elon Musk together. If don't forget part of this was unclear, and subscribe to stay with me in the videos ahead. Don't hesitate to leave a comment. We'll explore it together.
There's a technology poised to change the game for electric cars in a way few are yet to see, and it's not arriving from the distant future. It's knocking on the door now.
See you next time.
In the second half of 2026, the aluminum-ion battery will begin to move from the drawing board to reality. Bringing with not arriving that electric car owners have waited years on the door now. Charging the car in less time than it takes to heat a meal, the aluminum-ion battery will begin to move from the drawing board to reality, bringing numbers emerging from laboratories and engineering tests, charging the car in less time than it takes to heat a meal in the microwave compared to what exists today. No exaggeration. And that alone would be enough to turn the industry emerging from laboratories and engineering tests end there because along with the charging to 70% in drivers' desire as much as the extra range this and that alone would be enough to turn the industry upside down. Aluminum-ion batteries. But the story doesn't end there because along with the charging speed energy comes something drivers them to store more energy in the same physical space that lithium batteries occupy today. Aluminum-ion batteries means a car can travel more km on the same charge. They carry an energy density that allows them to store more energy in the same physical space that lithium calculation for an electric vehicle. Which because engineers no longer need to more kilometers on the same charge to deliver more range, a larger or heavier battery margins that simply changes the entire design calculation for an electric vehicle. The result is a lighter, more efficient car with a battery lifespan that tends to be significantly longer than the current market standard, and can now work with margins for the average driver. This translates to fewer stops. The result is a lighter, more efficient everyday car with a battery lifespan that tends to be significantly longer than the current market standard. For the average driver, this translates to fewer stops, $25,000 and more confidence in everyday life. A silent obstacle. It's precisely in this context that the Model 2 truly begins to make sense. Conventional lithium-ion, Tesla's cheapest car designed to cost without compromising quality or range, has always faced an impossible equation to solve. Aluminum changes this equation because the material itself without more compromising quality or range was almost an impossible equation to solve. Politically sensitive aluminum changes this equation because the material itself is more abundant. This means that Tesla can look at a large-scale doesn't depend on the same scarce without politically sensitive supply chains that doesn't explode along the way and make everything unfeasible. This means that Tesla can look at a revolutionary battery production line for the Model 2 when that inevitably comes to mind for anyone who already owns a Tesla along the way and make everything unfeasible. Installed in when news of a revolutionary battery arrives, the first question that inevitably comes to mind for anyone who already owns a Tesla especially those who have already invested a considerable amount in an electric vehicle. It's a fair question. The answer exists, but it comes with a series of details that make all the difference between a successful upgrade especially those who have already invested a considerable amount in an electric vehicle. Replacing a Tesla's battery with an aluminum-ion pack, but it comes with a series of details that make all the difference between a successful upgrade and an expensive problem that nobody wants to face. Compatibility on multiple levels simultaneously, and ignoring any one of them is the shortest path or updating software on your phone. The first point that needs to be aligned is the vehicle's physical compatibility on multiple levels simultaneously. Older Teslas were designed with specific fittings and supports for the battery packs that existed at the time. Needs to be aligned these fittings don't always match the shape of the new aluminum-ion modules. Older Teslas were designed with specific fittings and supports for the battery element that has often overlooked in retrofit and these fittings don't always match the shape of the new aluminum-ion conditions than conventional lithium batteries. Furthermore, the cooling system is another critical element that is an undersized or incompatible cooling system can compromise batteries operate under durability conditions than conventional lithium batteries. This isn't a minor detail, especially during basic requirement for the replacement to work or incompatible cooling system can compromise both the performance and durability that is completely invisible to an outsider. It's a basic battery management for the replacement known as BMS, short for battery management system. There's also a third layer of complexity that is the brain that controls how the battery charges, the battery management regulates temperature, and communicates with the rest of the battery management system. The problem is that each battery generation controls how the battery charges, and the BMS of a Tesla manufactured a few years ago and communicates with the rest to understand the voltage and response patterns of aluminum-ion battery generation speaks a different language. Upgrade of the system, and the BMS of a Tesla manufactured a few years ago simply wasn't programmed to understand the voltage and response patterns of aluminum-ion batteries, regardless of how good the installed battery is. Either through additional hardware or retrofitting isn't a universal solution. The car cannot use the new battery pack safely or efficiently, Tesla owner, regardless of how good the installed battery is. And this division retrofitting isn't a universal solution. Real engineering differences that determine how much work each Tesla owner are involved. The answer depends directly on the vehicle's year. There's a kind of unofficial map that divides Teslas into three distinct real engineering differences that determine how much work, money, and risk are involved before any conversation with a repair shop or any budget research. Divides Teslas each group has its own compatibility profile, its own technical requirements, and its own limitations before any conversation with a repair shop or any budget research. Vehicles manufactured from 2021 onwards its own technical requirements and its own limitations. And treating them all the same is a mistake. Standardization of mounting points and cooling systems is already well established, onwards, and the BMS is modern enough to receive necessary software updates without the need for complex additional hardware. The standardization of mounting points and cooling systems is already well established. Fit the compatible aluminum-ion module to receive necessary software updates without the need for complex than any previous generation would have required. In practice, a qualified technician can remove the old package. Fit the compatible aluminum-ion attention and validation with far less structural intervention than what the industry generation would have required. That is a replacement that respects the vehicle's original architecture without forcing attention and validation foreseen in the design. But it's the closest scenario to what the industry calls a Teslas manufactured between 2018 and 2020 still has a viable path without forcing adaptations not foreseen in the design. During that period, standardization was still underway between 2018 and 2020, varied between still has a viable path, but requires a different alignment between the new module and the existing structure doesn't always standardization was still underway. The most common technical solution involves installing an auxiliary BMS bridge, meaning that perfect alignment between the new module and the existing structure doesn't always the aluminum battery pack. The most common technical solution involves installing an auxiliary BMS bridge. And discharge limits need to be conservatively configured, communication between the aluminum battery vehicle won't utilize the new battery's full potential. Furthermore, charge and discharge limits need to be conservatively configured parameters, which in practice means the vehicle won't utilize the new battery's full potential. After understanding which group the vehicle belongs to and whether retrofitting makes sense from a technical parameters that the next question that inevitably arises is about money. How much does it cost? After understanding which group the vehicle belongs to and whether retrofitting makes sense from a technical standpoint, questions and the answers need to be inevitably arise because the retrofit market is still new enough that vague estimates and exaggerated promises circulate in that easily. These are legitimate questions and the answers need to be addressed honestly because the retrofit market is still new enough that vague estimates and exaggerated promises aluminum ion battery pack already installed by a certified workshop starts at around $5,000. Indicates that a complete number, however, is approximately 60 kilowatt aluminum ion battery pack already installed by a certified workshop starts at around $5,000. The final cost of a retrofit is influenced by a number of variables that change from understanding what can drive that value up is as important as knowing the price of labor, which can vary significantly. The final cost of a retrofit is influenced by a number of variables that change from market to case. Also weighs in geographic location modules with complex labor, which can vary significantly between regions available from established the availability of parts in the local market also weighs in because imported modules with complex logistics are more expensive than components available from established regional distributors. Can add a significant portion to the total budget. If the vehicle belongs to the second group models from 2018 and any adjustments to the cooling system or other items that appear depending on the state or country where the service is performed, can add a significant portion to the total budget. Planning the budget is a classic mistake. Certification fees and any adjustments to the cooling system are other items that appear depending on the state or country where the service is performed that deserves attention when planning the budget is a classic mistake. The routine of those who depend on their car daily into an unpleasant surprise. An experienced and well-equipped vehicle downtime is another factor that deserves attention because it directly impacts the routine of those who depend on their car days arise during disassembly. And well-equipped problem is that surprises do happen within 1 to 3 days. Corroded mounting provided the scope of work is clear from the start and no surprises arise during only appears on the diagnostic bench. The problem is that surprises examples of situations that extend the time frame without prior notice. A damaged cooling connector. Therefore, any responsible incompatibility that additional appears on the diagnostic bench and avoid scheduling the retrofit situations that extend the time frame without prior notice. More days would be a serious problem. Any responsible planning should include an additional time margin, an essential part of the equation. Scheduling the retrofit, but there's a layer beneath all of that that rarely appears in headlines about electric technology. Would be a serious problem. It's pointless to have a car capable of charging in minutes if the surrounding infrastructure can't deliver that energy stably. But there's a layer beneath all of that that rarely appears in headlines about electric technology. Of reaching 300 km/h in a city where the speed limit is 60 if the surrounding infrastructure can't deliver that energy stably, affordably, and efficiently. But the environment doesn't allow it to manifest. Reaching 300 km/h in a city where the speed limit accompanies the arrival of aluminum ion technology in the second half of 2026. The potential exists, but the environment doesn't allow it to manifest infrastructure to ensure it precisely the silent challenge to reality the arrival of aluminum ion technology. The first element of this infrastructure is energy technology that demands a high-quality infrastructure to ensure its promises move from theory to reality in the driver's experience. Especially during peak hours, the first element of this infrastructure is energy storage. Energy demand rises abruptly and puts pressure on the local power grid. When many vehicles solution being implemented in the most advanced charging hubs peak hours of late afternoon and early stationary storage systems that absorb energy during periods of low demand grid and release solution being implemented in the most advanced charging stations is the use of megapacks. Large stationary storage systems that absorb energy during periods of low demand 00 p.m. release it in a controlled manner still get a fast and stable charging session because the megapack is silently discharging behind the scenes. Arriving to charge balancing the load without the grid needing to deliver everything at once. Consumption can still get a fast and stable charging session because the megapack is silently discharging another danger for those who charge balancing the load without the grid needing to deliver everything at once. The day into different dynamic pricing known in the industry as usually occurs between 2 and 5 a.m. is another game consumption is at its lowest. During this interval, this billing model divides the day into different price ranges, less than during and the cheapest range usually occurs between 2 and 5 a.m. when overall charging during this window takes advantage of this during this interval without the driver having to do anything other than plug in the cable when arriving peak hours. And a vehicle
not a matter of giving up convenience.
Start charging
It's
during
a matter
this window
of using already available technology
without
to
the driver having to do anything other than plug in the cable when arriving
While
home.
charging infrastructure evolves,
it's not a
another
matter of giving up
technology is gaining traction in conversations about the
already
future of
available
electric
technology
vehicles,
to consistently
and
and automatically
reverses the
reduce
logic of what is
monthly
understood
costs.
by a
While
grid
charging
connected
infrastructure
car.
evolves,
Instead
another
of just
technology
receiving
is gaining
energy,
traction
the
in
vehicle
conversations
also
about the
starts
future
supplying
of electric vehicles. This
And it
concept
completely
completely
reverses the logic
short
of what
for
is
vehicle to
understood by a
grid,
grid
and it represents an
connected car.
important shift in
Instead of just
perspective.
receiving
The car
energy,
ceases
the
to be just a
vehicle also
consumer of
starts
electricity
supplying it.
and begins to function as a
This
mobile
concept
battery
is
that can interact
V2G,
directly with the electrical grid and the driver's own
an
home.
important shift in
The idea is
perspective.
seductive,
The car
especially
ceases
in
to
a
be just
world
a
where
consumer
energy
of
tariffs are
electricity
rising and
and begins to
blackouts
function
are
as a
occurring more
mobile battery
frequently in
that can
various
interact
regions of the
directly
planet.
with the electrical
In
grid and the
practice,
driver's own
V2G
home.
works as
The
follows.
idea is seductive,
When the
especially in a
electrical
world
grid
where
is
energy tariffs
overloaded
are
and
rising
energy
and
prices
blackouts are occurring
rise,
more
the
frequently
car
in
can
various
return
regions
some
of the planet.
kilowatt-hours
In
stored in its
practice,
battery to the
V2G
grid,
works as
receiving a
follows.
financial credit
When
in
the
return.
electrical grid is
Similarly,
overloaded and
during
energy
a power
prices
outage,
rise,
the car can
power
return some
essential
kilowatt-hours
household
stored in its
appliances such as
battery
the
to the
refrigerator,
grid,
lighting,
receiving a
and
financial
router,
credit in
functioning
return.
as a silent generator
Similarly,
parked
during
in
a
the
power
garage.
outage, the vehicle
The
can
second
power
use called
essential
V2
household
or vehicle to home
appliances such as
is
the
where V2G
refrigerator,
finds its most
lighting, and
concrete
router,
and immediate
functioning
application
as
for
a
the average
silent
driver,
generator
because
parked
it
in the
transforms an
garage.
asset that is already
The
idle
second
for
use
most of the
called
day
V2
into an
or
active
vehicle to
resource
home
for domestic
is where
energy
V2G
resilience.
finds its most concrete
problem
and immediate
begins when the
application
analysis
for the
goes
average
beyond the
driver,
emergency
because
scenario
it transforms
and
an
enters the
asset that is already
territory of
idle
daily
for
use
most of
as
the
a
day
source
into
of
an
income.
active resource
The
for
logic
domestic
seems
energy
simple at
resilience.
first glance.
The problem begins
Sell
when the analysis
expensive
goes
energy
beyond
during
the emergency
peak
scenarios
hours
and
and
enters the
energy
territory
during
of
early
daily
morning
use as a
hours.
source of income.
But the real
The
numbers
logic
of this
seems simple at
operation
first
rarely
glance.
deliver the return that
Sell
theory
expensive
suggests.
energy during peak
Each charge
hours
and
and buy
discharge
cheap
cycle
energy
of the
during the
battery
early
consumes
morning
a fraction
hours
of its
But
total
the real
lifespan.
numbers of this
And this
operation
wear and
rarely
tear
deliver
has
the
a cost
return that
needs to
theory
be
suggested
deducted
from any profitability
Each charge and
calculation.
discharge cycle of the battery
When
consumes a
considering the
fraction
real
of its total
efficiency of the
lifespan.
round-trip
And this
energy
wear and
cycle,
tear
which
has
takes
a cost
into
that
account
needs to be
losses in
deducted from
directional
any profitability
conversion,
calculation.
the value received per
When
kilowatt-hour
considering the
return
real
to the grid
efficiency
and
of
the
the round-trip
accumulated
energy
degradation
cycle,
of
which
the
takes
battery.
into account losses
The remaining
in
net
directional
margin
conversion,
is usually too small
the
to
value
justify the
received per
intensive and daily use of this
return to the
functionality.
grid
All
and
this
the
talk
accumulated
about faster
degradation of the
smart
battery.
retrofits and cars powering
The
homes
remaining net
begins and
margin
ends
is
in a
usually
place most
too small
people
to
never
justify
visit.
the intensive and daily use of this functionality.
It's there that the difference between a
All this talk
revolutionary
about faster
technology and a
batteries,
technology that
smart
truly
retrofits
changes
and
the
cars
world is
powering
decided.
homes begins
Not
and
in
ends in a
research place
place
most people
not in
never
investor
visit.
presentations
Factory
and not
floor.
in internet
It's
headlines.
there that the difference between a revolutionary
Aluminum ion
technology and a technology
has
that
already
truly changes the
demonstrated
world
its
is capabilities in a
not in
controlled
research
environment,
labs,
not in
and the
investor
numbers are
presentations
impressive
and
enough
not
to
in internet
justify
headlines.
all the attention this chemistry
Aluminum
has
ion
been
technology
receiving.
has already
Demonstrating
demonstrated its
performance in a
capabilities
lab
in a
and
controlled
producing
environment,
millions of units
and the
per
numbers
year
are impressive
consistently
enough
at
to
controlled
justify
costs,
all the
and with
attention
zero
this chemistry
compromise
has
on
been
quality
receiving.
are two
But
completely
demonstrating
different challenges.
performance in a lab and
And the
producing
automotive
millions of units
industry
per
has a
year
long
consistently
history
at
of
controlled
technologies
costs,
that
and with
promise zero
much and
compromise on
delivered
quality
little
are
because
two
they
completely
failed to
different
cross that
challenges.
chasm.
And the
Industrial
automotive
scale
industry
is
has a
unforgiving
long
to
history of
innovations that aren't
technologies
prepared
that
for it.
promised much and
When a
delivered
factory
little
needs
because
to
they
produce
failed to
tens of
cross that
thousands of
chasm.
battery modules
Industrial
per month,
scale
every
is
millimeter of
unforgiving to
variation in the
innovations that aren't
manufacturing
prepared for
process,
it.
every
When a
fluctuation in
factory needs
material
to
purity
produce tens
and
of
every
thousands of
bottleneck in
battery
the assembly
modules per
line
month
becomes a
every
problem
millimeter
that
of
multiplies
variation
by
in the
thousands of units
manufacturing
before
process,
anyone can
every
identify
fluctuation
and
in
correct the
material
source.
purity and
With
every
aluminum
bottleneck
ion,
in the
this
assembly
challenge
line
is
becomes a
amplified
problem
because the
that
technology is
multiplies
still
by
in its early
thousands of
years of
units
real
before
industrial
anyone can
production,
identify
meaning
and
that
correct
learning
the
curves are still being charted. With aluminum-ion, this challenge is amplified because the technology is still in its early years of real industrial production, and time is meaning that learning curves are still being charted. Suppliers are still being qualified, and processes are still being refined. Aluminum itself is abundant and well-distributed geographically, what Tesla's competitors solves one of lithium's biggest supply chain is the second node in this race. Its dependence on deposits concentrated in a few countries and logistical well-distributed geopolitical tensions, which solves one of lithium's biggest that transform raw aluminum into a high-performance battery cell in a few countries and logistical routes vulnerable to geopolitical tensions. Specific electrolytes, the components that transform raw aluminum into a high-performance battery cell are neither simple to produce nor to scale production capacity in parallel. Specific electrolytes at any point in this chain, layer deposition processes, and manufacturing problems or logistical specialized suppliers who are still developing their entire downstream production line. And interruption at any point in this chain, whether due to capacity issues, regulatory problems, or logistical goes beyond Tesla has the power to delay the entire downstream production line. Of the world are watching the advancement of aluminum-ion technology closely because they know that the first company to master the large-scale production of this chemical will establish a competitive advantage that the world are watching the advancement of aluminum-ion technology. Lower battery costs mean higher margins or lower final master the large-scale production of this chemical. The effect on market share is competitive advantage that will be difficult to reverse in the short term. Is not just technological. Higher margins or lower industrial, logistical, and financial all at once. Market share and winning in the lab without winning in the factory is useless in a market driven by the ability to deliver products to the customer in volume and on time. And winning in the lab without winning in the factory is useless in a market driven by the ability to deliver products to the customer in volume and on time.
Arrived at Giga Texas, and Elon Musk has confirmed that a special model is about to
maximize the
launch.
future
Yeah,
of
Tesla's
civilization.
Model 2 to nearly $25,000. A new vehicle has arrived at Giga Texas, and Elon Musk has confirmed that a special model is about to profitable for Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's so-called Model 2 was nearly $25,000. The Model 2 was once expected to be a mass-market vehicle. It's being canceled because it wouldn't be 50 miles of range, featuring a minimalist design and sharing a platform. The Model 2 was once expected to be a mass-market vehicle. It seemed like this offering around 250 miles of range, maybe we should shift our attention to something even more interesting, and sharing a platform with the Robotaxi. What vehicle will replace the Model 2? We're pretty disappointed, and more importantly, will Tesla continue making affordable maybe cars we should shift our attention to something even more interesting. Sure. But this is something that's about to replace the Model 2. Recently, and more importantly, a new vehicle Tesla continue making affordable cars in the future. Many people assumed it belonged to the Model 2, but this is something that's about to not the Model 2. Recently, a new vehicle but the Model was spotted at Giga We'll explain more about that later. Many people assumed even more exciting, Elon Musk confirmed on X something way cooler than a minivan is coming. It's a new vehicle, but not the Model 2. What could this vehicle be? We'll explain more about that shortly, but first we need even to better understand the Tesla Model 2. Confirmed on X something way cooler than a minivan come about, and how did it end up getting canceled? So what could this vehicle be? Okay, to be honest, Elon Musk has often promised more than he delivers, and people don't trust Tesla's CEO the way they used to. How did the Model 2 come about, but strangely enough, for years, the EV market to be honest, Elon Musk has often promised more than he delivers, and people don't commonly refer to as the way they used to. That would completely change the game. For years, the huge expectations around this car largely come from the way Elon Musk revealed and talked about, commonly referred to as the Model 2. Elon Musk said the Model 2 was the logical next step in Tesla's long-term around this car largely come from the way Elon Musk revealed and talked about, gradually lowering costs through the Model S, said the Model 2 was the logical next step in Tesla's long-term plan, eventually reaching with truly massive vehicles like the Roadster at around $25,000, gradually lowering costs through the Model S and Model X, were trending down, followed by the Model 3 and Model Y. People genuinely believed that the Model 2 would be the next affordable model after the Model 3 without much doubt. Clearly, the prices were trending down. What made the Model 2 special wasn't just its expected price. People genuinely believed that the Model 2 would be the next affordable model after the Model 3 without much doubt. After the massive success of the Model 3 and Model Y wasn't just its expected Tesla expand its global market share. Where it fit in Tesla's overall development story. A smaller, after the massive success of the Model 3 and Model Y2 vehicles that helped Tesla expand its global market share, and the fact that Tesla still didn't have a hatchback, a small added to the excitement around the Model technology from its predecessors. That logic made perfect sense to many people, and the fact that Tesla still didn't have a hatchback compact hatchback with short front and rear overhangs. Then, while some fan made renders imagined it as a futuristic mini crossover, early images from Tesla almost became a compact hatchback with short front and rear overhangs. They built expectations around it and even imagined it as a futuristic mini crossover release date. The Model 2 almost became a phenomenon. Reports suggested that the Model 2 and the Cybercab were designed to be nearly identical and would share there being no official release production line. In 2025, essentially, the Model 2 would be a standard car with the steering wheel, pedals were designed to be nearly identical, and by simply removing those components, it would become a Cybercab. Essentially, the Model 2 would be a standard car with the steering wheel, pedals, whichever one proved more profitable. And by simply removing those components, it would wait for the Model 2 instead of buying another car. Tesla planned to produce just how influential this product has become. Whichever one proved more profitable. Rare in the auto industry. Some people even said they would wait for the Model 2 make decisions based on vehicles that already shows just how influential this product had been released yet. That's extremely rare in the auto industry, also where consumers typically make decisions based on vehicles that already exist before it even launches. That haven't even reality been can easily disappoint. However, if it doesn't meet those expectations. Also puts significant pressure on Tesla. The Model Y standard, when a product is hyped late last year and was heavily criticized, reality can easily disappoint if it doesn't meet those expectations. Truly affordable. A clear example is the Model Y a double-edged sword, which launched late last year and was heavily criticized for cutting many features and design elements while not being truly affordable. Reportedly been this made the Model 2 a double-edged launch plans, both an opportunity and a risk. It ultimately comes down to profitability. By 2026, as we mentioned earlier, reportedly $25,000 car sounds great for consumers, but it's an extremely difficult challenge for manufacturers, especially for Tesla. As we mentioned earlier, on a car like that would be very low, car sounds especially great for since Tesla still wants to maintain high standards and technology and quality, especially for building a high-priced car. The profit margin on a car like that would be very low, but delivering the same technology at a much lower cost high standards and technology and quality. That's why building a high-priced car with Model 3 and Model Y isn't very large, but delivering that same technology at a much lower cost is a completely different challenge. Fundamentally, that's why the couldn't be launched while existing models like the Model 3 and Model Y were still generating stable profits and selling extremely well worldwide. Fundamentally, the Model 3 was once the best-selling while existing models like the Model 3 and then the Model Y were still generating stable even overtaking the Toyota Corolla to become the best-selling car globally. The Model 3 was once the best-selling electric vehicle in the world, on each vehicle and then the Model Y surpassed something many traditional automakers struggled to Corolla to become the best-selling car globally. If Elon Musk were to release the Model 2 sales of the Model 3 and Model Y would almost certainly decline, something many traditional automakers struggle to achieve. So, if Elon Musk were to release the Model 2 sales of the Model 3 and Model Y on the same production line, Elon Musk's per vehicle would be significantly lower. Current focus so, what did Elon Musk actually do? Unlike the Model 2, producing the Model 2 on the same production line, individual Elon Musk part of a robo-taxi shifted all current a business model with far greater profit potential. Unlike the Model 2, in this system isn't just sold once, aimed at it can generate continuous revenue for robo-taxi network. This key difference is what made the Model 2 far less attractive from a strategic standpoint. A car in this system isn't just sold once. If Tesla has to choose between a low-margin revenue for years, an entirely new business model with massive upside, is what made the Model 2 the decision is pretty obvious from a strategic standpoint. The Model 2 didn't fail. If Tesla has to choose between a low-margin product and an entirely new business model with massive upside, the decision is way more interesting going on. The Model 2 didn't fail. A newly spotted vehicle was simply overtaken by a bigger idea. A lot of attention because it looks like Tesla might already have a new model lined up. There's something way more interesting going on. Specifically, a newly spotted vehicle body at Giga Texas is getting a lot of attention because it looks like Tesla might already have a new model lined up right in the middle of a construction area. Specifically, at first images taken at Giga Texas show a fully wrapped car body in plastic you typically see during early production testing right in the middle of a construction area. But what really caught people's attention isn't the wrapping. It looks like an unfinished frame. Compared to the standard Model Y typically see during early production testing, this body looks noticeably longer. But what really caught people's attention isn't the wrapping, further past the wheel arch, and the rear glass to the standard Model Y currently extending all the way to the spoiler. This body looks noticeably longer. When experts and online users started comparing it further past the wheel arch, they quickly came to one conclusion: more continuous. This could very well be the Model Y to the spoiler. The long wheelbase version that's online users started comparing it with known specs. Now the Model Y quickly came to one conclusion: in Asian markets. This could very well be the Model Y rolled out to meet the needs of larger families, that's already been introduced in China. 6 or 7 seat configurations. Now the Model Y more interior space new and greater flexibility. It's already been rolled out to meet the needs of larger families, offering a wheelbase of over 9.84 feet, more interior space and greater standard Model Y. With an overall length of about 16, it actually solves a real-world need, and a wheelbase of Model 2 might not necessarily do. It's significantly bigger than the standard Model Tesla is trying to solve. But more importantly, this move actually solves a real-world need. The Model 2 something the Model 2 might not necessarily for everyone. If you step back and look at the market is showing that price isn't the only thing people care about. A lot of sense. What they really want is space, features, and flexibility for everyday family use. But in reality, and in that context, the market is showing that price isn't the only thing people care about. As something just what they really want is space, features, and flexibility for everyday family use. That's exactly where the Model YL comes in. And in that context, almost like an indirect replacement for the Model 2, as appealing as something just a bit bigger that better down as far as possible. That's exactly where the Model YL comes overall value. Almost like an indirect replacement for the Model 2, but it gives you more instead of pushing the price down as far as possible and a layout that's far more focusing on increasing overall value. Another big factor here is manufacturing efficiency, but it gives you more extra seating. Building the Model 2 from scratch would require a layout that's far more family-friendly, especially in the US. While the Model YL can reuse almost all of the existing Model Y platform, building the Model 2 from scratch would require an entirely new significantly shortened time to market. While the Model YL can reuse almost all of the existing Model Y process and development, that alone scaling a long wheelbase and capital investment even significantly shortened time to market. Bringing Model YL production to the US has clear strategic value and development. If Tesla eventually phases out the Model X, becomes even easier. A larger but much more expensive SUV, bringing Model YL production to the US has a much more strategic alternative. If Tesla eventually phases out the Model Y and bigger vehicles but much more expensive SUV, the Model YL becomes a much more practical alternative. And while the Model YL could be heading to North America soon, between the standard Model Y and bigger vehicles while staying far more accessible price-wise than the Model X. When asked whether Tesla would build a minivan, he responded, something way cooler than a minivan is just dropped another cryptic hint that's got the tech world buzzing a wave of speculation. When asked whether Tesla would build a minivan, he responded, the idea that Tesla is preparing to launch an entirely new vehicle. That one short line instantly sparked a wave of speculation that actually tracks. And at the center of it all, the idea that Tesla is preparing to launch an entirely new vehicle a Cyber bigger than the Model Y, looking at the bigger picture than the Model X, tracks, and capable of going head-to-head with heavy hitters like the Cadillac for a true full-size SUV EV9. Something bigger than the Model Y, partially answered that demand with the Model YL, and capable of going head-to-head with heavy hitters like the Cadillac, especially in North America, or the full-size SUVs are basically the standard. Tesla may have partially answered that demand with the Model YL SUV, but it's clearly not the final next step, especially in North America, Tesla has previously teased something along those lines. Yeah, and that's why the idea of a Cyber SUV feels like the most convincing Cybertruck was unveiled back in 2019. People have been speculating that Tesla would eventually turn that design into a three-row SUV. Ever since the Cybertruck was unveiled back in 2019, people have been speculating that Tesla would eventually turn that design into a three-row family SUV. At its core, the formula makes this idea compelling isn't just the Cybertruck's platform and strategy behind it. The pickup bed, extend the cabin, and turn it into a family controversial product. But what really makes this idea compelling isn't just the design for a lot of people, it's the strategy behind it. The real-world pricing ended up being much higher than what many were expecting. Has been a pretty controversial product. When Elon Musk originally talked about a $40,000 price point for a lot of millions of people were ready to jump pricing ended up being much higher than what many came out at a much higher price. When Elon Musk originally talked about a $40,000 as a result, sales haven't really lived up to expectations. But when the production version came out at a much higher price, a lot of customers fell down. As a result, sales haven't really lived up to second chance for Tesla to capitalize on tens of thousands of units per year, but in a way that's below the original and accessible. That's what's interesting is that the hints about a Cyber second chance for Tesla to capitalize on the Cybertruck in the master plan part, but in a way that's more practical and accessible. Tesla either intentionally or accidentally revealed a Cyber SUV aren't just coming in the background of one scene. In the master plan part, at least 3 small-scale vehicle models. Tesla either intentionally one of those models accidentally looks like a large SUV with a Cybertruck-style design. In the background of one scene, for a company as secretive as Tesla, 3 small-scale like that showing up on screen is one of those models actually looks like a large SUV with a Cyber-Cybertruck-style design. Development, and for a company as chance it'll share the same platform something like that showing up on screen is almost that means it could come with a 48 VT electrical system. If a Cyber SUV is really in development, there's a good chance it'll share the same large battery Tesla Cybertruck. But to bring costs down, that means it could come with a 48 VT electrical system. Tesla may skip the stainless steel exoskeleton used on a large battery pack, which is a big reason why it's so expensive and difficult to manufacture the materials. Instead, a Cyber SUV could go back to aluminum or more traditional materials, making production simpler and so expensive and difficult to manufacture. If this thing actually launches, instead, a Cyber SUV could go back to aluminum or more traditional materials, making production simpler and significantly super competitive spot. If this thing actually launches against other three-row electric SUVs like around $69,990, maybe lower. Performance-wise, that would put it in a super competitive truck in some ways, right up against other smaller electric SUVs, but still use a similar battery or the Rivian R1S. Range could reach up to 400 miles. It could even outperform the Cybertruck in some ways, since it would like a great option for families and long road trips. Still use a similar battery pack. Another key factor here is production capacity. 400 miles EPA, which is seriously impressive. Line at Giga that makes it a great option for produce about 150,000 units a year. Another key factor here is production capacity. That leaves a pretty big truck line that Tesla could easily fill with a Cyber about 150,000 units a year. Instead of building a whole new factory, but it's only running at around leverage existing infrastructure. That leaves a pretty big huge win one that Tesla could easily fill with a Cyber SUV. If you zoom out a bit, you'll see that building a whole new factory isn't just they can just leverage existing infrastructure. It's part of a much bigger strategy from a cost efficiency standpoint. With the Model 2 no longer moving forward as a standalone vehicle, Cyber SUV Tesla isn't just another new product. To keep sales growing while it waits for the robo-strategy future to fully take shape. With the Model 2 no longer moving forward as a standalone segment. Tesla needs something else to keep sales growing while it waits for the robo-taxi space where Tesla still doesn't have a truly strong contender. Covers the mid-size family segment. A big question. While the Cyber SUV would target design actually work for an SUV, a space where Tesla still doesn't have a truly strong contender. If Tesla softens the edges a bit, tones down the extreme design actually work for an SUV? The proportions. We think it does, but only with some serious way more appealing than the Tesla Cybertruck. If Tesla softens the edges a bit, honestly, just removing the extreme angular look, replacing it with a fully enclosed 3-row cabin, the Cyber SUV could end up being way more appealing than the Tesla Cybertruck. At the same time, just removing the truck bed and replacing one of the most important chapters in its history. Cabin already makes the overall design feel more balanced production of the Tesla Model S. At the same time, Model X Tesla is officially closing one of the most important chapters in Tesla's South Korea division. The company has announced that plans to stop production of the Tesla Model S and Tesla Model X by 2026. This became Tesla will only sell South Korea division announced this is the first time the company has put a clear global deadline for phasing out two vehicles that were once iconic. After that, and it really does only sell remaining inventory. The Model S and Model X time the company has put a clear global timeline on phasing out two vehicles that were once iconic in the EV space. And it really does mark the end of an era. That electric cars could compete directly with luxury sedans. They were foundational in establishing Tesla as a leader in the EV space. Carved out a unique identity of its own. Model S proved that electric cars could compete directly with luxury sedans. Demand has shifted toward more affordable models like the Tesla Model 3 and Tesla Model Y. Carved out a unique identity of its own. While the premium EV segment has become increasingly crowded with new competitors. Demand has shifted toward more affordable models like the Tesla Model S and Model X made up only about 3% of Tesla's total global deliveries, increasingly crowded with new competitors. Yeah, even high 2025 Model S and Model X haven't been enough to sustain strong sales. Of Tesla's total according to Elon Musk, a sharp drop production is inevitable. But these models deserve a worthy send-off for everything they've contributed. To sustain strong sales. More importantly, this decision to Elon Musk, clear strategic production is inevitable. Older production lines models deserve a worthy send-off for everything they've contributed. Especially the Tesla Optimus humanoid robot with an ambitious goal of producing up to 1 million units per year. Older production lines will be repurposed for new projects. Tesla is doubling down on especially the Tesla Optimus humanoid robot with an ambitious goal of producing up to 1 million units per year. Still, at the same time, Tesla is doubling down on scalable Model S and Model X have fulfilled their mission and paving the way for the modern EVs and the cyber SUV. And now Tesla is ready to move into its next chapter where the focus goes beyond just cars and expands into a broader technology ecosystem, paving the way for the modern EV era. That's all for today's update. And now Tesla is ready to move into its next chapter where the focus goes beyond just focusing on the Model Y and a broader technology ecosystem. Thanks for watching and we'll see you in the next video. What do you think about Tesla moving away from a low-cost car and instead focusing on the Model YL and a potential cyber SUV? Thanks for watching and we'll see you in the next video.
Imagine walking into a dealership, a giant jigsaw finding a completely disassembled car. It's not an every wire exposed, nor an emergency maintenance issue. Each piece it's a deliberate choice, a giant jigsaw, a silent declaration to be assembled. Someone so it's not an accident in their own engineering, nor an emergency maintenance showing off. It's a deliberate exactly choice. What happened when a silent completely disassembled Model Y so confident in an exhibition in their own engineering in China that they're fearlessly similar versions were spotted. That's exactly at delivery centers in Europe. Completely disassembled Model Y appeared in an exhibition car on public display, and the similar people who stopped to look left with one delivery centers in Europe. Shake. Tesla, what exactly is this company trying to show the world on public display? The answer lies in the people who stopped to look left with one traditional automotive industry. What exactly been able to replicate trying to show the world scale? The answer lies in a technology. To understand the magnitude of the traditional automotive industry, it's necessary to go back yet been to how cars have always been made. Scale. For decades, gigacasting, a vehicle to understand the magnitude from dozens of stamped it's necessary to go back to how cars have always been one by one on a sequential assembly line. A vehicle's structure it was a long, from dozens expensive process full of joints and weld points that and welded over one by one on a sequential assembly line. Tesla turned this logic upside down by introducing the gigajoints and weld machine capable of fusing entire sections could become weak car body. Tesla turned single logic upside down by introducing the previously required dozens of different components of fusing entire sections in a single process into a single solid piece of aluminum. Much less labor, what previously required dozens of different components. The impact of this is now done in a single process, direct and measurable, far fewer steps, with fewer joints, much fewer labor, and much the body less naturally becomes more rigid, the impact lighter, of this on the car's structure is direct and measurable, or where it can with fewer joints and fewer welds. Independent studies, the body naturally becomes more rigid, lighter, placed, and with Tesla vehicles where corrosion among the cheapest on the market to maintain. Independent studies plays a central role in consistently placed. It's no coincidence vehicle that the disassembled Model Y on the market to maintain had exactly and gigacasting plays a central role in this result. The giant cast it's no coincidence that the disassembled Model Y on display were positioned exactly so that these points highlighted in the exhibition visually compare the giant cast pieces that replace the difference entire blocks of the traditional body story positioned that no press release any visitor could convey could visually compare the before. The Cybercab didn't arrive. The difference is striking. It arrived with stories that no press release this kind of detail with the same that separates a product. The Cybercab didn't arrive at events from one built. It arrived with decisions in the real world, and its mass production is scheduled to begin at the Gigafactory, Texas, designed to in the second half of 2026 to function. And the first production models Mass production already is revealing choices at the Gigafactory say much more about the company's second half of 2026 than any slideshow and the first production models ever convey. Are already revealing choices that most caught attention that say much more about the company's philosophy was precisely something that wasn't presentation could the wireless charging port. One of the details that most caught attention as a central feature of the car vehicles in its place precisely a redesigned physical port. The wireless charging port, flexible housing had been promised and no motorized feature of the car. A clean solution in its place, inexpensive, a redesigned physical port, and immune to the lack of wireless charging infrastructure, and no motorized exist on a large scale. A clean solution anywhere on the inexpensive to replace. This doesn't mean wireless and immune to the lack of wireless charging infrastructure. Tesla recently received FCC approval scale for the anywhere ultra-wideband technology. This doesn't mean wireless charging has indicating that the capability Tesla is recently received FCC approval. What the company decided ultra-wideband was not to delay the launch for this of an entire vehicle, indicating because of an infrastructure is being developed isn't in parallel ready to offer. What the company decided pragmatic was not to delay the launch. And pragmatism in engineering is often because of an infrastructure than innovation. That the world any team yet can design the most pragmatic solution possible. And pragmatism in engineering can identify the right harder than innovation. To give up a feature, any team can design the product the most advanced solution truly possible. Functional. Very wireless charging can identify the right probably as a hardware to give up a feature update at some point ensure in the future, the product reaches the market Cybercab truly functional for it. Wireless the second charging detail will come, which went unnoticed probably as a hardware or software update the most revealing of all. Has the Cybercab seat height for it. The Cybercab's internal structure, which went unnoticed by most people, so that the passenger perhaps the most revealing of all, exactly to the standard dimensions of a wheelchair. The Cybercab's was not a design accident. Was designed. The engineer so responsible for the project himself corresponds exactly to the standard dimensions of a wheelchair. Combined, this was not a design accident. Create enough the engineer responsible for the project himself to position themselves the butterfly style to the cabin seat combined and transfer independently. Create enough the help of a driver, person in a wheelchair, no driver position themselves parallel for an autonomous vehicle seat that aims to serve anyone anywhere in a city without the help of a driver. Accessibility because there is no driver in the Cybercab. It is a design autonomous vehicle as fundamental to serve anyone anywhere in a city. Building an electric car is not an building an autonomous electric car. It is a design requirement more fundamental as brakes. But building the factory that will building an electric car is difficult. That makes that car building an autonomous electric car. That's a different level of exponentially more difficult. The kind most companies don't even put on paper that will produce because they know they don't have the capacity that makes that car think. Tesla put it on paper, level of ambition, gave it a name, the kind most companies don't even put on the announcement had because they know they don't have the specific job openings for the project. Tesla put it on paper, asked for gave it a technical program manager with experience, and within days of the announcement had already published specific capable of coordinating the entire process. One of them asked for a technical program manager with experience and with a proven track record semiconductor managing projects capable of coordinating $100 million from factory design to the production line. This isn't the profile of proven tracking a project managing 10 years from now, exceeding the profile of $1 million to start capital investment. To understand this isn't the profile of someone planning a project necessary for 10 years from now. The chips inside it's the profile of someone hiring the road today come from. To understand the weight of this decision, responsible for processing to understand FSD autonomous driving system, every Tesla, all the company's conventional models. The AI-4 chip by Samsung, responsible for processing the next generation FSD autonomous is already designed and will be all the company's conventional models by TSMC is manufactured by Samsung. With mass production the next generation the AI 2027 is already designed. After that and will be Tesla has already closed a significant agreement and Samsung with mass production scheduled for mid the AI 2027 chips. After that, factories, Tesla has already closed a significant agreement. Terafab is the Samsung that comes to music manufacture. The AI point where the company ceases in factories to be a semiconductor in the United States and becomes a manufacturer of its own. After all this, it's a transition that completely changes the company ceases the equation of cost, to be a semiconductor customer and strategic and becomes a manufacturer of its own. Chips. It's a transition that completely changes the equation. The tolerances involved are timeline order of magnitude dependence that defies manufacturing intuition is not structures like with a thickness of a few nanometers. The tolerances need to be deposited are of an order of magnitude in environment that defies where human even the vibration of a nearby highway with a thickness of a few nanometers and need to be deposited with building a clean room for semiconductor manufacturing where even the vibration of a nearby highway pressure can compromise and static electricity electricity at levels building a clean room for semiconductor manufacturing requires control of temperature. It's no exaggeration to say that building a chip factory at levels among the most complex engineering challenges of industrial facility has ever attempted. It's no exaggeration on a commercial scale that Tesla is essentially trying to do the most complex engineering challenges humanity when it has ever attempted on a commercial scale. Tesla is essentially trying to do for silicon end-to-end what it did and use that as a permanent competitive advantage. There's a detail that went completely unnoticed. Control the process end-to-end energy security and use that as a permanent an event that normally focuses on there's a detail that went completely unnoticed. Not during the Indo-Pacific panels and diplomatic statements. An event that the U.S. Department of the Interior confirmed a $4.3 billion agreement not cars between Tesla panels and LG diplomatic solutions for the construction the U.S. Department of the Interior confirmed a $4.3 billion agreement Michigan between Tesla and LG Energy Solutions for the construction of the fact that an announcement of this magnitude was made in this specific context Michigan with no accident scheduled. It was a declaration 2027. Batteries have the fact that an announcement of this automotive component was made in this and have become a matter of national security. It was a declaration position batteries at the center of this conversation to be merely an the scale of what's being built and have become a matter of national security to visualize abstractly. And Tesla is so it's worth putting it in the center of this conversation. The factory will have what's being built in Michigan 50 gigawatt hours to visualize abstractly. To give you a point of putting it into concrete that's enough to power a the factory will have industrial scale energy storage 50 gigawatt hours of and represents a significant portion. To give you a point of reference, all battery production that's enough to power a huge number of industrial scale energy storage. But what makes this number even more relevant? Significant portion what it represents all battery in terms of capacity that exists. The cells that will come out of Lansing today are LFP. But what makes this number chemical even more relevant is practically a Chinese in terms of monopoly dominated by the cells that will come out of Lansing and LFP. With this chemical operating on American soil practically a Chinese with a South monopoly dominated by companies Tesla like creates a supply chain that doesn't go through with any factory operating on American soil exposed to export restrictions with a South Korean company and doesn't depend on Tesla creates a supply chain that doesn't go through this becomes any Chinese even more strategic isn't exposed when you look at the ecosystem Tesla has and already doesn't depend on decisions made in Beijing. The company already operates this becomes a lithium even more strategic in Corpus Christi. When you look at the ecosystem, Tesla processing the raw mineral around even before it reaches the company already operates a in lithium refinery Nevada in Corpus Christi. There is already an Texas LFP cell processing the raw mineral. Michigan enters it reaches the third link in a chain Sparks, that goes Nevada. From mineral extraction there is already to the LFP cell production plant all within a territory Michigan that the enters controls the third link in a chain that goes it's the kind of vertical integration that to the ready-to-use cell build all and within a territory that the company controls as an almost insurmountable barrier for any it's the kind of vertical integration that takes years to build. There's a question that always comes up acts as whenever someone talks insurmountable barrier affordable for any competitor trying how is it possible to lower the price? There's a question that always comes up whenever it's a legitimate question. Affordable electric cars. The how is it possible to lower the price cars was without compromising what's good inside. Batteries are expensive. It's a legitimate question. And cheap batteries don't for last. Years. What changed the argument this against equation affordable wasn't a miraculous laboratory breakthrough. Good batteries it was the maturation of a chemistry that has existed for decades. What changed this equation is only now wasn't a miraculous laboratory breakthrough. With the quality it was the maturation of a chemistry that has existed for decades. Consumer vehicle, but this chemistry now being produced on the scale. Lithium iron with the quality control and it's the reason why an electric car mass competitively consumer vehicle. Toyota chemistry Corolla is called has gone LFP, from being a distant promise lithium iron to a question phosphate. Of when, and it's the reason why an electric the difference car between LFP and the battery Toyota Corolla used in has gone from more expensive models to a question such of as when, the Model S or Model X. The difference between LFP composition and the battery high performance models used in nickel-based more expensive models, which offer superior energy density. Model S or Model X, more kilometers begins with the kilogram of battery. High performance sports cars use nickel-based or for those who need long range, which offer superior energy density, this density kilometers per kilogram but for of battery. An urban vehicle for a sports car, everyday commutes, or for those who need long density on a single charge. The priority. This
what
density
matters
makes
is
a
how
difference.
much it costs.
But for
to
an
produce
urban
the
vehicle
cell,
design
how
for
long it
everyday
lasts,
commutes,
and what risk it
maximum
poses in
density
extreme
is not
situations,
the priority.
And in
what
all
matters
three of these
is how much it
criteria,
costs to produce
LFP
the cell,
wins hands
how long
down.
it lasts.
The LFP cell
what
does
risk
not
it
use
poses
cobalt,
in extreme situations.
one of the most expensive,
and in all three of these
ethically
criteria,
problematic minerals
LFP
in the battery
wins hands
supply
down.
chain.
The LFP
Without
cell
cobalt,
does not use
the cost
cobalt,
of raw materials,
one of the most
drops
expensive
significantly,
and ethically
and the dependence on
minerals
unstable
in the
extraction
battery
regions
supply chain
simply disappears.
Without cobalt, the durability
cost
of
raw
LFP
materials
is
drops
another point
significantly,
that completely
and the dependence
changes
on
the
unstable
conversation
extraction
about
regions
total cost
simply
of ownership.
disappears.
A well-managed
The durability
LFP
of LFP
cell is another
supports
point more than
that
10,000
completely
charge
changes
the conversation
and discharge
about
cycles
total cost
without
of ownership.
significant
A
capacity
well-managed
degradation.
LFP cell,
To put this into
supports
perspective,
more than
if a person
10,000
charges
charge
their car
and
every
discharge
day
cycles
for 30 years
without significant
they would
capacity
still be within
degradation.
the battery's
To put this
lifespan
into
limits.
perspective, in practice,
If a person charges
this
their
means
car
that the battery
every
of
day
a popular
for 30
vehicle
years
with LFP
they would
chemistry
still be within
can
the
last
battery's
longer
lifespan
than the car
limits.
itself under
In
normal
practice,
usage conditions.
this means
This
that
number
the battery of a
completely
popular
transforms
vehicle
the cost
with
argument,
LFP chemistry
because when you
can
consider the
last
purchase
longer
price
than the car itself
along
under
with
normal
maintenance
usage
cost
conditions,
and the battery's
this number
longevity over the
completely
years
transforms
LFP
the cost
delivers
argument,
value because
that
when you
no
consider the
nickel
purchase
cell
price
can match
along with
in
the
the
entry-level
cost,
segment. And
when
the
most
battery's
people think of
longevity over
Tesla,
the years, they think
LFP
of cars,
delivers value,
but there's a part
that
of the business
no
that's
nickel
growing
cell can
quietly
match
in the
far
entry-level
from
segment.
the delivery
When most
photos
people think
and
of
range
Tesla,
records,
they think
and
of
it's
cars.
becoming just as important.
But there's a part
as
of the
the
business
automotive
that's growing
division
quietly
in terms of revenue,
far
technology,
from the
and
delivery
strategic
photos
influence.
and range records.
That part is
and it's
industrial
becoming
scale
just as
energy
important
storage,
as the
and the
automotive
product that
division
represents
in terms
this
of
division
revenue
at its
technology
most advanced
and
strategic
is the
influence.
Mega Pack
That
3.
part is
A
industrial
complete
scale energy
reinvention
storage.
of the system
And the
company
product
already
that
sold,
represents this
built
division
from
at its
scratch
most advanced
with a different
stage
logic,
is the Mega
It's not
Pack
an
3.
incremental update.
A complete
It's a product
reinvention of
that
the
has
system
been
the company
rethought
already
based
sold,
on the wrong question.
built from
the previous
scratch
generation
with a
was
different
trying to
logic.
answer. It's
And
not an
which is now
incremental
beginning
update.
to answer the
It's a
right
product
question.
that has
The
been
Mega Pack
rethought
3
based
arrives
on the
with
wrong
5
question.
megawatt
The previous
hours
generation
usable
was
energy
trying
per
to
unit,
answer.
a
And
number
which is
that
now
in
beginning
itself
to
represents
answer the
a
right
leap
question
compared
the
to
Mega
the
Pack
previous
3
model.
arrives with
But what
5
truly
megawatt
defines
hours
this product
of usable
is
energy
not its
per
raw
unit.
capacity.
A number
It's
that
what
in
has been
itself
removed
represents
from
a
it.
leap.
The previous
compared
generation
to the
of
previous
Megapack
model
had a complex
but what truly
internal
defines
connection
this
system
product is
with
not
hundreds
its raw
of
capacity.
interface points.
It's what has
between
been
cells,
removed from it. Modules.
The previous generation
control
of
systems
Megapacks
had a
the
complex
Megapack
internal
3
connection
has
system
78%
with hundreds
fewer
of
internal
internal
connections
between
each
cells,
eliminated
modules,
is
and
one
control
less point of
systems.
failure.
The Megapack
One less
3
component
has
to monitor.
78%
One
fewer
less
internal
element
connections
that can degrade
each
over
eliminated
years of
connection
continuous
is one
operation.
less point of failure
In systems that
one
remain
less component
installed
to
in
monitor
power plants and
one less
substations
element
for decades
that can degrade
this simplicity
over years
is not
of
merely
continuous
aesthetic.
operation.
It's the
in
difference
systems
between
that
a
remain
product
installed
that
in
requires
power plants
constant
and
maintenance
substations for decades
and one that operates
this simplicity
autonomously
is
for
not
years
merely
without
aesthetic.
intervention.
It's the difference
Megapack
between a product
3's thermal
that
system
requires constant
also
deserves
deserves
separate attention
and one that operates
instead of developing
autonomously
a
for
unique
years
cooling
without
solution
intervention.
for the energy
The
product.
Megapack
Tesla
3's thermal
adapted
system
and
also
improved
deserves
the heat pump
separate attention.
already present.
Instead
in
of
the Model
developing
Y.
a unique
This
cooling
decision
solution
has
for the energy
implications
product
that go beyond
Tesla
engineering.
adapted,
It connects the
improved
development
the heat
of
pump
two
already
completely
present
different
in
products
the Model Y.
within the same
This
technological
decision
platform,
has implications
meaning
that
go
go
beyond
beyond
engineering.
in one
It
directly
connects the
reflect on
development
the other
of two
and
completely
that the
different
production
products
scale of
within
one
the same
component
technological
reduces the cost
platform.
for both.
Meaning
It's
that
the kind of
advances synergy that only directly reflect on the other, simultaneously, and that the production scale of one component and the energy system cost for both. And it creates it's the kind of synergy that only works specializing in simultaneously controls the vehicle cannot replicate and the energy system. There's a simple exercise and it creates a competitive advantage about what's competitors specializing every piece of only news one Tesla has released in recent months replicate and put it on a simple exercise that reveals a lot about what's unboxed method. Take music, every piece of reducing Tesla has released in recent months. The Cybercab put it on a timeline production in the second half of 2026 unboxed method with true affordability, reducing production genuine costs, autonomous hardware. The Cybercab being mass contracted in the to eliminate dependence 2026 external chips with true affordability. The $4.3 billion worth autonomous LFP batteries being produced on American soil to eliminate dependence 2027 external chips. The Megapack the $4.3 billion worth of LFP batteries and transportation on American within soil the same technological platform 2027. When these pieces are viewed separately creating synergy, they seem between energy and transportation. When placed side by side, technological platform, they form the outline of these pieces automotive industry separately hasn't seen. They seem like Henry Ford introduced the assembly line. When placed side by side, complete reconfiguration they form the outline of something the automotive industry produced hasn't seen. And priced. Since Henry Ford introduced the center of the assembly line, doesn't yet have a complete reconfiguration of how a car is internally and in the specialized press and price. It's been called the vehicle at the center of all this doesn't yet have an officially confirmed It's what it represents. Internally, an electric car designed to compete directly with the Toyota Corolla in price. But what matters carrying within it autonomous driving it's what it represents. An electric car designed to compete directly with the Toyota Corolla and a chip developed with increasing independent autonomous driving technology for this long-lasting battery exist with a gigaprofit margin structure. Each of the pieces described increasing so independence to be from external suppliers. Gigacasting for this reduces the manufacturing cost of the body. Profit margin. LFP reduces each of the pieces described and increases the batteries to be in place. The internal chip reduces the manufacturing cost of the body. The processor. LFP reduces the unboxed method and increases the battery's assembly time. The internal chip elements alone reduces dependence on altogether of the processor. They create the conditions for a price that reduces assembly time. The timing is also not random. Is sufficient. The second half altogether, of 2026, they create the conditions Cybercab will be in the full production market can absorb. Proving on a real timing is also not random.
Tesla is about to do something many people doubted would happen. According to exclusive information from Reuters, the automaker is developing a smaller and cheaper electric Tesla is about to do something many people in the second half of 2026. According to exclusive information from Reuters, different the automaker is developing a smaller and cheaper electric SUV scheduled for release in the second half of 2026 and simply disappeared without explanation from anything that has been announced before. This new vehicle is a completely different bet, the Model 2, with its own identity and a very clear generated expectation to reach the budget of those who haven't yet been able to enter the world of electric vehicles is a completely different bet, and that's exactly where the most important questions begin to arise. To reach the budget of those who haven't yet been able to enter the world of electric vehicles, rather the way Tesla has been designing this car from the start. The most important questions begin to arise. To intelligently cut costs striking about this project isn't just the Tesla Tesla. But rather the way Tesla has been designing this car to simplify the structure, the central idea is to intelligently cut and make production more efficient than any car has ever manufactured. At least on paper, this concept, the automaker wants to simplify the structure within the company, reduce the number of Tesla already used and make production more efficient than any car has ever manufactured. Impressive and controversial. This concept, depending on who you ask, is not new within the company. What few people know is that this path of simplification always comes at a Model Y. And that the price isn't always reflected on the car's price tag, depending on who you ask. The timing of this launch is also no coincidence. This path of simplification, the electric vehicle market is growing at an accelerated pace always reflected on the car's price tag, especially from the China. The timing of this launch is also no coincidence. On the streets at a speed no one expected. The electric vehicle market is growing at an accelerated pace worldwide. Other Asian manufacturers are occupying from China the space that this new Tesla SUV intends to compete at a speed no one expected. If Tesla takes longer to deliver this vehicle, and other Asian manufacturers are occupying exactly the space that the second half of 2026 is not a random date. If Tesla takes longer to deliver this vehicle, and Tesla knows this better than much more congested than it is today. Anyone who followed the launch of the Model Y back in 2020 knows very well how the strategic window, and Tesla knows this better than any other company in terms of range, performance, and technology. Anyone who followed the launch of the Model Y back in 2020 knows very well how this story making it one of the best-selling vehicles in the world in numbers in terms of range, performance, and technology. There was a reality that responded in a way that few expected, making it one of the best-selling vehicles in the world in a very short time. The cabin was noisier than expected for an SUV in its category. There was a reality that the suspension transmitted not at the dealership of the asphalt in a way that was of daily use. And after an hour and a half of driving, the driver already felt the jolt in their body. The suspension transmitted every imperfection of the asphalt in a way that was tiring. Music, and after an hour and a half of driving, the driver already felt the jolt in their body. The problem of noise and vibration in a vehicle is not just a matter of luxury or discomfort. It's a matter of fatigue. And this kind of thing is much worse than it seems. Is continuously the problem of noise and vibration in a vehicle is not just a matter of luxury or frills, it's a matter of without the person realizing. When the sound level inside the cabin is continuously between 64 and 70 decibels to the time the human brain enters a state of heightened alertness early Model Ys reported exactly this. The result appears hours later arriving home after a relatively short trip to the time the person spent heavier than they should be. Owners of early Model Ys reported exactly this. demanding attention all the time without doing anything obviously wrong, already feeling heavier than they should be. Years to officially and the cause wasn't the traffic, it wasn't until around 2023 that the company began making subtle adjustments to the Model Y suspension. Tesla took several years to officially 2025 refresh that the numbers until around 2023 that the company began making subtle adjustments to the Model Y suspension noise and 20% in wind noise. 2025 refresh that the numbers became public. Denser damping materials, reduction in structural improvements, 20% in previous version, 20% in wind noise. That those who bought the car in the early years paid the price of being denser damping materials process and structural adjusted over time without any prior notice or compensation. This means that those who bought the car in the early years paid the price of being guinea pigs in a refinement process that Tesla adjusted over time without any prior notice or compensation. When discomfort inside the vehicle goes from a passing impression to a daily reality, and it's precisely this calculation that can begin to seek solutions outside the factory. When discomfort in the Model Y goes from a passing impression to a daily reality, aftermarket, a significant portion of owners begin to seek solutions developed by independent companies to replace the Model Y. This path led many owners directly to the aftermarket has a price, and it's not small. Those parts and kits developed by the Model Y companies to replace or complement the original parts alone. The problem is that this specialized labor needed for installation. The total suspension cost can easily the Model Y can cost between $2,000 and $5,000 in parts alone. And do a simple calculation. When you add the specialized labor needed for installation, arrives on the total cost can easily lower price than the current Model Y. Now it's important to stop and do a simple calculation to fix a problem that should have been resolved from the factory. On the market, how much money did they actually save? Price than the current Model Y. The answer in most cases and the buyer is much less than they imagine. $6,000 to fix a problem that should have been resolved from the factory. It's the fact that this expense adds no value to the car. The answer in most cases is much less than they imagine. It's not a technology upgrade. And the worst part isn't even the amount of customization the buyer chose for pleasure. Expense adds no value to the car. To make the car work the way it should have worked from day one. It's not a technology pattern is one of the most dangerous in the automotive market precisely because it doesn't appear in any price comparison the way it should have worked from day one. This hidden cost pattern is one of the most dangerous in the automotive when the driver has already because it doesn't appear in any price comparison to realize that the discomfort that seemed tolerable at the beginning only becomes apparent in real life months after the purchase when the driver has realization arrives to the options are basically begins to realize that the discomfort that seemed tolerable at the beginning is becoming increasingly difficult because they needed to save money. And when this realization arrives, the options are basically neither financially nor live with the problem or there's an expression that's been circulating among the Tesla buyers for some years now to save money. It says a lot about the experience of picking up a new car financially nor literally. Hope you get a good one. There's an expression that's been circulating among Tesla buyers for some years now. Summarizes a lot about the experience of picking up a new car from the early years of the Model Y. Hope you get a good one. It's not a catastrophic defect that appears in all cars, concern, but something summarizes a pattern that has accompanied the variation between early years of the Model manufactured in the same period with the same configuration in all cars. One car leaves the production line with perfectly aligned parts. The variation between units and interior model manufactured in the same period with the same configuration. The next one, produced days later, one car leaves the production line gap in the door, a difference in paint tone on the bumper, and interior finish without any irregularities. Nothing that the next one produced days later, but enough to make the owner wonder if they paid for the right difference in paint tone on the bumper. This behavior has a direct explanation in the way Tesla structures its production. Nothing that prevents the car from working, but enough to make the owner wonder if they paid to ensure that each unit is virtually identical to the previous explanation in the way Tesla structures its production. Continuous real-time improvement. Extremely rigid process of the production line to ensure that each unit is virtually identical to the previous one. Tesla operates on a model of continuous real-time improvement. The result is positive in the long term because the model gets better over time, adjustments being made creates a window of variation in the short term or correct identified cars of the same model can have noticeably different quality experiences depending on when they were manufactured. But it creates a window of variation in the short term when two cars of the same model can have noticeably different quality experiences depending on when they were manufactured. Forums is that of buyers arriving at the delivery picking up the car in hand, few imagine photo experience, measuring spaces between panels, and checking every inch of specialized forums is that of buyers arriving at the delivery with checklists in hand, completely unnecessary when buying a Toyota or a Honda panels has become almost a mandatory ritual for those who signing any document. And there is something profoundly contradictory unnecessary when the person who has just acquired a technologically has become almost a mandatory ritual for those who buy Teslas. Music, and integrated artificial intelligence needs to act like a factory inspector who has just acquired a technologically advanced car with automatic updates. If the figures regarding quality variation artificial intelligence needs to act like a factory inspector to ensure that the basic goes beyond what any owner's forum had systematically documented. If the figures regarding quality variation were already worrying, is considered one of the most rigorous automotive reliability assessments in the world, what any owner's forum because it is not based on subjective opinions. The German technical inspection is considered one of the most rigorous automotive reliability assessments in the world on real vehicles and real use driving on the streets every day. And when this type of assessment indicates that 17.3% carried out by certified technicians on real vehicles and real use driving on the streets every day. This is not a trend. And when this type of assessment indicates that deserves the full attention of anyone considering buying a vehicle of the 3 years of use, especially a new model that has not yet gone through any maturation cycle. It is concrete data that deserves the full attention of anyone considering buying a vehicle of the brand. Especially a new model that has not yet gone through any maturation cycle. That in a group of 100 cars the significance of this number, almost 18 of them presented problems serious enough to be classified as serious by the 17.3%. These aren't scratches in the paint or cars evaluated. They are flaws that TV technicians consider relevant to be classified as serious by the inspectors. And these are vehicles only 2 to 3 years old. Gaps, still within a period when most TV technicians consider relevant from a safety or operational standpoint. Music, and these are vehicles only 2 to 3 years old. Result among still all models evaluated in the report makes this data functioning more difficult to put into perspective. Music, what makes this scenario particularly relevant for the new SUV is the issue evaluated in the report makes this data even more difficult to more intensively by a public that depends more on the car particularly relevant for the new SUV is the issue of usage breakdowns at the repair shop. A cheaper vehicle tends to be used more intensively by a high-value car. Depends more on the owner usually has more financial flexibility to resolve with unexpected breakdowns either through the warranty or by paying for the repair without compromising the family budget. The owner usually has more financial flexibility to resolve the problem precisely to reduce either through the warranty or by paying for the repair without compromising the family financial safety margin. But when this same type of problem appears in a vehicle purchased, there's a situation that no owner's manual describes. The impact is proportionally much greater because the buyer's financial safety margin, the driver wakes smaller from the start. Gets in the car, starts a situation that no owner's manual describes. It's not a malfunction. Every Tesla owner has experienced at least nothing that triggers a warning light on the dashboard. Gets in the car, it's simply the car behaving realizes something it did the day before. It's not a malfunction, not a strange noise, mentally calibrated that triggers a warning light on the dashboard. Different intensity. It's simply the car accelerator, which had a familiar response curve. The regenerative braking that he had mentally calibrated over weeks now, and the driving assistant that he used confidently in certain situations now behaves with a logic he hasn't yet deciphered. Slightly differently. The cause of all this is a software update that was driving assistant that he used confidently in certain situations now behaves with a logic he hasn't yet deciphered. Experience. The cause of all this is a software update that was automatically installed overnight without which is now presented as one of the great advantages of the modern electric vehicle experience. And indeed, it has real advantages OTA model that 2020 and 2026, and which is now presented as one of the great advantages of modern electric vehicles. The behavior of the assisted driving system at low speeds, between 2020 and autopilot algorithms without the owner needing to correct the rear camera problems, adjusted the behavior of the assisted driving system at low speeds, 8 update introduced autopilot algorithms without the owner needing to take the car smoothing out how the car decelerates and directly changing the physical sensation the driver experiences through the pedal every day. Tesla called comfort braking in the Model Y was welcome. Smoothing out how the car decelerates and directly changing the physical sensation the driver experiences through the pedal every day. The update itself, for many owners, this improvement was welcome. When a driver spends weeks or months developing a habit they have built habits based on the specific behavior of their car, the update and these habits are suddenly altered by a software decision made miles away. When a driver spends weeks or months developing reflexes and habits based on the specific behavior of their car, and these habits are suddenly altered by a software decision made miles away, relatively simple. They need to restart an adaptation process that consumes every day, attention, and energy in varying traffic and weather conditions. This constant readjustment represents a real cost that doesn't appear in any cost of on their vehicle every day on long journeys measured in varying traffic and errors of judgment during the adaptation readjustment represents a real cost that doesn't appear in any cost of ownership spreadsheet. There are documented records of Model Y attention and errors of judgment during the adaptation period, and in a persistent noticeably weaker, is never forcing them to use the brake pedal much more frequently than they were used to. Owners reporting that after adopted one-pedal driving, the regenerative braking became noticeably weaker, forcing them to use the brake pedal much more frequently than they were used to. It was an alteration to the vehicle's very identity, driving as a central part of their electric car story is that these same owners was not just unsure whether the new behavior was permanent. It was an alteration to the vehicle's very identity. Update. And the most revealing fact in this story is that these same owners spent weeks unsure whether the new behavior was permanent. Creates a relationship between driver and vehicle that is fundamentally different from any other known automotive experience. Multiplied by each update, the question that really matters isn't how much this creates a relationship between driver and vehicle. That information will appear on every from any other known automotive experience. And in every comparison, the question that really matters isn't how much this new Tesla SUV 2026. That information will appear on every portal and which should be first on the list, and in every comparison as soon as the car is officially unveiled in the second half of 2026. Because a vehicle isn't an impulse purchase that ends up in a drawer after a few days. It becomes part to live with this car every day for the next 3 to 5 years. Appears on your monthly bills, because a vehicle isn't an impulse purchase that ends up in a drawer after a few days. It becomes part of your routine, invisible price on every schedule, appears on your monthly bills, in a way that no fuel economy calculator every commuting decision the owner makes. Everything discussed and when the car exacts an invisible price on every trip, the cabin that accumulates in a way that no fuel economy calculator can every imperfection of the asphalt, everything discussed throughout this analysis points to the same pattern. The defect index that the cabin have documented with surgical precision, suspension the aftermarket every imperfection of the asphalt, the initial savings, the variation in quality between units, and the software updates that change the vehicle's behavior documented with surgical precision. All these elements have something upgrades that cost more than the initial during a 20-minute test drive, and the software updates that change the vehicle's behavior. None of them are taken into account when the buyer compares the price of the new SUV. None of them appear during a 20-minute test drive. They only appear later in the sales brochure, when the decision has already been made and the contract has the price of the new SUV with that of a competitor in the same range. This doesn't mean Tesla's new SUV will be a bad product. They only appear later in real life. The automaker's history shows it has a genuine ability to improve and the contract has already been signed. And that many of the problems identified in early versions of the Model Y were effectively corrected in subsequent cycles. The automaker's history shows it has a genuine ability to improve its vehicle's structural failure points. And that many of the problems identified in early versions of the Model Y were effectively corrected deviations in real time. The database generated by millions of vehicles in circulation allows Tesla to correct inspection systems in factories identify deviations in real time to make the same move. The database generated by millions of vehicles in circulation allows Tesla to correct failure patterns in weeks that the data shows traditional automakers take years to make the same move. The smart buyer is the one who approaches this decision with their eyes open and ignoring them would be as dishonest as ignoring the problems that the data shows purchase may only be the beginning of a series of costs that appear gradually over the years. They know that being one of the first to buy a new Tesla model means participating purchase may only be the beginning of a series of costs that appear gradually over the years. They know that being one of the first to buy a new Tesla model means participating voluntarily or not in a maturation.
Another noteworthy point is the proposal for a vehicle designed for year-round, everyday situations regardless of weather and road conditions. Potholes, unlike vehicles designed solely for onboard technology intervenes proactively. This model minimizing the impact of everyday situations into account. This more practical approach brings the vehicle closer to real-world onboard technology and marks a shift in direction for the automotive industry of these factors. Instead of focusing solely on figures and technical data, the project aims to enhance the everyday driving and marks a shift in direction for the automotive industry. Differentiator. Instead of focusing solely on figures and technical data, the project aims to enhance the everyday driving surprising aspect of these projections. This could be a significant many of these technologies are particularly in emerging markets where usage patterns which generally cost over 60,000 euros. Another surprising aspect of integrating them into a more affordable car these technologies indicates an attempt to reverse in luxury vehicles. Tesla seems generally cost over 60,000 cutting-edge technology is a possibility of integrating them into a more affordable car. Clearly indicates an attempt to reverse this strategy could shift Tesla seems intent on proving that cutting-edge technology is possible. The democratization of technology already underway in other industries is gaining momentum in the automotive sector and could accelerate innovation, benefiting a wider audience. The target democratization of technology extends already underway in other industries. Families gaining momentum in the automotive sector and could accelerate innovation, benefiting a wider audience. Reliability is a for this type of vehicle extends beyond tech car that requires less maintenance, offers greater safety in regions with and performs reliably even under challenging conditions. Meets a reliability is a crucial. Furthermore, energy efficiency remains that requires less maintenance, offers rising energy costs, more efficient reliably even under challenging conditions. Combination of low operating costs. Furthermore, energy efficiency remains creates an attractive value proposition. position, rising energy costs, more efficient vehicles gain a competitive edge. On the other hand, the combination of low operating costs and advanced technology creates an attractive manufacturing advanced components such as electromagnetic dampers and graft materials. On the other hand, scaling these technologies into mass production presents significant challenges to adapt to demand. Manufacturing integrating various systems requires a high level of engineering expertise and rigorous hampered by cost and scaling limitations. Any flaw could compromise the vehicle's overall performance. The supply chain must adapt to demand. Furthermore, integrating various systems requires a high level of engineering expertise but also on production efficiency. Any flaw management is crucial for assessing the project's economic viability. Therefore, balancing innovation and profitability not only on innovation but also on production efficiency. It's important to emphasize that all this information is still in the realm of speculation and viability. So far, balancing innovation and profitability is one of the industry's greatest challenges. It's nevertheless to emphasize that all this information is still in the realm of speculation and rumor. Lends a certain credibility to none of these details have been officially confirmed. Moreover, many of the mentioned advancements have already been implemented in other models or history of introducing innovative solutions into a more affordable vehicle is likely only a matter of time. Moreover, many of the mentioned advancements have already been implemented in other models or prototypes, suggesting that their integration into a more affordable vehicle is likely only a matter of time. Consistency of the information reinforces its credibility among plausibiliteit unhelped der mittellich grundlegende veranderen. Wenn zumindest eine fortschrittliche Technologie mit hohen Preisen verbunden ist, könnte freigestellt bei Verbrauchern der mittellich grundlegende Elektrofahrzeug Diana und das fortschrittliche Technologie mit hohen Preisen verbunden ist. Current in diesem Szenario word die Verfügbarkeit zu einem Strategie der die Verbreitung dieser Technologie in verschiedenen Regionen der Welt direkt beeinflussen kann. In diesem Szenario word die Verfügbarkeit zu einem driving experiences der die Verbreitung dieser Technology make a difference in everyday der Welt direct beeinflussen can. Approach is still unusual in an industry based on real-world driving visible innovations and emphasizes elements that truly make a difference in everyday suspension and traction. This practical approach demonstrates a deeper understanding of user that often focuses on visible innovation. Interest generated even before its official launch. Investing in aspects such as expectations are based not only on promises but on project demonstrations deeper understanding of user needs, thus fostering stronger customer loyalty. Generated the timing of a potential market launch seems strategically advantageous. Are based not only on promises but on concrete solutions in a transitional phase, thus fostering stronger customer loyalty. Technology has already proven its capabilities. The timing of a potential market launch seems strategically advantageous. An affordable and well-equipped model is in a transitional promote widespread adoption. The technology has already proven its capabilities. The Model 2 has the potential to bridge this gap and position itself as a genuine alternative model for undecided consumers, promote widespread redefining the competitive landscape and accelerating the sector's development. The Model 2 has the potential to bridge this gap and position itself as a genuine alternative for undecided consumers. The rumors surrounding the Tesla redefining the competitive landscape and accelerating the sector's development. Expectations for an affordable electric car. Despite the usual challenges in combination of advanced materials, the rumors surrounding the Tesla technological integration suggest an ambitious project. An attempt to redefine expectations for an affordable adjustments or changes in combination of advanced materials, the available information and technological integration suggests an ambitious project. This doesn't guarantee that everything will be implemented exactly as described, or changes in strategy reinforces the assumption that the industry is moving in this direction. Consistency. More important than the details is the direction of development, will be implemented and in this respect, as described. The Model 2 is already playing a significant role in setting new standards and increasing customer demand. More important than the details is the direction of development even before its launch. And in this respect, the Model 2 is already playing a significant role in setting new standards and increasing customer demand, unveiled it yet, thus influencing the phenomenon reveals a shift in consumer behavior. Today, consumers follow not only finished products but also development processes Tesla hasn't officially unveiled it yet. Expectations are no longer based solely on marketing information. Today, consumers follow not only finished products but also development processes and future possibilities. This creates an environment where the public is better on marketing information, but now which has a direct impact on the industry. Automakers are now being held accountable not only for price and range, but also for environment where the public is better informed and more critical. In this context, the Model 2 is acting as a catalyst for this shift. Automakers are now being held accountable not only for price and range. Another important point is how this durability and system integration focus. In this context, the Model 2 is acting as a catalyst for a long time, contributing to deeper debate about electric mobility. Exclusively on range and charging time. How this debate is broadening the traditional focus on electric vehicles. They are no longer sufficient to define the quality of a car. For a long time, we are now seeing a growing interest in aspects such as chassis, range and charging time, torque distribution, and driving dynamics. They are no longer that the market is define the quality of a car. Consumers are beginning to view the growing interest in aspects such as chassis, tire composition, torque distribution, and driving dynamics. This shift in perspective shows that the market is maturing. For the further development consumers of the industry, are beginning to view the vehicle as a complex more profound innovations that go beyond basic specifications. The potential integration of technology is essential for the further development of the industry, and opens up space for more profound innovations that go beyond traction control stacked Diana. Potential integration of technologies such as Graphen in integration, kombiniert mit Vorschauenden Federungssystemen, und intelligent function control bestimmt sondern sei optimal aufeinander der Mobilität in der Integration ermöglicht ein höheres Maß in Sicherheit, Komfort und Leistung, sondern sei optimal aufeinander und sorgt so für ein ein höheres Maß in Sicherheit. Dieser systemisch Ansatz stellt einen bedeutenden Fortschritt dar in Zurgesetzen den kommenden Jahren, especially with the development of increasingly connected and autonomous vehicles as the standard. It is important to keep these expectations dar in current Sitzen den kommenden Jahren, especially with the development of increasingly connected and autonomous vehicles as the standard. And production capacities are factors that can directly impact the mass production of advanced technology. Not all planned innovations will make it into the final vehicle version. Logistics and even those that are implemented may require adjustments that can directly However, this does not diminish the project's relevance. Not all planned innovations highlight the associated vehicle version, and the effort required to transform ideas into marketable products. However, finding the right balance between innovation and accessibility. On the contrary, it highlights the associated complexity and the effort required to transform ideas into marketable products. The model achieves a substantial portion of the discussed objectives. Between innovation and accessibility remains the biggest challenge of middle-class consumers. To the model, the notion that affordable cars inevitably compromise on quality and technology will lose its objectives. This creates new about a significant shift pressure on the rest of the middle-class consumers. Competitors are expected to respond inevitably compromise on quality and technology, accelerating the innovation cycle, and ultimately creates new expectations and puts pressure on the rest of the industry. This development has already taken place in other industries to respond with similar solutions, now beginning to solidify accelerating the innovation cycle. This could have a lasting impact on the development and marketing of vehicles. This development has already taken place in other industries, a significant role in the global adoption of in the automotive market. In many markets, could have a lasting impact on the development and marketing of vehicles. Furthermore, the Model 2 has the potential to play a significant role in the global adoption of electric vehicles. This is especially true for regions with limited remains the biggest obstacle, where reliability and durability are crucial, without compromising a robust, efficient, and technologically advanced vehicle. This is especially true for regions with limited reach of electromobility, where reliability and durability extends beyond a single product. Offering a robust, efficient, and technologically advanced vehicle directly addresses these interest in this project also highlights a shift in how people interact with technology. Extends beyond a single product. The car is no longer just a utilitarian object, industry strategy, but is now perceived as a constantly evolving technology. Also highlights a shift in how people interact with technology. The use of machine learning and system integration car is no longer just a utilitarian object. This transformation brings the automotive industry evolving to other technology sectors and opens up new avenues for innovation. The use of machine learning and system integration make the vehicle more dynamic. As an example of this transformation brings the automotive industry closer to other technology sectors and mobility is new avenues smarter and more integrated in this everyday life. The Model 2 can be seen as an example of the indirect influence of this innovation on consumer education developments. As concepts like mobility is becoming smarter and more integrated into everyday life, the general level of knowledge increases. Point is the indirect influence of this innovation on consumer education. More informed consumers make better decisions and demand higher suspension and efficiency enter the public debate. Benefits the general level of knowledge increases and contributes to a balanced market. Positive cycle. More informed consumers make better decisions and demand higher quality products. The Model 2 is already influencing this process the entire ecosystem market and contributes to a balanced regardless market. Of the final confirmations, by bringing these topics to the forefront of discussions, the debate surrounding this vehicle has elevated the discussion about affordable electric even before its official market launch. The discussion now extends beyond confirmations. One thing is already certain. The debate surrounding this vehicle has elevated the discussion about affordable electric cars to a new level. The discussion now extends beyond that. Praise hinaus unverumfasst Nebentechnik und Sicherheit des Fahrerlebens. Does Model 2 Magnish perfect saying which Tiger Fortschritt bereits masterlich zu diesem Model 2 und weiß den Weg einzukommen. In der Technology und Schritt geht hand in hand. Does Model 2 Magnish perfect saying bleibt absurd. Why dein Masterschritt zu diesem Model 2 und weiß den Weg einzukommen. In der Technology und Schritt geht hand in hand. Sobald diesem Hintergrund bleibt a crucial moment to confirm or adjust these forecasts. Till then, the scenario offers numerous possibilities and serves as an example of how innovations can arise from the integration of various engineering to confirm or adjust these forecasts. It is essential scenario offers numerous simultaneously being serves as an example of how innovations can arise from the integration of various transformations emerge. Most importantly, Model 2 signals not only the arrival of a new simultaneously being potentially the establishment of a new philosophy within this tension that major transformations advanced technology, efficiency, and accessibility are no longer not only the arrival of a new car, but are united in a single potentially the establishment combination of Graphen tires, intelligent suspension, and advanced technology, efficiency, and accessibility are no longer mutually exclusive, but are united in a single vehicle design. The combination combination of graphene tires, some of this information is still speculative, the direction taken already suggests a significant transformation of the market in vehicle design. Consumers are more demanding. Even if some of this information is under greater pressure, and the direction taken already suggests a significant transformation of the market. The Model 2 is already setting new benchmarks even before its official market launch. The industry is under greater pressure, and the technological standard is higher. Comprehensive analyses, the Model 2 is already setting new benchmarks without exaggeration and focused on the essentials. And if you'd like to continue receiving comprehensive analyses like this one, you won't miss any news about the future of electric cars and the technologies that are changing our world. Subscribe to the channel and activate notifications. This way, you won't miss any news about the future of electric cars and the technologies that are changing our world.
The Vegas Loop expands again, Tesla's Cybertruck production and robotaxi expansion Tesla's robotaxi program is moving into its next phase. And the new overhead view from drone pilot Joe SpaceX has given us one of the clearest signals yet that Tesla's robotaxi program is moving into its next phase. Joe spotted a new overhead view from drone pilot Joe SpaceX has given us one of the clearest signals yet that mass production of fully autonomous vehicles, by which we mean these cars have no steering wheels, 14 meaning they are not built for human drivers. In the outbound lot. What's really interesting is just how closely these vehicles match the original Cybertruck concept Tesla showed at 2024's meaning they are not built for human drivers. No steering wheel, no pedals, no mirrors, just how closely these vehicles match the original Cybertruck concept Tesla showed at 2024's Now this didn't come out of nowhere. No steering wheel, no pedals, no mirrors, just a dedicated autonomous vehicle built around unsupervised full self-driving. Some were charging. Now this didn't come out of nowhere. Moving through test routes. Just days earlier, all of them still had manual controls installed. Cybertrucks spread across the vehicles use a Cybertruck-style steering wheel that's crudely attached. Others were moving out a section of dashboard, but all of them still had manual controls installed. They do this so engineers can step in when needed while collecting real-world data that's crudely attached by ripping out a section of dashboard and bolting it to the steering wheels installed. They do this so engineers can step in when needed while collecting real-world data. It shows us that Tesla is still running test configurations in parallel with the production line that is building the vehicles in their final autonomous form. Becomes really meaningful. These steering-wheel-free units are likely Tesla is still running test configurations in parallel with the production line that is building the vehicles changing and start getting prepared for real deployment. These steering-wheel-free units are likely heading into validation Tesla just did in Texas, which is typically the stage the company launched its robotaxi service in Dallas and Houston. Unlike that timing and everything lines up with what Tesla just transitioning to unsupervised operations, the company launched its robotaxi service in Dallas and without any human supervision from day one. Started with safety monitors no safety driver into unsupervised operations earlier this year. The system is operating fully live without any human supervision from day one. To us a level of confidence that Tesla hasn't shown publicly no front passenger monitor. It also lines up with the company's internal data. According to the latest reflects to us a level of confidence that Tesla hasn't shown publicly before 2026. It also lines up with the company's internal data. Recorded zero according to the latest unsupervised autonomous vehicle crash reports Waymo reported 58 over the same period, while Zoox reported Tesla's 3. Robotaxi program has recorded zero incidents during unsupervised operation. And the comparison isn't Waymo reported, but the result still matters because it gives the company a real-world track record to point at as it expands into new markets. Is still very small, early rider data is starting to come in as well. But the result one still matters because it gives the company a real-world track record to point at as it expands into new markets. Early rider data is starting to come in as well. Lower than a comparable ride on Waymo. 2.25 miles in about 7 minutes has been consistent. Riders describe the experience as roughly 56% no major issues reported in the first couple of days. More importantly, safe for some navigation has been consistent. The rollout is still controlled. The experience Houston service area only covers around 25 reported in the first couple of days. While Dallas is focused around navigation park and nearby neighborhoods. The rollout is still controlled. Fleet sizes are also Houston still very limited, only covers and availability can be uneven with some users while Dallas is wait times around over 20 minutes and nearby which is typical for this stage where the focus is on reliability, not scale. And availability can be uneven with some users reporting wait times of over 20 minutes. Community tracking from Tesla observers on reliability shows activity across 39 cities based on the broader picture shows something larger is tied to the robotaxi program. Community tracking from Tesla observers on locations are live shows activity across 39 is already being laid in hiring, testing, and mapping Tesla isn't expanding one city at a time. Only a handful of those locations are live simultaneously, but the groundwork is already being laid in parallel. That suggests Tesla isn't expanding Tesla one now city launch at a time. It's preparing multiple market cities without a gradual transition then scaling period. Each one as readiness and that brings improves. The focus back to what the matters Cybertruck. Is this. The vehicles now coming out of supervised autonomy steering wheels are the ones without a gradual transition period. The Model Y is handling today's deployments, Cybertruck. But the Model Y is designed now coming out of Gigafactories without steering wheels are the ones designed to scale this system. That is what the Cybertruck is for. The Model Y is handling today's deployments, simpler, but the Model Y is designed as an excellent all-rounder, which is exactly what a dedicated robot requires over time. That is what the Cybertruck is for. There's also a hardware component to this. It's lighter, simpler, Elon Musk and optimized Tesla high utilization, its next generation, which is exactly what a network like this requires. In simple terms, taping out means there's also a hardware component to this. The architecture Elon Musk confirmed that Tesla has taped out its next generation AI5 chip. From that point on, in simple terms, taping out means fabrication design is finished, where the chip is physically produced using advanced semiconductor Tesla has sent a final blueprint to manufacturing. It's a major milestone because changes after this stage are extremely difficult and expensive, where the chip is physically produced using advanced semiconductor it means that the company is confident enough in the design to commit to changes after this stage are extremely difficult and design represents a significant leap. When a chip tapes out, the chip is expected to deliver several times enough in the design to commit it to production, along with a large increase in memory capacity. Design represents a significant real-time inference. The chip is expected to deliver several times the compute of AI computer clusters, along with a large increase in memory capacity and improved efficiency for real-time targeted for late 2026 into 2027. Robotics and supercomputer clusters with manufacturing support from TSMC and their final configuration are now coming off for late 2026 into 2027. Are expanding into new cities without human supervision, and the next generation of AI hardware is already in development. Are now coming off the line. AI is moving fast, faster than most people realize. Into new cities without human supervision, Jensen Huang, and the next generation of AI hardware is already in development. And that means the gap between people who use AI and those who don't is about to get very real. Even NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang says it's starting to feel like replacing humans or killing creativity. And that means the gap between people who use AI and those who don't is about to get very real. So you can focus on higher level thinking while AI handles. This isn't about replacing humans or killing creativity. Let me show you something useful. It's about becoming more efficient AI learning platform built to help you actually apply higher level thinking, not just watch videos of repetitive stuff. And they're hosting a completely free two-day AI mastermind this weekend. Outskill is an AI learning platform built to help you actually show you how to build AI agents not just automate videos for you. Connect and they're hosting a completely free Notion into real AI mastermind and basically save yourself hours in just 16 hours. They'll show you how to build AI companies like NVIDIA and Microsoft who connect tools like space from Notion into real systems. You'll also get over $5,000 every bonuses. It's all taught by people from companies like NVIDIA and Microsoft who've been deep in this space. This is one of the easiest ways to get ahead right now. You'll also get over $5,000 worth of bonuses. Grab your spot using the link in the description and get ready before it starts. It's free, and honestly, this is one of the easiest ways to get ahead right now. Another Musk-led effort is continuing to build out using the link in the description and get ready before it starts. The boring company is getting closer to a real expansion point in Las Vegas. On the road, another Musk-led effort observers shows that the Westgate Station's airport tunnel on the Vegas Loop is getting closer to a real expansion point in Las Vegas. The second tunnel towards the airport shows that the Westgate Station's are now pouring the concrete entrance nearing completion, and the site itself is active with new equipment and materials visible across the lot. The second tunnel towards the airport is already complete. Tunnel boring machine is still on site, the concrete indicating work is ongoing, and the site itself is active with new equipment and materials visible across the stretch. The Proof tunnel boring machine is still opens soon, indicating this connection begins to extend the loop beyond convention traffic into everyday city movement. Final stretch. Early user impressions are already reinforcing that value. This connection begins to extend development beyond convention traffic into everyday city movement. Using the loop early user impressions are already reinforcing that value. He noted that it allowed him to move across the city on demand without traffic at a lower cost, and described his experience using the loop while traditional ride-hailing. He noted that it allowed him to move across the city on demand without traffic at a lower cost. Considering my Uber from the airport to my hotel was $45 ride-hailing, I'm looking forward to the Vegas Loop in addition to the ease, it's also fun, and that expansion isn't limited to Las Vegas. Considering my Uber from the airport to my hotel was $45 competition is already starting to translate into real-world projects. And that expansion isn't limited to Las Vegas. Wonderland in Texas, and one of the competition's winners confirmed that his team is actively working with the real-world company on a tunnel system that would connect a hotel to the rest of Wonderland in Texas, and one of the competition's winners confirmed that his team is actively working with the boring company on a tunnel system and the model is starting to move to the rest of the campus. And while infrastructure is scaling under the direction is pretty clear, another Musk company is working on something even more foundational directly, and the model is starting to move beyond it. Neuralink just made infrastructure is scaling to where the company is another Musk company is working on something even more foundational directly at the level of BCI product lead engineer. Neuralink just made background lines that point clearly to where the company is heading next. The first was comes from a strong foundation in machine learning and computer vision. Product lead engineer. He previously led those background lines up closely with what Neuralink is trying to build platform designed to turn real-world environments like museums and cities into interactive conversational experiences. He previously led those efforts at Head Out for DEX. He founded an AI-driven platform which focused on using computer vision and hyper-realistic CGI to create production quality visuals without traditional photo shoots. Before that, he founded Dabble Studio, is valuable which focused on using computer vision and hyper-realistic CGI to create production quality visuals without traditional photo shoots. We know Neuralink can decode signals, and this background is valuable because on translating those major initiatives something the brain can interpret as sight. Is fundamentally it requires tight integration between machine learning, visual processing, but now they are focused on translating those signals into something the brain can interpret as sight. Alongside that tight integration between machine learning, visual processing, the human side of what they're doing. Maz's experience sits right at that intersection, including individuals alongside that ALS, showing how they are already able to interact with the human side of what they're doing. Neural signals. It focused on current trial participants, including individuals with in real time using showing how they are already able to interact with computers using only showing early stage phosphine patterns improving over time. Named Kenneth now in real time using clinical trial phase. The video combination of new talent and real-world patient early stage shows that the company isn't stopping over these success stories. Now, Neuralink is still in the clinical trial phase, signals that the combination of new talent more seriously on vision outcomes shows that the company isn't stopping with these success stories. And while Neuralink is focused on restoring human capability, that Neuralink the final story this week is a reminder of the human side and blind side looks like the next frontier. SpaceX just gained an official focused on restoring story behind it carries real weight. The final story this week is a reminder of the human side behind all of these Pareto, who had been battling pediatric official mascot. Before she story behind she put together a list of questions she hoped to ask Elon Musk. 15-year-old space enthusiast, but she never got to speak to him due to her pediatric cancer. He answered anyway. Before she passed, in one of her questions, a list of questions she hoped to ask Elon Musk. The zero gravity she called design for the Polaris Dawn mission due to her condition. Become the official mascot for SpaceX. In one of her questions, to her list, Liv asked if when he reached that question, his answer was just designed for the Polaris Dawn mission, together with a smiley face, become the official mascot, and that made it official. Musk replied to her small Shiba Inu when he reached that question. His answer was just is now part of together with a smiley face. Her mother, made it Rebecca Pareto, later shared a small Shiba Inu in a spacesuit saying that he had kept Liv's memory alive in a way that went far beyond what they ever expected. Her mother, Asteroid, had already flown later shared a message thanking zero gravity indicator during Polaris memory alive in a way that went far beyond what they ever Dragon capsule as the crew carried out their mission flown once, but now serving as on a more permanent indicator during Polaris Dawn in 2024. That means this space dog will likely be present in SpaceX's carried out their mission. And eventually the company's on a more permanent role, becoming part of SpaceX. That means this space dog will likely be present in SpaceX's Moon Base Alpha, and eventually the company's Mars settlements.
If a motorhome cannot answer 4 ugly questions, it is not a home. Where do you get clean water? Where does the waste go? If a motorhome where do you charge when the nearest town is 2 hours behind you? Not a home. And when something where do you get clean water? How fast does the waste freedom turn into another charge when the nearest town is 2 hours behind you? And when something expensive breaks, not Elon headlights, does your freedom turn into another like $10,000? That
if you are over 65, living on fixed income, and tired of watching rent, insurance, utilities, and repairs eat through money, if you are over 65, lifetime living on fixed income, and tired of watching rent, insurance, utilities, and repairs testing the Tesla motorhome idea, lifetime to save life gets dirty, with me, expensive today, and hard to face, chasing hype. Because if this thing cannot survive the Tesla motorhome idea, then it does not matter real life futuristic dirty, it looks, expensive, water, and hard to waste. Because if this thing cannot survive daily most channels does not matter because it destroys the dream in 30 seconds. And waste. If you live in this vehicle with the question, most channels avoid. Because it destroys the dream in 30 seconds. And what happens after in this vehicle full-time? Solar panels do not solve that. Where do you shower? Battery does not solve that. Your teeth? And a beautiful interior after you flush. If the bathroom solar panels do not solve that. 2 days. A giant battery does not solve that. Of a Tesla and a beautiful interior would not rely on if the bathroom turns into a burden. It would likely need a compact water management module of a Tesla motorhome advanced would not rely on RVs use now alone. Imagine would a low-maintenance filtration water management module cleans something and shower water for secondary use RVs like toilet flushing, or exterior rinse down. Low-maintenance filtration water that pre-cleans sink and shower water for secondary use that stretches toilet refill for exterior rinse down. That would not eliminate drinking water. But it could cut waste, just a practical freshwater demand that stretches retirees live without the constant that would not eliminate utilities. But it could and that matters more than most freshwater demand. And let retirees live without the constant whether a water system and utilities. Innovative. And that matters. He's asking more than whether he has to drive 40 miles just to empty a tank, not asking while his back water system and the weather is turning. Innovative. That he's asking whether he has to drive 40 miles just to empty a tank, the toilet system, while his back hurts just as much. The weather is turning. A normal RV black tank is a dignity question, but it comes with a gadget question. Cleaning. Wait, the toilet system, the reality of just as much. A dump station, a normal RV black tank works. A more advanced design could use a sealed, low-water vacuum the reality of similar to marine systems before you're paired with better odor control. A more advanced design that could use simple, sealed, plain language alerts vacuum instead of cryptic to marine systems. Not because that sounds better odor control, but because tank sensors owners that give simple, need more complex alerts. They need instead of cryptic icons. Now, not because that sounds nobody should hide from you. Older owners, no matter how clever the water system gets, they still live inside the laws of volume and gravity. The catch: nobody should hide from you. Refill points. No matter how clever the water system gets, access. You still live inside the laws around freshwater and gravity. Black water, you will still need refill points. If someone sells you the idea that this vehicle means endless off-grid living to plan around real freshwater logistics, black water, that person is selling emotion. If someone sells you the idea and there's another issue means most endless off-grid living with no real waste logistics. Showering in a moving home is selling emotion, to romanticize not reality. The camera never lingers on the floor space. Most hype videos skip the handholds and the showering in a moving home for younger people to romanticize when the camera never lingers on the floor space. Stiff knees, the step in, bad balance, the handholds, a back that is not what it used to be. That's for younger people. That's an inconvenience. If this concept is ever going with stiff knees, bad balance, or honestly, a back that is not what it used to be, has to be built for aging bodies. So, if this concept is ever going to serve retirees that don't look like hospital hardware, the bathroom has lighting, to be built a door that doesn't fight you, a low storage you can reach without twisting like a gymnast. Look like hospital hardware. It's not a retirement solution. A door that younger man's fantasy wearing senior marketing without twisting like a gymnast. The whole idea. Otherwise, it's not a retirement solution. Tested here. It's a younger man's fantasy wearing senior marketing. Perfect house on wheels. Before you write off the whole idea is whether it Remember what's enough monthly tested here to justify the trade-offs. Tesla motorhome if it can stretch water for several days. Simplified waste handling is whether it reduces enough monthly pain to justify the trade-offs. If it can stretch water for several days, only if those limits are spoken out loud and let you live without the constant bleed of rent and utilities.
Now, let us move to the fear that hits harder
if those
for
limits
many
are
older
spoken
viewers.
out loud.
What happens
Charging
when the battery
and
runs
boondocking.
low and you are nowhere
let us
near
move
a
to
charger?
the fear
That
because
hits harder
an electric
for many
motorhome
older
does
viewers.
not become a nightmare
What happens
when
the
charges
battery
slowly.
runs low?
It becomes
and you
a
are
nightmare
nowhere
when
near
it changes
a charger
where you are allowed
because
to
an
live.
electric motorhome
This
does
is
not
where a
become
lot
a
of channels
nightmare
get
when
lazy.
it charges slowly.
They show solar
it
on the
becomes
roof.
a nightmare
Mention
when
a
it changes
huge battery.
where you are
Say the
allowed to
word
live
off grid.
This
and let
is
your
where
imagination
channels
do the
get
rest.
lazy.
But
They show
real
solar on the
boondocking
roof.
is not
Mention
the same
a
as
huge
parking
battery.
in your driveway.
Say the word
and pretending
off-grid
you are independent.
and let your imagination do the
Boondocking
rest.
means heat, but real boondocking
darkness,
is not the
cooking,
same as parking in your
refrigeration,
driveway
phone
and
charging,
pretending you are
maybe
independent.
a CPAP machine.
Boondocking means
a small
heat, induction
cold,
cooktop,
darkness,
maybe Starlink
cooking,
running through the night,
refrigeration,
maybe
phone
air
charging,
conditioning, maybe
because
a
the
CPAP
desert
machine
does not care
maybe
that
a
you
small
are retired.
induction cooktop,
A serious
maybe
Tesla
Starlink
motorhome
running through
would
the night,
probably carry
maybe
something
air
in the range
conditioning
of a
because the
200
desert
to
does not
220
care that
kilowatt-hour
you are
pack.
retired.
If it's built
A
for
serious
real
living
Tesla
and not
motorhome
just
would
weekend
probably
content.
carry something
That's
in the range
a lot
of a
stored
200
energy.
to 220
It also means a lot
kilowatt-hour
of
pack.
weight,
If it's
a
built
lot of
for
cost,
real living
and a lot of
just
dependence
weekend
on
content.
route planning.
That's
The
a
battery
lot
can
of
power
stored
propulsion
energy.
and
It
life
also
support,
means a
but
lot
it cannot
of weight,
break the
a
laws
lot
of
cost,
distance
and a lot
solar
of dependence
helps, but
on
solar
route
is
planning.
not rescue.
The battery can
on
power
bright days in
propulsion
Arizona,
and life
Nevada,
support,
but
West
it
Texas,
cannot
or
break
Southern
the laws
California.
of distance.
A roof packed
Solar
with
efficient,
efficient,
light
lightweight
solar
panels
is not
could
rescue
add meaningful energy
on bright
over
days
several
in
days.
Arizona, Nevada,
Enough to support
West
Texas
appliances,
or Southern
keep the
California.
living side
A
lighter
roof
on the
packed
main
with
pack,
efficient
and
lightweight
maybe
panels
back a
could
small
add
but
meaningful
useful
energy
amount
over
of range
several
while
days.
you sit still, enough to
That's
support
real
appliances.
value.
Keep the living
It's
side
also
lighter on the
very
main pack,
different from
and
saying
maybe
the
put
sun
back a
keeps
small
you
but
free
useful amount of
forever,
range while
because
you sit
weather
still.
changes
That's
the
real
whole
value.
equation.
Park
It's
under
also
trees
very
in Oregon
different
from
from
saying
4
the
days,
sun
and
keeps
your
you
energy
free
story
forever.
changes again
Because weather
Spend a
changes
cold
the
week
whole
in Montana
equation.
running heat
Park
and
under
battery
trees
conditioning
in Oregon
and your
for 4
energy
days,
story
and
changes
your energy
again.
story
Sit
changes
through
again.
cloud cover
In the
Spend
southeast
a cold
with
week
Starlink,
in Montana
lighting,
running
water
heat
heating,
and battery
and air
conditioning
management
and
running,
your
and
energy
your
story
energy story
changes again. Sit through cloud
This
cover
is
in the
not a
southeast
flaw
with
unique
Starlink
to Tesla.
lighting,
It's
water
the
heating
cost
and
of
air
honest
management
math.
running, and
The
your
good
energy
news
story
is that
changes
retirees
again.
usually move differently
This is
than
not
younger
a flaw
road trippers.
unique to Tesla.
Most older
It's the
travelers
cost of
do not
honest
want
math.
to blast across
The good
3
news
states
is that
in a day,
retirees
sleep in a
usually
truck
move
stop,
differently
and do it again
than younger
tomorrow.
road trippers.
They move slower.
Most older
They stay
travelers
longer.
do not
They
want
care
to
more
blast
about
across
calm
3
than
states
speed.
in a day, and that
Sleep in a
lifestyle
truck stop
actually
and
fits
do it again
electric
tomorrow.
living better
They
than
move
the internet
slower.
would have you
They
believe.
stay longer.
Drive
They care
180
more about
miles,
calm
park
than
for
speed.
several days,
And that lifestyle
recharge
actually
through a mix
fits
of solar,
electric living,
quiet
better
energy
than the
discipline
internet
would
and
have you
planned
believe.
shore power.
Drive
Then
180
move
miles.
That model
Park
for
can
several
work.
days. But it
Recharge
only works
through a
if
mix
the
of
charging
solar,
network
quiet
fits the
energy
vehicle.
discipline,
A
and
large
planned
Tesla
shore power
motorhome
cannot
move
be
again.
judged by passenger
That
car
model
logic
can
alone.
work. But
If
it
it only
leans on
works if the
commercial
charging
charging
network
fits
including
the
future
vehicle.
mega charger
A large
corridors
Tesla
or
motorhome
oversized
cannot be
pull-through
judged
sites,
by
then
passenger
route
car
freedom
logic
becomes
alone.
narrower
Then
if it
many
leans
viewers
on
want to
commercial
admit
grade charging,
you don't just
including
need a
future
charger.
mega charger
You need one you
corridors
can
or
physically
oversized
access
pull-through
without jackknifing, then blocking traffic becomes narrower than many viewers want to admit needs to be. You don't just need a charger.
Why the smartest owners physically think in layers.
Jackknifing,
primary charging from planned high-speed stops, secondary charging from RV why the smartest owners would think in sites with enough electrical service charging from planned high-speed stops. Secondary charging from RV parks used to stretch your stay, or private sites with enough electrical service the living side from chewing through the driving battery. Tertiary support from solar, but it's used to stretch your stay, reduce wasteful drain. Let me give you the living side from chewing through the driving battery. Monday, that's not glamorous, but it's plenty of charge and enough water survives. By afternoon, you are parked on Bureau of Land Management land with a wide view and no one telling you your rent is with plenty of charge and enough water. The solar roof supports refrigeration. You are parked on Bureau of Land Management land with a wide view and no one telling you your rent is free. Tuesday, the solar roof supports the refrigeration, lights, the communications, is lower than expected. Living load.
Gray water is rising free, and the nearest proper dump and recharge option is not exactly around the corner. Than expected. That's the moment is rising. Either and the nearest proper or dump and recharge option is not exactly around the corner. Whether a Tesla motorhome can this vehicle either proves itself. The real question is how many compromises. So the real question is not whether a Tesla motorhome like boondock and starts feeling like another system. Question is how many compromises. Don't forget law parking for the lifestyle because an electric motorhome like can be mechanically and starts feeling and like another system be socially welcome. And don't forget law parking overnight street because camping. An electric motorhome retail lots post no overnight signs. Not be some counties are friendly for a week. Towns others are not overnight street for one night. Some retail lots post no overnight signs. What they often mean is counties are friendly for a week. Others are not friendly for one night. Know where you are allowed to say no more rent. Freedom without legal ground under it no more traditional for long. But still, if the company ever builds this honestly, you are allowed to stop. Should help here. Freedom without legal ground under it not flashy animation for long. Simple range forecasts. If the company ever builds this honestly, the software should help living load more than people realize. English prompts, not flashy animations. You can stay simple range forecasts based on temperature, water, rain, energy levels, but after that, load, you should move. Plain English that kind of guidance would something like more for you can stay here than any giant hours with current water and energy use. Hidden costs. But after that, you should move. We get to the that kind of guidance would do more for older owners than any giant touchscreen ever could. Even if the headline hidden number grabs you. Now what happens after the part you buy that separates because trusted analysis fee from sales protect you from a lifetime of expensive details grabs you. What happens after you buy it? A large because a electric entrance fee does not be insured from a lifetime of expensive details. It would not be insured like a standard gas RV. A large electric new technology would not be insured like a sedan. Expensive electronics would not be insured like a standard gas RV. And the sheer cost of technology, a big disabled battery value, all push expensive electronics. So, if the dream repair pathway begins with no more cost of towing a big a second line in that dream that says risk. What is my monthly insurance bill? If the dream in your head begins with no more one claim, you also need a second line in that dream that says love to talk about my monthly insurance batteries sound futuristic. Does it rise after one claim? Futuristic. Then there are tires. Heavy vehicles to talk about through them faster because batteries and sound tires for a large motorhome are not futuristic. Add alignment, brutal suspension heavy wear, vehicles and the weight of through them fast battery and storage tires living for a large motorhome that are not freedom pocket starts riding on rubber alignment costs suspension wear and the weight of tanks on fixed battery income storage and living equipment like a footnote and that rolling freedom maintenance starts riding on rubber just because the drivetrain gets simpler. A retiree on fixed income cannot treat that like a footnote pain. No oil changes, does not disappear, no transmission service because the drivetrain gets simpler, less engine vibration, an electric platform operation. A lot of those are real advantages. No oil changes, but the living transmission still has pumps, fewer moving parts, vents, less engine vibration, climate control, operation, plumbing. Those are real advantages, and the kind of living failures still has pumps, arrive one at a time. Vents, valves, a smart 48-volt architecture could make the whole system more efficient and more stable, especially for appliances, cooling. Onboard electronics, 48-volt architecture also could make certain repairs require trained and more stable instead of the guy in the next county who has fixed RVs for 30 years. It could also mean certain repairs require trained technicians instead of the guy in the next county who has fixed RVs for 30 years. Breakdown is scary because your vehicle is also your viewers do not say out loud. Fault, breakdown is not scary because it is inconvenient. Breakdown is scary because your vehicle is also your home. Just waiting on repairs. If a drive unit fault, waiting on shelter, medication access, software refrigeration leaves you stranded and the return of qualified service. You are not just waiting on repairs. Punches you are waiting on shelter. A normal medication access means refrigeration nothing when the vehicle is and the return of control and specialized. Towing can become the number that punches you in the stomach. Could cost more in one plan means afternoon nothing than when the vehicle is small monthly savings and specialized. That's why the service network for a machine like almost as much as the vehicle itself. In one ugly afternoon, ever wants older Americans Americans to trust a motorhome platform. That's why the service network matters almost as much as the vehicle itself. Service. If Tesla ever wants older Americans designed to trust a motorhome instead of dramatically, it will need more than now. Let us address the $10,000 service with a mobile diagnostics and systems designed to fail gracefully configuration instead of dramatically modular. With basic living functionality and $10,000 claim with a cool head. That makes a shocking headline possible. Entry configuration in heavily modular, especially if Tesla reuses a platform, premium simplifies finishes, that makes a shocking headline possible. But is that the same, especially if Tesla reuses a platform, retirement-ready motorhome finishes, lands and sells upgrades for $10,000? But no, is that the same as saying a real, full-time, retirement-ready motorhome lands in your driveway for $10,000 sits in layers? No, those are not the same statement that gets attention. Viewers deserve the base price that gets you in the door. The likely truth sits in layers of the version you would fantasy price that gets attention. There's the base medicine that gets you in the door, and your daily life. There's the configured price of the version you would actually trust with your body, your sleep, your medicine, your communications, water, and your daily life. Internet service and eventual repairs. Routine and now maintenance. You are finally talking about total cost of ownership water and instead of a thumbnail. Internet service also and eventual repairs. And older buyers and now should care about that more than talking about total cost of ownership changes instead of driving a thumbnail. Feels harder. There's also family needs pull you back. Older buyers should care about that more than younger dreamers without taking a health changes loss. If driving traditional RVs already punish owners on depreciation toward one fixed a highly specialized electric motorhome without taking a brutal loss. If Tesla supports traditional RVs already punish owners on depreciation. If not, the exit door gets narrower. Electric motorhome could hold value well about if Tesla supports it, or the updates it, and services it. That doesn't kill the idea. The exit door gets narrower, strengthens and smart because the right comparison is not against a magic or the number for safety. It's against the monthly grind. The idea. So many older Americans already live under. The right comparison is not against a magic insurance number. Fuel. It's against the monthly grind. HOA. So many older Americans already live under. A motorhome only becomes compelling when it lowers the pressure of that whole system. HOA. Not when it wins a comment war surprise over one clickbait figure. A motorhome only becomes compelling when it lowers the pressure of that whole system. Not when it wins a comment war over one for the right person in the right climate. Where does that expectations? Right where honest analysis should lead us. This could be a mobility retirement tool for the right person in the right climate trap for the expectations in years. It could reduce housing pressure. It could improve mobility. It could let some people step out of the landlord trap for the first time. Simplicity in some places, but it will never be a miracle. Others, it will be lower monthly payment, maybe water for flexibility, zero responsibility for independence. And maybe simplicity in some places, this complication in others. Older viewers, lower monthly payment. It's not because it promises zero responsibility. It's because it whispers something. The real reason people in retirement are desperate to hear so hard. Maybe you don't. It's not because it promises money in the same old way. It's because it whispers something many people in retirement are desperate to hear. But if that path is real, it has to survive in the same old way. Maybe there's still a path to live on your terms. Hidden but costs. If that path is real, where trust has to survive the ugly questions. Here is the bottom line. Water. If Tesla ever builds a motorhome that can truly manage water well, that's where trust lives without constant hassle. Here is the bottom line. In the real world. If Tesla ever builds a motorhome swallowing that can truly manage water well, will be more than a vehicle without constant hassle. It will be a housing store in the real world, a freedom store, and keep hidden costs from swallowing the savings. A dignity store. Then this will be more than a vehicle store. If those 4 weak points are not solved honestly, then the dream collapses the moment daily life begins. But now, tell me in the comments which are not solved honestly. Then the dream collapses the moment insurance and repairs, or the real price tell me in the comments which issue worries you most. And the next video in this series is built from what you insurance and repairs, or the going price after one question people keep asking. Those comments. And the next video in this series today is built from what you tell me actually live in it. Are going deeper without getting questioned. People keep asking parking rules. If you charging this motorhome today, if you want technology in America, could you without the sales live in it, subscribe right without getting turn on the weather? This channel is not here to sell you a dream. If you want technology to help you avoid without the sales mistake, subscribe right now and turn on the bell. This with someone whose channel is not here to sell you a dream in the next video to help you avoid
For 9 years, the entire $700 billion trucking industry laughed at Elon Musk. But right at this moment, for 9 years, in Sparks, Nevada, the entire $700 billion trucking industry at $290,000 apiece. But right at this moment, in Sparks, Nevada, the very first Tesla semi-truck blow that brings down Freightliner, Volvo, and the entire diesel empire rolling off the production line, spanning 1.7 million blow that brings down a production target Volvo, 50,000 vehicles diesel empire, a potential revenue of spanning 1.7 billion square feet. What is a production target happening inside this machine? 1,000 vehicles per year. Why has no competitor been able to revenue of $13.5 billion to Giga Nevada together? What is truly happening inside this machine? Deep inside this has no competitor been able to copy $1 billion machine today? We need to be absolutely clear about what is actually unfolding in Nevada at this very moment. Inside this $13.5 billion machine, for the first time in history, absolutely clear about what is actually unfolding in Nevada at this very moment. At a dedicated factory in March 2026. The man behind the entire program is Dan Priestley, director of the mass production of the semi-truck, and just days ago, on April 22nd, during the man behind the entire program is Dan Musk himself, director of the semi-program, confirmed before and all of Wall Street ago on April 22nd semi-production in the very near future. Elon Musk himself, why would an entire century-old industry feel compelled to track Tesla would begin semi-production in the very near future? Why are Freightliner, why would an entire century-old industry that have feel compelled to American highways for single move of one truck factory feeling nervous? Why are Freightliner answer Volvo lives inside a number that almost giants that have dominated American highways for nearly a century actually miles. Feeling nervous. That is the total distance lives inside a number that almost Tesla's semi-prototype 7 fleet over the past 5 years, racked up primarily alongside PepsiCo, DHL, and accumulated by Tesla's semi-prototype 7 fleet over the past 4 years. Racked up primarily alongside PepsiCo, DHL, and efficiency with a real-world uptime rate of hours per mile under 1,000 hours, 1,000-pound measured real-world efficiency is no longer a concept on paper. 1.72 kilowatt-hours per mile under been put through the most rigorous testing in the entire history of the heavy-duty trucking industry. This is a product that has already been put through the trucks represent rigorous testing in the entire history of the heavy-duty trucking industry. Yet they consume. What makes it even more striking is that trucks represent just 1% of all vehicles everyone on the road. And yet they consume for over 10 of the entire nation's fuel supply. This is a gold mine that everyone can see. Heavy-duty trucking industry in the United States is a massive market, generating $700 billion in revenue every single year. The Class 8 heavy-duty trucking industry in the United States is a massive market, generating $700 billion in revenue every single year of cargo. Because this problem is genuinely that hard. It needs an electric truck must be capable of hauling. It requires a dedicated charging infrastructure that the equivalent has stepped up to build. Metric tons. And most critically of all, it must compete on price. It requires a dedicated charging infrastructure anywhere from $130,000 to $180,000. And most critically of all, it must compete on price. How do you sell an electric truck that costs anywhere from $130,000 to $180,000 when your competitor is priced at exactly half of that? How do you sell an electric truck at nearly precisely the reason $100,000 after company when your competitor is priced at exactly half of that? Nikola went bankrupt in precisely the reason that Freightliner launched the company has failed so spectacularly, crawling along. Volvo has sold around 3,000 VNR electric units in Europe. Freightliner launched the here in the US, but have yet to break through. Crawling along. Volvo has sold around 3,000 VNR electric units in Europe, quietly arrived at a shared belief they have yet to break through. Electric trucks are a
distant dream. The situation one reached that is the point at least another 10 years away. Quietly arrived at a shared belief, and then that electric trucks showed up with a distant dream that not one that single competitor another 10 years away. To truly understand this Tesla showed up, we need to look back across the past 9 years. Single competitor this is ever the part that very few YouTube channels have ever explained with understand this shock. We need to look back across Tesla's the failure to produce the Semi earlier. And this was the part that lack of desire. YouTube channels
Musk had promised deliveries as far back as 2019.
Tesla's
but the brutal reality was this: from 2020 through the end of 2022, deliveries as far back as 2019.
Deadly loop.
But the brutal reality was this:
have enough batteries.
From 2020 through the end of 2022, battery cell that Tesla produced in a
had to be prioritized for the Model Y and Model have enough batteries.
The vehicles generating the cash flow 4680 battery cell that Tesla produced
had to be prioritized for the Model Y and Model 3
after year.
The vehicles generating the cash flow that himself publicly promised to deliver 50,000 semi-trucks within the back of the line year after year. When the year ended, it reached the point where Musk himself had publicly promised to deliver 50,000 semi-trucks within 2024. With a decision that, from my personal perspective, stands as the single most brilliant strategic move they have made in the entire past decade. With a decision that, from my personal perspective, next to stands as the single most brilliant strategic move they have made in the entire past decade. The 4680 battery cells are manufactured next to Gigafactory Nevada.
The Semi's battery pack requires precisely those same 4680 cells.
Battery cells
rather than shipping batteries across multiple states, Tesla did something battery pack no one in this industry had ever done before. 4680
they positioned the Semi factory
rather than shipping batteries across multiple states from the battery plant. Tesla did something the cells practically in this industry had ever done before. To reach the Semi assembly line. Positioned the Semi factory is the advantage that Freightliner away from the battery plant. That Volvo the cells practically only need to Daimler does not have to reach the Semi assembly line
because not a single competitor
advantage that Freightliner battery supply chain. That Volvo does not purchase batteries from outside does not have LG, Samsung,
because
or CATL.
Not a single competitor
owns its own battery supply chain.
Is not.
They are forced to purchase batteries from outside
to be now
from LG, because China's
Samsung,
BYD
or CATL
is ramping up electric truck production
at a frightening
Tesla
pace.
Is not. Had Tesla fallen even also why it had to be now. The U.S. market could very well have been divided up electric truck production even at a frightening pace.
The race has
officially begun.
One more
and
year
Tesla,
behind,
just the U.S. market could very well have been divided up now before Tesla even through the factory doors.
The race has
Thanks
officially
to journalist
begun.
Ashley Vance's exclusive
just
tour on April 10th. The accelerator.
The world got to see for the first time
through the factory doors.
Truly taking
Thanks
place
to journalist Ashley Vance's
first thing I want you to notice
on April
is the
10th.
factory's address.
The world got to see
Electric
for the first
Avenue,
time
Sparks, Nevada.
taking place
That's
inside.
right. The name of the
first
street
thing I want you to notice is the
literally
factory's
to
Electric
Boulevard.
Electric Avenue,
a random coincidence,
Sparks, Nevada,
or a destiny
That's
written
right.
in advance.
The name of the street
Walking through the
entrance
literally to
Electric
that
Boulevard
is the scale.
A random coincidence,
The facility covers
or a destiny
1.7
written in
million
advance.
square feet.
The
Walking
equivalent
through the
of
entrance,
30 football fields
thing that
merged
hits you
into
is
one.
the scale. And what
The
is
facility
nearly
covers
impossible to believe
1.7
is that
million
this
square feet.
enormous
The equivalent
structure
of 30 football fields merged into
years
one.
ago.
Dan
what is
Priestley
nearly
leads us through
impossible
the
to believe
key
is
stops
that this
inside the
entire
factory.
enormous
First
structure
is the body
broke
in
ground
white
fewer
area,
than 2
where
years ago.
enormous red
Dan
Tesla
Priestley
H700 robotic arms
stops
lift
inside
the
raw,
factory.
unpainted
First
steel
is the
semi-cab
body in white
weighing
area,
several tons,
where enormous
high into
red
the air.
Tesla
The
H700
robots move
robotic
with
arms
millimeter level
lift
precision.
The raw,
There is no
unpainted
shouting,
steel
no
semi-cab
roaring
weighing
diesel engines,
several tons,
only the
high into the
quiet
air
whir of electric
The
motors.
robots move with millimeter level
every sense of
precision.
the phrase,
There is no
this
shouting,
is an industrial
no roaring
ballet
diesel engines
unfolding right
before
only
your
the
eyes.
quiet whir of
But the
electric
single
motors.
most precious
In
moment,
every
the
sense
moment
of the
I
phrase,
most want you to
this
pay
is an
close attention to,
industrial ballet
is the battery
unfolding
marriage
right
stage.
before your eyes. This is the instant
But
when
the
the
single
heart of the
most
vehicle
precious
is
moment,
implanted into
the
its
moment I
body.
most want you to pay
3
close attention to,
massive
is
golden
the battery
battery
pack
marriage
modules,
stage.
each weighing
This is
several
the
tons,
instant when the
are
heart of
lowered
the
from the
vehicle
ceiling
is
by a
implanted
red
into its
overhead
body.
gantry crane system.
3 massive
Slowly,
golden battery pack
precisely,
modules, each weighing
they are
several
married
tons,
into the vehicle
are
frame,
lowered from the ceiling
by a
here
red
is the
overhead
technical
gantry
detail
crane
I
system.
want you to hold on to slowly.
The Semi's battery pack
Precisely.
is entirely
They are
different
married
from the
into the
Model
vehicle
Ys.
frame.
The Model
And
Y
here
pack
is
is
the
flat,
technical detail
like a
I want you to
pancake
hold on
laid
to.
beneath the floor of the car.
semi's battery pack
The
is
semi-pack, by
entirely
contrast,
different from the Model
consists
Ys.
of high-density
The Model Y
cubic
pack
modules,
is flat,
like a pancake
dense, and
laid beneath
heavy.
the floor of the car.
This is a design that
The
can
semi-pack,
only be
by
achieved
contrast,
when a vehicle
consists
is built
of
to be
high-density
electric from the
cubic
very
modules.
beginning. Thick,
By
dense, and
2026,
heavy.
Tesla will
This is
truly
a
be the
design that
company
can
capable
only
of
be
producing the
achieved when a
fastest car in
vehicle
the
is
world.
built to be
Forget
electric
build
from the
quality for a
very
sec.
beginning.
When it comes to raw speed, Tesla is in a league of their own. Tesla will truly be the company faster than anything that's ever been ramped up before in history. Forget build quality for a sec. Shattering their own records. When it comes to raw speed, Tesla is in every millisecond off the line. Production faster than anything's ever been ramped up Elon Musk even claims they'll eventually clock shattering their own every 30 seconds. Obsessively trimming every millisecond off the line until there's literally no fat left to cut. They've engineered Elon Musk even claims they'll eventually clock a new car every 30 seconds. That's 25 seconds. But here's the kicker. Off the old mark. Tesla just crushed their own blistering the human I can't even track it. They've engineered a brand new line that pumps out a car in a mere 5 seconds. By the time you see it, it's already gone. 25 seconds. I think it'll be able to produce a car ultimately in less than 5 seconds. I can't even track it. Like, can you imagine a car coming off the line? By the time you see it, it's already gone. That's like I think it'll be able to produce a car ultimately in less than 5 seconds. That actually people can't even get close to. Can you imagine a car coming off the line in less than 5 seconds? You'll be asking yourself, that's like what just happened? In fact, the line brand new car roll off the line that actually people can't even get close to. And the real kicker, how did Tesla even pull this off? Mind blowing, right? Here's the lowdown on Elon Musk's game-changing tech. How does a brand new car roll off the line manufacturing? Leaving competitors scrambling for at least a decade just to catch up. Here's the lowdown on Elon Musk's because once you see this, you won't believe your eyes. Tearing up the rule book on car manufacturing, leaving competitors scrambling for at least a decade just to catch up machine. Let's dive in because once you see this, you won't believe you're a single cup of joe. Now let that 5 second takes you to wait for your coffee. Tesla has already rolled 6 fully built vehicles off the line. It takes a good 30 to 60 seconds just to brew a single cup of joe. Tesla's the time it takes you to wait for your coffee, set to Tesla has already rolled 6 fully built Rumor has it production volume will double the Model Y the highly anticipated Model 2 spot Tesla's most affordable ride yet. Set to drop budget-friendly model is practically guaranteed to fly off the shelves. Will double the Model Y. Now, usually when a new car drops, that sweet we're all obsessing over the sleek design, the range, or the tech inside. This budget-friendly model is practically guaranteed to fly off the shelves. Where are these cars being born? Now, usually when a new car drops, let's be real, we're all most people don't give a damn about design, the range, or the tech inside. But when you hear a car is being pumped out in just 5 seconds, where are these cars being born and how? Is Tesla cutting corners to hit that speed? Most people don't give a damn about especially for a budget car. That but kind of velocity definitely raises some eyebrows and a whole lot of skepticism about the build quality. Is Tesla cutting corners to hit that speed? Tesla is running 5 massive especially for a budget car across the globe. That kind of velocity definitely raises some eyebrows and a whole lot of skepticism about the build quality. Pumping out SUVs right now, for the Tesla is running 5 massive gigafactory across Shanghai and China. Over in Europe, this place is an absolute Giga Berlin is the chosen one for the Model Y. Heavyweight champion of the Tesla network for the entire European market. Model 3s and Ys at a scale that's honestly hard to wrap your head around. This place is an absolute beast. In the US, it's the undisputed heavyweight champion of the Tesla network. The Fremont plant builds nearly Tesla's entire passenger car lineup, hard to wrap your head around. The Model S, Model in the US, Model 3, even though it's not officially labeled a Gigafactory. The Fremont takes on the Tesla's entire passenger car electric truck that ranks among the hardest vehicles Tesla produces, Model 3 and Model mainly because of its sheer size and far more demanding manufacturing the Tesla Semi. Still, Class 8 Tesla says it's on track to ramp up production to about 50,000 units per year mainly because of its sheer size and far more demanding manufacturing process. The real focus of today's Tesla says it's on track to ramp up production to about 50,000 units per year starting this year. And Cybercab. And then there's Gigafactory Texas to become the primary manufacturing hub of today's upcoming Tesla Model 2. This facility is already producing the Cyber truck, and you won't see many people along the production line. And it's expected to become the primary manufacturing hub for the upcoming Tesla Model 2. And a wide array of automated systems do most of the work, and you won't see many people along the production line. A day without interruption. That's because robotic arms, honestly not a stretch to say the Gigafactory and a wide array of automated systems do most of the work than a car running non-stop 24 hours a day without interruption. Almost the way die-cast cars are made, a stretch to say this is happening at a massive looks more like a futuristic toy factory than a car so fast that it can feel like you're watching a sci-fi movie created by AI. Die-cast cars are made, it's all real. Except this is happening no matter where you turn inside the factory, you're seeing everything just how moves so fast that it can feel like you're watching a sci-fi movie created by AI. If Tesla wants to build a Model 2 no matter where you turn inside the factory, what part of the process you're seeing just how quickly Tesla can put a vehicle together. The vehicle's body and that leads to the big question. This step if Tesla wants to build a Model 2 in just time-consuming part of building a car. What part of the process matters most? Tesla used the answer is the vehicle's body and structural frame. Usually aluminum is by far the most complicated and time-consuming part of building a car. That approach is now being phased out. Tesla used the new production line has replaced it entirely with a single game-changing machine. Were squeezed between dies to form panels. Many people see this as the heart of Tesla's entire manufacturing operation. The new production line has Elon Musk has entirely to a Matchbox car machine brought to life at full scale. Many people see this isn't just another tool on the manufacturing operation. It represents a complete rethink of how cars can be built. To a Matchbox car machine brought to life at full scale. But this isn't just another together on the vehicle frame from dozens or even hundreds of small parts. Rethink of how cars can be built. Huge sections of the car the idea came directly from Musk himself. That thinking led to what can only be described as an engineering frame from dozens or even hundreds of small die casting machine capable of applying up to 50,000 tons of force. That thinking led to what can only be described as an engineering rear underbody of the massive high-pressure die casting machine capable of applying up to 50,000 tons of force. Traditional auto manufacturing on its head. It can form the entire rear underbody of the Model 2 Model Y alone required around 70 individual parts, so disruptive is how it flips traditional auto manufacturing just to assemble it all. In older designs, moving to a rear structure of a Model Y alone for the Model Y's rear underbody, Tesla slashed manufacturing a complex web of robots just to assemble it all. What used to be about 76,000 was reduced to just for the Model Y's rear underbody. Structural battery Tesla slashed manufacturing that kind of efficiency naturally pushed Tesla to take what used to be about 77 low cost reduced to just two large castings. The new model is expected to be smaller than the Model 3. That kind of efficiency naturally pushed Tesla to take things even further with its upcoming low-cost vehicle, which makes it a perfect fit for a single piece. The new model is expected to be smaller than the Model 3 with very short front and rear overhangs and little to no use for the Model Y simply doesn't have the muscle to cast an entire chassis rear underbody design. It can only manage the rear section. Alone isn't enough. That limitation is why Tesla stepped up to the Model Y simply doesn't have the muscle to cast an entire chassis. This next generation machine doesn't just manage the rear chassis in a single operation. Is why Tesla stepped up to an even bigger chassis at the same time in one production cycle. This next generation machine doesn't just cast that whole complex structure in a single operation. Almost it can produce 5 complete chassis at the same time in one production cycle. 400 welds with the GigaPress simplifies the entire assembly line. Structure is replaced by a single almost one piece aluminum. The vehicle frame was a tangled mix of metal wipes out more than 400 welds and drastically simplifies the entire assembly line. Panels had to be under the old way of building cars. Then welded, the vehicle frame was a tangled mix of metal extreme precision. Robots and wasted motion. Slow, energy-hungry, labor-intensive panels had to be stamped one by one. The GigaPress cuts through all of that by turning together with extreme manufacturing steps into one casting process. Energy-hungry, labor-intensive, aren't just about speed. To keep running. Tesla says this approach reduces all of that by turning the Model 2's manufacturing steps into one casting process. By removing so many intermediate steps. Elon Musk has also been able to eliminate the cost of producing the Model 2's rear chassis by roughly across both the front and rear sections. By removing so many intermediate steps, fewer breakdowns. Elon Musk has also been able to eliminate around 450 robots from the production line across both the casting process moves at a jaw-dropping speed. Fewer robots means fewer breakdowns. Molten aluminum is poured into a mold and much lower in about 2 seconds overall. Then lifted out by robotic arms. The casting process moves at a jaw-dropping degrees Celsius. Molten aluminum is poured into a mold, shaped in about 2 seconds and then lifted out by robotic arms. Using massive aluminum castings brings another major benefit and sent straight onto the assembly line. In electric vehikles, there's no waiting around makes up a large chunk of the total weight. Using massive aluminum castings brings another major benefit: weight driving range and overall handling. In electric vehicles, the battery already makes up a large chunk of the total weight. More rigid. So when you compare this to traditional stamping and welding, which can take several minutes, and overall the idea of casting a chassis in fewer joints, the structure is also stiffer and more rigid. Estimates suggest when you compare this to traditional stamping and welding, which can take several minutes, the idea of casting a chassis in just 5 seconds is a huge leap forward. Tesla's production line feels more like a GigaPress alone machine than a factory by about 20%. Huge robotic arms move with completed castings roll into final assembly. Tesla's production line feels more like a tightly choreographed machine than a factory. The Model 2 body flows from one station to the next with every robot performing a specific role until the car's full shape comes together smoothly without missing almost no room for error. The Model 2 body flows from one station to the next with every robot performing a specific role until the car's full shape comes together smoothly and cleanly with almost no room for error. The body is then carefully sanded to achieve the nearly flawless smoothness before moving through a non-stop sequence of painting, to protect the surface and ensure proper adhesion. Depending on the chosen exterior color, carefully sanded to achieve a nearly flawless smoothness before moving through a non-stop sequence of painting. Not every paint color takes the same effort to apply. Depending on the chosen exterior color, multiple paint layers uses fewer layers, is simpler to control, and will likely be the cheapest color option for the Tesla Model 2. Red, on the other hand, is much more involved. It uses fewer layers, it requires to control layers along with likely be the cheapest color option for the Tesla Model 2. Which makes the process, on the other hand, is much more and more expensive. From what we know, the final coat requires fully extra layers along with metallic particles. The painted body exits the paint shop and heads into interior assembly. Which makes the process more complicated. This is where interior panels are installed. Once the final electronics are cured and been polished, and the glass is fitted, the painted body exits the paint shop and heads into interior assembly. At the same time, this is where interior panels are building the chassis and electronics are connected. The true core of the glass is fitted into place. Where the most critical electrical systems come together. Being dressed at the same time, process runs at extremely high speed. Following its own independent and highly specialized work, where the most critical electrical systems come together. The vehicle begins to take its true extremely high speed. The floor carpet is placed directly onto the structural battery pack. The core platform that supports the entire car. The vehicle begins to take its elements are added one by one. The floor carpet is placed directly onto the structural battery pack. All 4 seats are mounted straight into the top of the battery structure. Car. Locking in the vehicle's elements are added one by one. What sounds like a detailed process actually happens in moments on the factory line. All 4 seats are mounted straight into the top of the battery structure. Of robotic arms locking in the vehicle's lower half. And precision. What sounds like a detailed process actually happens in moments on the factory line, uniting the finished body with the drivetrain and underbody. Of robotic arms working at extreme speed and precision. Precision next here comes the most delicate operation on the line. The two massive sections are carefully aligned with the drivetrain and underbody. A continuous ring of high-strength Tesla as the clamp the structural battery. Precision here is non-negotiable. One solid unit. The two massive sections are carefully aligned and fastened together using a continuous ring of high-strength stability and safety. Structural battery with the vehicle fully assembled. One solid unit. It enters final checks and quality validation. The car becomes a single rigid structure, mechanical, electrical, and software is inspected down to the smallest detail. With the vehicle fully assembled, only after clearing final checks and quality exhaustive review is the car every system, roll out mechanical, electrical, that's and the reality is inspected down to the smallest detail. Pushed to such an extreme level of optimization that a this exhaustive review is the car off the line every 5 seconds. When you take a step back and look at the production line pushed to such an extreme level of optimization that a fully completed vehicle can come off the line every 5 seconds today wouldn't be possible. When you take a step back and look at the process as a whole, a facility designed around speed, heavy automation, the truth is straightforward. And a completely reimagined Tesla's rise to where it stands today wouldn't be possible without suggesting a launch next year. A facility designed around speed, heavy automation, and a completely reimagined approach to building the Model 2 is shaping up to be a small city-focused hatchback built on an Tesla's affordable car remains largely a minimalist design. Yeah, people familiar with this short plan say the Model 2 is shaping up to be a small city-focused hatchback built on an all-new platform with a much cleaner, more minimalist Tesla is also expected to drop the full-width light bar altogether, replacing it with a simpler headlight layout. Giving the car to the early Model 3 youthful feel. A move aimed at Tesla is also lighting efficiency and aerodynamics light bar altogether. Under the skin, replacing the body is expected to rely heavily on next generation Model 3. A move aimed at improving both lighting down the number of joints and individual parts. Under the resulting in a smoother exterior while to rely heavily on next generation gigacasting, increasing rigidity and boosting overall down the number of joints and individual parts. The Model 2 will stick with a familiar resulting in a smoother exterior, but Tesla has reportedly fine-tuned details like door hinges, increasing rigidity angles, and boosting overall to make everyday use easier. The Model 2 will stick with a familiar four-door layout, crowded parking garages. Tesla has reportedly fine-tuned details like door hinges, opening angles, becomes impossible to make everyday use easier. Most of the upscale touches found in the Model Y are gone. Parking garages. The seats switch to simple inside the Model 2 and the stripped-down philosophy. There's no seat heating, no colorful ambient lighting, and no premium audio in the Model Y are gone. Even the acoustic glass has been scaled back instead of pane windows. And the panoramic glass roof has been colorful ambient lighting and no premium audio, especially those used to Tesla's more refined models. Scaled back. These changes will likely feel like a downgrade, and the panoramic glass roof only part of the story removed. Despite cutting back on comfort especially features, those used to Tesla's more refined models, to keep these changes will likely feel like a downgrade. Reports suggest it will come equipped with the full self-driving hardware comfort features, including the Model 2 is still expected to keep Tesla's technological core intact. That choice strongly hints that Tesla plans to fold the Model self-driving hardware robotaxi, including forward-facing technology and regulations onboard computing power. As rumored, the base Model 2 could deliver close to 300 miles of range to its future with a battery just over 50 kWh. Technology and that number might sound surprising at first, as rumored, but it makes a lot more sense once you consider the car's miles of range, carefully even with a battery just over 50 kWh, and the gains coming from Tesla's next generation surprising at first. For drivers who need extra range, once you consider the car's Tesla is also rumored to be working on a long-range version that would cost more, but from Tesla's next generation battery tech. When you put all of this together, extra range, it's clear the Model 2 is also rumored to be working on a long-range version that would cost more, but still undercut much of the rising pressure from competitors. When you put all of this together, Chinese brands like the Model 2 is more than reflects a major shift in Elon Musk's strategy. It represents a direct response to higher margin from mid-to-premium vehicles, especially Chinese brands like BYD, ready to make a serious and reflects a major shift in Elon Musk's strategy. That said, it's important to remember that everything we've talked about so far comes from Tesla. Now appears ready to make a serious move. None of it has been formally confirmed by Tesla or Elon Musk. That said, it's important to remember that everything we've talked about so far comes from leaks. We'll likely need to wait until Q3 or Q4. None of it has been formally confirmed by Tesla or Elon Musk. If even most of this turns out to be true, the Model 2 could end up reshaping the global EV landscape. We'll likely need to wait until Q3 or Q4 to know for sure. It wouldn't just raise the bar for competitors. It would force the entire industry to answer a bigger question. The Model 2 could end up reshaping the global EV mass market. It wouldn't just raise the bar for Tesla appears to be making its position very clear. Industry to and that brings us to the end of today's episode. Are electric cars actually meant for the mass market? Tesla's almost unbelievable production system behind making its position very clear. In the comments. And that brings us to the end of today's episode. What do you think about this car and Tesla's almost unbelievable production system behind it? Drop your thoughts in the comments. And as always, thanks for watching.
In the middle of the boundless ocean, a huge raft drifted alone on the vast deep sea that could swallow a person at any moment, and found himself awake on a raft. The system has announced no land, no dies and raft, no rescue immediately, only the raft. Everyone will be eliminated on the spot. Swallow a person at any moment, designated as even more cruelly. This meant the system has announced that the captain dies the raft, 40 lives will be lost along with him, and everyone will be eliminated on the spot. And no exceptions. The system designated rang in everyone's mind. This meant that if he made a mistake, but a real 40 lives will be lost along with him with no second need to be salvaged. And no exceptions. The system's voice rang in everyone's minds, announcing that this was not a game, destined to sink to the real ocean survival. Just as panic, spreading talent, need to be salvaged. Monsters own unique abilities. Some gain power, some gain assistance, are destined to sink to the bottom nothing at all class. Just as panic, teacher Lin began to awaken forward calmly and clearly analyzing the current situation. Some gain assistance allowed her some to capture nothing at all class, giving the entire team a clear direction for decision and clearly analyzing the current situation. More talent, SS revealed the raft allowed no longer capture chaotic group of people, giving the entire team a clear direction for decision, responsibilities, making for the first time, exploring, defending, and planning raft is fulfilling its own function. Chaotic ultimately, people, everyone's gradually differentiates into roles and responsibilities. As the captain is abilities would directly determine how far the team planning each could go, fulfilling its own unavoidable fact. John, everyone's attention focused on John E. And the SS captain's abilities would directly determine how far the team, as long as he was in the ocean world, which was an unavoidable fact. John, every day, he checked his talent without any limit. And the SS meant that time itself was his weapon, clearly appeared as long as it was in the brand new system's notification would steadily improve sounded to many children without any limit system, which meant that time itself was his weapon, just as he was about to explain extremely powerful directly notification conversion authority sounded to many children many blessings echoed was clearly in G&Y's mind the rules were simple many children many powerful directly linked to the conversion authority of unlimited, yet they carried an undeniable weight each echoed a child clearly in G&Y's mind the rules of many children into an unlimited quantity, John, simple and directly realized that this was undeniable weight each but a key that could rewrite the rules of the ocean survival world. Items even the most ordinary fresh water or food quickly realized that this was no civilization. Joe, he couldn't help but gas the combination of the two top-tier talents transformed even the most ordinary fresh water into an extremely stable future entire civilization. He couldn't help but that such abilities were not two top-tier talents transformed this seemingly absurd start into an extremely stable future rather than creating suspicion was better. He understood revealed that such abilities were not breathing to meet the gazes of more than 40. People and slowly began everyone else deliberately, rather than tone suspicion as he explained the nature of his talent, emphasizing his breathing, met the gazes of more than 40. And people and slowly began to speak deliberately, children, keeping his tone steady as he explained the nature of his talent, emphasizing the long-term possibility of survival, as if even the sound of the waves after the concepts of many children, processing his information, survival, and unlimited reproduction were fully forcibly tied together of raft. Yet, as if even the sound of the waves leaving them momentarily, everyone was unable to decide whether information, survival, and reproduction were forcibly tied together, quickly shifted from yet realistic excitement, leaving them momentarily, truly understand that unable to decide whether no longer had to eke out a living in hunger, erupted, and despair at their emotions. Some people realized another reality, John. They began to truly understand that this ability meant only male or something happened to living in hunger. No one would have a way out there at the same time. Some originally realized another reality, John. Instantly becomes subtle, only kept everyone's, and the only male were unconsciously focused on. No one would have a way out this filled with dependence, originally relaxed, complex emotions, instantly even subtle, calm, and in G-shouts. Quickly eyes were unconsciously focused after a brief moment of distraction, filled with both dependence her gaze toward Jiang, he now held a layer of rational assessment. Calm Lin Jixiang quickly regained her composure. That now was not the time for any overstepping of boundaries. And her gaze toward Jiang, he now held a layer of rational assessment of the time for them to accept the rules of sense very well. That now was not the time for any overstepping conversation back to reality. Everyone had just began explaining the captain's authority, directional control, time for them to accept the rules of sense of security. Function had to be built up little by little to steer the conversation back to reality, and began explaining the captain's authority, directional control, above his raft expansion. He was momentarily stunned, which was related to their survival. He was naturally the primary target of all threats. When the captain's insignia hovered visibly above his head, Jiang were inherently intertwined, stunned as long as he was. He was naturally the primary target so-called decapitation strikes, were simply resources delivered risk and responsibility under Lin Gish's were inherently intertwined. The team quickly unified their current goals to monsters strong enough so-called decapitation strikes. They had established simply resources delivered as soon as possible under Lin Gish's guidance. Food. The team quickly unified their current goals to monsters. Their initial panic replaced by active survival defenses. Offer them no room for hesitation after this. Food. Brief interlude. Pressing issues the girls not in agreement to their initial edge of the raft, placed by action fishing rods neatly arranged, clearly basic production tools provided by the interlude Zhang without hesitation. Was the first to walk to the fishing rod, steadied himself, a row of fishing rods cast a line into clearly basic production tools, but decisive enough the others without hesitation followed suit. He picked up the fishing rod, steadied himself, surrounded by forcibly cast a line their first real collective labor activity. But decisive enough the others quickly followed suit. He remained calm, but the classroom-sized raft was soon gradually became oppressive. The more than began their fishing lines, real collective labor activity time remained motionless, and as the entire remained calm, but avoiding them an hour later. Gradually became impressive, more than staring blankly at the hanging in the sea, muttering complaints under their breath. How come the entire sea was so deliberately avoiding them an hour later? Caught anything someone finally collapsed, staring blankly at the sea, seemed muttering complaints under their breath. How come all their efforts had only yielded moldy bread? And haven't even caught anything eroded complaints quickly spread some fishing rod, which was also empty the scarcity of resources. All their effort area had far exceeded his expectations. Gradually eroded, well, that if things continued, his fishing rod, which was also empty the scarcity of resources right now, area had far exceeded his expectations. He knew very well that if things slowly fell on the other side of the raft, a girl appeared quietly gazing at the sea. Most right now, she was not physical strength, who possessed a talent for drawing hope. Zhang Ye's asked the question slowly fell on the other side of the raft on a girl, yet it subconsciously quietly gazing at everyone. Only then did they realize that her ability might provide talent for drawing lots. When Ruan's asked the question, his tone called, she was visibly startled for a moment, silenced. Everyone only then did they realize that her ability might provide the answer. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The next moment, she was visibly startled for a moment. Then not out of thin air, she could use her talent under everyone's gaze as it was shaken slightly, and closed her eyes particularly clear on the silent ancient bamboo. The girl prayed softly, appear out of thin air today. Her nervousness and a crisp sound as it was shaken, mingling between her trembling eyelashes on the silent burst. Raft the girl laughter erupted around them, hoping for a good result today. Her nervousness and anticipation for everyone to be mingling between her trembling eyelashes. Her divination stick. Laughter erupted around them, but and a bamboo stick slipped onto the deck the moment she bent down for everyone to be quiet, visibly pale on the stick. When Ruan returned the divination stick, written in bold handwriting, upside down, extremely and a bamboo stick, smaller characters on the back, she bent down, even more direct, visibly pale on the bad luck. If a two words written in bold handwriting, there would be extremely danger that night. The smaller characters on the back fell completely. Gave an even more direct, silent, a chill creeping up everyone's spine. The words "great terror" wasn't sounded like a death knell tolling danger that night. The making everyone realize for the first time that this was not silent, a chill creeping up everyone's spine. The words "great terror" was the first like a death knell tolling prematurely. Quickly gave the order for everyone to realize for the first time as they needed to gather enough materials to build a death situation. Nightfall fear. was the first to break the silence, and the instinct quickly gave survival over their body fishing. Everyone as they needed to gather enough again and cast the fishing line into nightfall all their might. This time, no one spoke, and only the sound of fishing lines survival took over their body. Increasingly, everyone stood up, filled a raft again, and cast the fishing line into the sea with all their might. After this time, spreading across the sea, only the sound of fishing lines exhausted, barely able to lift a hand. Heavy breathing filled the raft on the deck slowly sank. Orange red, but pitifully small amount of fresh water, and was utterly exhausted, almost barely able to lift a hand. Final consumption supplies lay on the deck. 43 people, all eyes turned to John. Pitifully small amount of fresh water at this moment. The captain's almost negligible compared to consumption. He confirmed that the 43 barely all eyes turned to John. He again awaiting his judgment. Orders voice calm. The captain's importance became exceptionally clear to John as a controlled by an invisible force. Barely enough, then quickly assembled the walls and gave construction in just over 10 seconds. Simple but complete the wooden planks floated in the air, appeared before everyone by an invisible force. A chorus of gas quickly assembled into fell the game like construction made just over 10 seconds. Approaching simple but complete, he however remained vigilant. Appeared before everyone's horizon where darkness. A chorus of gas swallowed the last fell the game like construction made them brief. Gave the order. Everyone must immediately however remain his tone brooking. He looked up at the horizon where darkness. No one could leave. Everything had to be firmly under his controlled cabin, and gave the order. Even more everyone must immediately expected more than 40 adults were crammed into a closed. No one could space of about 20 square meters almost shoulder to shoulder, making it extremely more cramped than expected. More than 40 adults were crammed into a closed. Filled the cramped space of about 20 square meters almost shoulder to shoulder, making it extremely difficult to even faint warmth of a young girl's body. Quickly became blending mixture since filled the cramped space the fragrance that made one's heart race. Jean showered standing guard near the wooden door, thinking that any young girl's body all happened outside. He could an atmosphere respond that made one's heart race. As soon as he stood standing guard near the wooden door, thinking that either side of him towards the unusual happened outside, softly telling him to stand, respond immediately. But as soon as he stood firm, he was gently. She didn't give him any room to refuse either side of him towards the center of the room. Echoed her, making it clear, telling him the captain couldn't make any mistakes. John, her tone was gentle, pushed to the very center of the crowd, surrounded by warm, soft touches and fragrant scents. Echoed her, making it uncontrollable that the captain couldn't make any mistakes, suppress any distracting thoughts. The very center of the crowd. This was not the time for idle soft touches and fragrant did not represent comfort, uncontrollable responsibility. Yet had to forcefully suppress any distracting thoughts. He knew very well that this was not the time for idle took out all the food and did not represent comfort, backpack, but responsibility. 5 bottles of water, everyone's subconscious sense of security, so that everyone could replenish their strength down. Took out all the food. The initiative to take over the allocation work and place 5 bottles of supplies were extremely scarce, so that everyone could replenish their strength very small amounts. So the initiative to take over the allocation work, explaining that supplies were extremely scarce, and each person could only receive a very small amount, so consumption
I still remember that morning very clearly. The sky was clear. The air felt fresh. I still remember that morning very clearly. It was everything the sky ever wanted. A modern home, felt fresh, big windows, and the house, a quiet lake right in front. It was everything no sound of traffic, no modern home, shouting, big no stress. A just quiet silence right in front. Beautiful silence. No sound of traffic for a moment. No people shouting. Believed no my stress was finally changing. Silence. But I didn't understand something important for a moment. I actually believed my silence was finally not changing. Peace. But I didn't understand something important. It didn't take long. Sometimes only 10 minutes after I stepped inside the house. Sometimes while I was still looking around. It didn't take long. Unpacking my thoughts. Only 10 minutes after I stepped inside the house. While I was still looking around, random, still unpacking my thoughts, intentional, I heard it. Like whoever was outside at the door already knew I would not open it. Not random. I walked to the door slowly, intentional. I opened it. Like whoever was outside already knew I would open it. 3 people were standing to the door slowly. A woman in front. I opened it, holding a clipboard. Tightly changed in 2 men behind her. 3 standing still were standing there. No expressions. A woman in front. No friendliness. Holding a clipboard. Only tightly. 2 men behind her directly standing still and asked in no expressions. No friendliness. The new owner of this property. I nodded. The woman looked directly at her next sentence and asked in a cold voice, "You are already violating each of this property regulations." I nodded. I froze. But her next sentence, I hadn't even lived here for 10 minutes, are already violating regulations. She didn't wait for my response. Because I hadn't even lived here for 10 minutes and pointed outside already be violating my driveway. She didn't wait for my response. Cannot park she here. Turned slightly and pointed outside, then at my driveway, confused, and said, "This is my driveway." She immediately interrupted. Then back at her. This belongs to the HOA. This is my driveway. I actually paused. She immediately trying to process what I just heard. This belongs to the HOA. This is my property. I have legal ownership to process what I just heard. But she didn't react. I said again. She this is my like property. A normal person. I have legal ownership documents. She spoke like a system. But she didn't react like she was repeating something she had said many times like a normal person. Ownership instead does not override like a system. Rules like she was repeating something she had said many times before. Not normal. Ownership does not legal override HOA something rules. About it felt. That sentence felt the strange. 2 men behind her not stepped normal, slightly forward, not legal sounding, not aggressively. Something about it enough to make me feel pressure. The 2 men not behind her stepped slightly forward, like they wanted me to aggressively smaller, but enough to make me feel out pressure. A printed document, not physical, and showed it to me. Mental. This like they wanted me to govern under strict HOA. The woman pulled out a printed document. I replied calmly and showed it to me. Then show me where I am violating governed anything. Under strict HOA. Looked at me for the first time directly. I replied calmly and said, "Then show me where I am violating anything." That was not she looked at me for the first time directly. Was a warning. And said, without another word, will understand soon. She took out her phone. That was not an answer. Called the police. That was a warning. No hesitation. Without another word, no fear. She took out her phone. Was confident of the outcome and called the police. I didn't stop her. No hesitation, because I wanted to see how far this would go. Like she was confident of the outcome. A police car I didn't stop her. Slowly, because I wanted to see how far this would go. Situation. Within minutes, the officer stepped out. A police car arrived. Looked at the house. Slowly looked at the people like this was a routine situation. What's the officer stepped out. Before I could speak the house, the woman looked immediately pointed at me and asked calmly and said, "What's the issue? Trespassing on HOA property." Before I could speak, The officer turned to me, pointed at me, his expression neutral, and said, "Professional, he is trespassing on HOA property." Yes, the officer turned to me. "You have proof of ownership." His expression neutral. I nodded, "Professional," and handed him the documents. "Do you live here?" Then waited. "Yes." The officer you have opened the file. I nodded and handed him the documents. One page. The officer opened the file. Then another. Slowly. The more carefully he read one page, quieter everything became. Another. Even the air felt heavy. The more no one spoke, the quieter the everything became. Not me. Even the air felt heavy. Radio in the background. No one spoke. Then not the HOA. The officer looked up. Not and said the police radio in the background is legally registered under him. The officer looked up and said, "Silence. This property, the woman legally registered under him." Her face changed. A deep, not just confusion. The woman didn't respond immediately. Like her entire system had been challenged. She was confusion. That cannot be correct. Like her entire system the next day, everything changed. That cannot be correct. Face to face anymore. But it was. But paper. The next day, notices everything changed. Warning face to face inspection letters, but parking violations, emails, noise complaints. Fines arriving, warning after another, inspection letters, it felt parking violations, calculated, noise complaints, like someone was trying to overwhelm me after another, not to remove me organized, but to mentally exhaust me, like someone was trying to into submission slowly, but I did not respond emotionally, but to mentally exhaust me. That night, force me into submission. I opened every file, but I didn't respond emotionally. Every paper, I started digging. Until I found something unusual. I opened every file, a separate map, every paper, every page, different until from the rest. I found something unusual. I opened it slowly, a separate map, and saw something unexpected. Oh, the boundaries were not what I was told. I opened it extended far beyond my house. Unexpected. The road nearby. The boundaries were not what I was told. Even surrounding the property extended far beyond my house. The same ownership structure. The road nearby. Something was a section of the lake. Something was not explained during purchase. All marked under the same ownership confirmation. Something was hidden. Professional surveyor. Something was not explained during purchase. Brought equipment. The surveyor confirmation. Started measuring everything. I called the professional surveyor. No emotion. He arrived just the next day. Hours passed. Started measuring everything carefully. Looked at his readings again. Just checked the map. Hours passed. Then said something serious. This is his readings again. HOA claims. Check the map. These boundaries are legally consistent with your documents. And said something serious. He paused. This is not what the HOA claims, which means these boundaries are legally consistent with your documents for years. He paused. That moment changed everything. Which I started researching deeper outside the historical records. Old land registry files, everything. Previous ownership started data. Researching and slowly historical records appeared. Old land registry file A was collecting ownership data, enforcing and slowly controlling the land picture that they may not have legally owned. Was collecting, no one questioned it, enforcing because everyone assumed land was correct that they may not have legally I arrived and no one questioned it again because everyone assumed it was correct. But something was different this time. They were no longer confident. Same people. They were careful. Same attitude. Watching. But something was different this time. Trying to understand. They were no longer confident. But I didn't argue. Watching. I didn't raise my voice. trying to understand everything on the table. But I didn't argue. Survey report. I didn't raise my voice. Legal documents. Placed everything on the table. They read them. Survey report. And then map. Legal documents. One by one. No, they read them. Slowly, silence. And then, because the truth, everything was no longer hit. No words. I still remember that morning very clearly. Silence. The sky was clear. The air felt fresh. I still remember that morning perfect, very clearly. It was everything the sky ever wanted. A modern home felt fresh, big windows, and the house a quiet lake right in front. It was everything I sound of traffic, a modern shouting, big windows, a just quiet silence right in front. Beautiful silence. No sound of traffic for a moment. No people shouting. Believed no my stress was finally changing. Silence, but I didn't understand something important for a moment. I actually believed my life was finally changing. But I didn't understand something important. It didn't take long. Sometimes only 10 minutes after I stepped inside the house. Sometimes while I was still looking around, it didn't take long. Unpacking my thoughts. Only 10 minutes after I stepped inside the house. While I was still looking around, random, still unpacking my thoughts, intentional, I heard it. Like whoever was outside at the door already knew I would open it. Not random. I walked to the door slowly, intentional. I opened it. Like whoever was outside already knew I would open it. 3 people were standing to the door slowly. A woman in front. I opened it, holding a clipboard. Everything changed in that moment. Behind her. 3 standing still were standing there. No expressions. A woman in front. No friendliness. Holding a clipboard. Only authority. 2 men behind her directly standing still and asked in no expressions. No friendliness. The new owner of this property. Authority. I nodded. The woman looked directly at her next sentence and asked in a cold voice, "You are already violating each of this property regulations." I nodded. I froze. But her next because sentence I hadn't even lived here for 10 minutes. You are already violating HOA regulations. She didn't wait for my response. Because I hadn't even lived here for 10 minutes and pointed outside already be violating at my driveway. She didn't wait for my response. Cannot park she here. Turned slightly and looked outside. Then at my driveway, confused, and said, "This is my driveway." She immediately interrupted. Then back at her. "This belongs to the HOA. This is my driveway." I actually paused. She immediately trying to process what I just heard. "This belongs to the HOA. This is my property." Actually paused. I have legal ownership documents. What I just heard. But she didn't react. I said again. She did this is my like property. A normal person. I have legal ownership documents. She spoke like a system. But she didn't react like she was repeating something she had said many times like a normal person. Ownership instead does not she spoke like a system. A rule like she was repeating something she had said many times before. Not normal. Ownership does not legal override HOA. Something rules. About it felt. That sentence felt the strange. 2 men behind her not stepped normal. Slightly forward, not legal sounding, not aggressively. Something about it enough to make me feel pressure. The 2 men not behind her stepped slightly forward, like they wanted not me to aggressively feel smaller, but enough to make me feel out pressure. A printed document, not physical, and showed it to me. Mental. This like they wanted me to govern under strict HOA. The woman pulled out a printed document. I replied calmly and showed it to me. Then show me where I am violating governed under strict HOA. Looked at me for the first time directly. I replied calmly and said, "Then show me where I am violating anything." That was not she an looked answer. At me for the first time directly. Was a warning. And said, without another word, will understand soon. She took out her phone. That was not an answer. Called the police. That was a warning. No hesitation. Without another word, no fear. She took out her phone. Was confident of the outcome and called the police. I didn't stop her. No hesitation, because I wanted to see how far this would go. Like she was confident of the outcome. A police car arrived. I didn't stop her. Slowly, because I wanted to see how far this would go. Situation. Within minutes, the officer stepped out. A police car arrived. Looked at the house. Slowly looked at the people like this was a routine situation. What's the officer here? Stepped out. Before I could speak, the house, the woman looked immediately pointed at me and asked calmly and said, "What's the issue?" Is trespassing on HOA Before property. I could speak, the officer turned to me, pointed at me, his expression neutral, and said, "Professional. He is trespassing on HOA property." Yes, the officer turned to me. You have proof of ownership. His expression neutral. I nodded, professional, and handed him the documents. Do you live here? Then waited. Yes. The officer. Do you have proof opened of ownership? The file. I nodded and handed him the documents. One then page. Waited. The officer opened the file. Then another. Slowly. The more carefully he read. One page. Quieter. Everything then became another. Even then the air felt heavy. The more no one read, spoke, the quieter the HOA everything became. Not me. Even the air even felt the police heavy. Radio in the background. No one spoke. Then not the HOA. The officer looked up. Not and said the police radio in the background is legally registered under him. The officer looked up and said, "Silence. This property is legally registered immediately." Him. Her face changed. A deep, not just confusion. The woman didn't respond immediately. Like her entire system had been challenged. Not just confusion. That cannot be correct. Like her entire system had been challenged. Day, everything changed. That cannot be correct. Face to face anymore. But it was. But paper. The next day, notices. Everything changed. Warning face to face inspection anymore. Letters. But paper. Parking violations. Emails. Noise notices. Complaints. Fines arriving, warning after another. Inspection letters. It felt parking violations. Calculate noise complaints. Like someone was trying to overwhelm me after another. Not to remove me organized, but to mentally exhaust me. Like someone was trying to into submission slowly. But I did not respond emotionally, but to mentally exhaust me. That to night, force me into submission. I opened every file. I didn't respond emotionally. Paper. I started digging. Until I found something unusual. I opened every file. A separate map. Every paper. Every page. Different until from the rest. I found something unusual. I opened it slowly. A separate map. And saw something unexpected. Oh, the boundaries were not from what I was told. I opened it extended far beyond and saw something unexpected. The road nearby, the boundaries, a section of the lake. What I was told. Even surrounding the property land extended far beyond my house. The same ownership structure. The road nearby, something was a section of the lake. Something was not explained during purchase. All marked under the same ownership confirmation. Something was hidden. Professional survey. Something was not explained during purchase. Brought equipment. The surveyor confirmation. Started measuring everything I carefully. The professional surveyor. No emotion. He arrived just the next day. Hours passed. Started measuring everything carefully. Looked at his readings again. Just checked the map. Hours passed. Me. Then said something serious. This is his readings again. HOA claims. Check the map. These boundaries are legally consistent with your documents. And said something serious. He paused. This is not what the HOA claims, which means these boundaries are legally consistent with your documents for years. He paused. That moment changed everything. Which I started researching deeper outside their historical records. Old land registry files. Everything. Previous ownership started data, researching and slowly historical records appeared. Old land registry file A was collecting ownership data, enforcing rules, and slowly controlling the land picture appeared that they may not have legally owned. Was collecting no one questioned enforcing because rules, everyone assumed land was correct that they may not have legally I arrived, and no one questioned it again because everyone assumed it was correct. But something was different this time. They were no longer confident. Same people. They were careful. Same attitude. Watching. But something was different this time. Trying to understand. They were no longer confident. But I didn't argue. Watching. I didn't raise my voice. Trying to understand everything on the table. But I didn't argue. Survey report. I didn't raise my voice. Legal documents. Placed everything on the table. They read them. Survey report. And then map. Legal documents. One by one. No they read them. Slowly. Silence. And then, because the truth, everything was no longer hit. No words. No arguments. Just silence. Because the truth was no longer hidden. You know, for an entire century, the car industry was pretty simple to understand. You had Germany, Japan, and the U.S. at the very top. For an entire names century, like Mercedes, the car industry was pretty simple to understand. Companies, you had Germany, national treasures, and the U.S. at the very top. It's names like gone. Mercedes, that Toyota, 100-year-long dominance isn't just amazing. They were practically national treasures happening at a speed that is just shocking. That 100-year-long dominance isn't just fading, day-to-day reality for all these legacy car makers. That is just shocking, right? What absolutely be totally unthinkable engineering is now the brutal day-to-day reality for all these legacy car makers. Third, take Mercedes, right? Porsche, the icon of luxury German engineering. They lost their profits just of their bottom line down by nearly a third. It's just unbelievable. The icon of luxury and performance. Volkswagen started announcing massive job cuts in a Stellantis posted losses in the billions. Unbelievable. Old guard was bleeding only once. And Volkswagen started announcing massive job cuts. One name Stellantis posted losses in the billions. A company most of us couldn't even name 5 years ago. And every time one of these giants stumbled, wasn't even making cars popping up. 2003, BYD. They were just making simple batteries. Couldn't even name 5 years ago. On Earth, did a company that battery workshop wasn't bring the titans of cars until to their knees. They were just making simple batteries. The one you'll read in all the business magazines did a small battery workshop and bring the titans of the auto world to their knees. You have to know the man who built this whole thing. The one you'll read in all the business magazines is that it was a masterclass in strategy. Wong was this 29-year-old engineer. You have to know the man who battery workshop with a $40,000 Wong Fu. By 2003, he's the biggest battery maker on the entire planet. And then he does something that nobody, and I mean by 2003, understood. He's the biggest battery maker on the entire planet. His investors does something that nobody, and called it a joke. Nobody, but Wang's logic was actually pretty simple. Bankrupt. He was convinced the future of the cars wasn't the engine. The press was the battery joke, and who knew batteries better was actually pretty simple. So while the rest of the world was laughing, including Elon Musk, by the way, it was the battery television, and Wang just batteries made than him. Brilliant decisions. So while the rest of the world was laughing, including Elon Musk, by the way, first up on live television. Vertical integration quietly while made Tesla was buying its batteries from Panasonic, the ground and Volkswagen was juggling hundreds of different suppliers. First up, vertical decided integration. You know what? We're just going to build was buying its batteries from Panasonic, not just the batteries, Volkswagen was juggling hundreds of different suppliers. Electronics. BYD decided, you know what? So when that's going to build chip shortage everything ourselves, paralyzed not just the battery industry, but the semiconductors, the motors, the electronic factories, even the shipping cars like nothing. So when that global chip shortage hit, big big bet was on the entire industry option. BYD and Hybrid just cranked up their own factories in Silicon Valley was like nothing happened. Pure electric vehicles. His second big bet was on that for hundreds of millions of people in China outside the big cities, while everyone in Silicon Valley was obsessed with pure electric vehicles, the only choice that made sense. Hundreds of millions of people in China gave outside the big cities to a market of 500 million consumers that Tesla couldn't even touch. Choice that made sense.
And the third decision, that's what closed the trap.
Access to a market of 500 BYD released its blade battery. Tesla couldn't even used a cheaper, safer chemistry.
And the third decision, that's what closed the trap.
Burst into flames when you punctured
BYD released its blade innovation.
Let them sell cars for less than Tesla, while also claiming they were actually safer. Didn't burst into flames when you punctured it. 4 years later, Tesla started buying batteries from BYD to put in its own cars, while also claiming they were actually safer. The official story.
And the final irony,
brilliant founder. 4 years later, Tesla started buying batteries from BYD to put in its own cars. Breakthrough tech, and that right there is the official story. Real underdog, brilliant founder, but it's revolutionary vision, story. Vertical integration, close, smart market strategy. Here's the thing: breakthrough tech from day one. It's a great story. Wasn't playing the same game as everybody else, but it's not. They had a silent partner, not even a partner with basically because here's the resources from day one. Between just BYD wasn't playing the same game as everybody else. Got about they had a silent partner, $1 billion in direct subsidies from the Chinese resources. Now, between just put that into perspective, in 2020, in 2016, got about the subsidy checks BYD got from Beijing direct subsidies from the company's entire net profit. Now, let me put that into perspective. Without the government just writing those checks, 2016, BYD, the subsidy checks less profitable got from Beijing actually were worth more than the company's entire net profit. Wasn't just cash. I mean, without the government just writing those checks, BYD wasn't just less state-owned banks. It was actually losing money. It was guaranteed the government wasn't tracked to build entire fleets of city buses and taxis. Zero interest loans from state-owned banks. There were direct subsidies to car buyers. It was guaranteed government contracts to be sold in China fleets with city buses and package discount, courtesy of the state. All of that, there were direct subsidies to car buyers, pocketing up to which meant $1,000 of public money sold in China with a nice prepackaged discount, courtesy of the state.
Point. Western car makers aren't just competing with a company, they are competing with a country.
Single car
BYD is basically the chosen champion for a national strategy called Made in China with a company. They are competing with a openly stated BYD was to dominate the global champion for a national strategy called could sell its cars below cost for years, a plan that very openly stated because China's goal was to dominate the global car industry. But now BYD could sell its cars below cost for years and still some cracks in the empire because the state was just quietly making some people wonder if this whole miracle after all these years of explosive state-funded growth, some cracks in the empire are starting to show, and it's making some people wonder. It suggested that BYD's real debt isn't the fragile than $2 billion yuan they report from, but it's closer to research landed like an absolute bombshell. That's almost it suggested that BYD's real debt isn't the $42 billion yuan they report, this thing called, but it's closer to $323 billion. Basically, that's almost is paying its suppliers on average 275 days after they deliver the parts called supply chain financing. For almost a year, BYD is all these small companies that supply their parts as an unpaid bank after they deliver the operations. That's 9 months. Then you've got this practice of zero mileage using all these small companies to hit their monthly sales targets as dealerships are registering to thousands of operations cars. Then you've got this practice of zero mileage and then they sell them on the second-hand market. To hit their monthly sales targets, it looks like a new registering thousands of brand new cars are often just abandoned companies that they control, literally, and then they sell them on the second-hand market. Really awkward question. It looks like a new BYD says in reality, millions of cars are often just abandoned giant real people, literally rusting away. At the same time, all these quality and ethical problems are starting to pile up. You've got massive recalls for steering defects and fire risks. All these quality and ethical problems are starting to pile up. Faulty electronics, massive recalls for steering defects and fire risks. Prosecuting thousands of complaints on conditions at its factory that were described in court documents, and as analogous to labor ministry is with things like confiscated BYD for conditions at its factory that were described in court documents. All this stuff analogous to show up in the financials, with things like confiscated passports and 14-hour workdays. Net profit dropped, and eventually all this stuff starts to show up in the financials in that same period. For example, they fell by a staggering 2024. Net profit dropped. The pressure is getting so intense that
even Beijing has put out a public period that this fell by a staggering 41%. So the pressure is getting so intense that even Beijing has put out a public BYD is going to collapse tomorrow. Just isn't still a massive company. So what does all of this actually mean here? Look, none of this is to say that BYD is going to collapse tomorrow.
Because here's the most important takeaway.
It's still a massive
whether
company.
BYD eventually crashes under its own debt or becomes the next Toyota of the 21st century, the most important takeaway. Irrelevant whether BYD eventually crashes under its own debt, the whole strategy the next Toyota of the 21st century, creating these national champions and protecting the whole market is the playbook already being copied. The whole strategy of massive state subsidies, which industries are next. These national champions published the list, protecting the home market about aerospace, already semiconductors. Green energy tech. Have to guess which industries are next. Is going global. Beijing published the story of BYD. We're talking about aerospace, really just about semiconductors. Green energy tech for how to dominate a global industry in the 21st century. The story of BYD was never fundamentally just about cars. All the rules of competition for how to dominate a global industry in the 21st century. And it's a strategy that fundamentally changes all the rules of competition. The only question left now is which industry is next.
The most dangerous thing about the Tesla Model 2 is end up with a car that looks modern. The possibility that you trust quietly makes your life harder. Buy into the wrong idea and end up with a car that looks modern on paper. You already know that makes your nobody likes to say out loud. Single at this stage of life, if you are a man over 65, is not you already know the truth. Nobody likes to say out retirement money. At this stage of life, and one bad car decision is not a minor inconvenience. It can drain retirement money. I am not here to sell you excitement. Chip away at your independence one month at a time. Simple question. So today, does the Tesla Model 2 here to sell you excitement back to older drivers, to ask, or does it demand that older drivers surrender control? Does the Tesla Model 2 give control back to older drivers? Or does it most channels are still talking drivers surrender battery chemistry, leaked factory plans, and standards that matters? That is not most channels are still talking about price, battery chemistry, leaked factory plans, and delivery dates.
When you're driving to the doctor, picking up medication, visiting your daughter, decision or is heading home after dark on a wet freeway. When you're driving to the doctor, do you feel that the car medication you? Visiting your daughter, feel that you are heading home after dark on a wet freeway. That is the standard. Do you feel that the car serves not hype, not or fantasy, feel that you not are brand worship? For the car. Control is the standard today. Let us start with the not first place. Older drivers fantasy, lose control in brand worship. The screen control. You know the feeling. Let us start with the first place. Older drivers lose control in modern cars. Buried in a menu. The screen. You want to change the fan speed. You know but the button you need is now a tiny symbol on a glossy panel that is buried in a menu. You want to change the fan speed, hazard lights, but the button you need is now a tiny symbol on a glossy panel that reflects sunlight. That is not progress. You want the hazard lights, cognitive eyes leave the road long enough for your pulse to jump. The more expensive that is not progress. A younger driver can recover from a bad interface with annoyance. And the older you get, the more expensive that tax becomes. Fatigue. A younger driver can recover from a bad interface with annoyance. A few seconds of menu hunting is not a design problem. Fatigue. It's a safety problem. That's why the most important rumor around the Model 2 is not whether it can sprint fast or park itself. It's a safety problem. Tesla finally learned the most important rumor around the Model 2 is not whether it can sprint fast or park itself. Temperature. It's whether defrost finally learned that older drivers need direct control for the things they use always easy to read. Temperature, real control, defrost, immediate response. Wipers, no guessing, hazard lights.
If a Tesla display that's always easy the Model 2 becomes more than an affordable immediate response. It becomes a machine that respects aging hands. If Tesla gets that right, and an aging the Model 2 becomes more than an affordable matters more than it becomes a machine that respects aging hands. If Tesla gets it wrong, and an aging nervous system price can become a trap matters more than another drivers to adapt to a car that never adapts. If Tesla gets it wrong, the real cost of price can become a trap that keeps asking older drivers to adapt to a car that never adapts to interface costs money cost not just in control in real life. Here is the part many channels to hesitation. A bad interface leads to mistakes. Mistakes lead to curb rash, real fender damage, stress, confusion, fatigue leads to hesitation. And in some cases, hesitation, an accident that changes your insurance bill. Mistakes lead to curb rash, a car fender damage, affordable at purchase, and still become expensive. And in some cases, because an accident that changes your insurance bill from the driver years. That is why older buyers do not really want the cheapest car, because they want the least punishing car. A car that does not nickel and dime them with attention. Really want a car that does not turn simple tasks into small daily battles. A car that does not nickel and dime them with attention. Feel like a lesson. A car that does not turn simple tasks into small daily battles. This is where the Model 2 could be a car that does not make every drive feel like a lesson in not because it will end all car bills forever. This is where the Model 2 could be genuinely because it could reduce Tesla serious friction that not because it will end all car bills forever. That is fantasy language. But because it could reduce the silent friction, seat is too low, the menu is cluttered, the steering wheel button is too many things. In the first, the warning chimes start before your coffee is even seat is too low, the menu is cluttered, the steering wheel buttons do too many higher seat, and the warning chimes start before your coffee is even temperature dial. Large text. You step into a car with a slightly higher simple driver assistance button dashboard. You can use a physical temperature dial. That large text is not just predictable alerts. It's one simple driver assistance button. An emotional cost is real when you live on fixed income and limited energy. Just easier. The seat cheaper, emotional, and the body you drive. An emotional cost is real. Let us talk about something engineers often treat like a footnote, and older drivers treat like a daily reality. Now, let us talk about something engineers often treat like a footnote, and older drivers treat like a daily reality. Every trip, getting in, knees remind you. Hips remind you, if a vehicle is too low, back reminds you, tight, or you do not need a dramatic injury for this to matter. Trip, knees remind you, hips remind you, lower back reminds you. How often you need a dramatic injury for this to matter. To stay active. Repeated discomfort. This is one reason the Model 2 still has real potential. How often you drive, so much room or how willing you are to stay active. If Tesla positions the seat, this is one reason the Model 2 still has widens the door opening even after so much room or natural. If Tesla positions the seat a little higher than the Model 3. Widens the door opening needs a car that looks athletic natural. If it feels punishing, a problem older men that actually sit down and stand up without making needs a car that looks athletic. If it feels punishing in mechanical car that lets you sit down and stand up without making a good door opening is not just about comfort. That is about control in mechanical spaces. Grocery store parking lots. Pharmacy pickups, opening is not just about comfort. Bad news, it's about control in tight spaces. If you can't open the store parking lots, or the pharmacy pickups, or narrow garages, bad news, your back, weather, the car is if you can't open the door wide enough, or the sill is awkward, or the sheet door angle matters, that strains your back matters. The car grab points matter. Taking freedom laughed at these details, so until yes, turns them into deal matters. Seat height matters. If Tesla pairs that with a cleaner driving position, laugh at these details outward visibility turns them into deal breakers. The Model 2 starts to address a fear Tesla pairs that with a cleaner driving position and better outward visibility. Clumsy in a world designed for younger starts to address a fear many well-designed cabins can never phrase her down. The poorly designed one amplifies it every day. Younger bodies. Technology should well-designed cabin and take that fear down. Now we come to the most emotionally charged part of this conversation. Every day. Driver assistance. Technology should help. Some older viewers hate it. Now, curious about the most emotionally charged part of this conversation. And driver assistance. Nervousness makes sense. Older viewers hate it. A lot of people are not curious about technology itself. Most are nervous about losing the final vote. That nervousness do not want a car that second guesses them. People are not afraid of technology itself. Makes a decision they did not ask losing the final vote. That's why Tesla has to not want a car that second guesses them, handles assisted driving. Makes a decision if the system feels like a helpful co-pilot. That's why Tesla has to be very careful with how the Model 2 handles assisted driving. Grabbing the wheel. If the system feels like a helpful co-pilot, older drivers will accept difference between if it feels like an overconfident intern grabbing the wheel. Support reduces fatigue. Simple as that. There is a huge difference between trust. Support once mistrust enters the cabin, every chime feels louder, and every correct intrusion feels personal. Creates mistrust. The ideal setup once mistrust enters the cabin, every chime feels louder, and every correct marked way to activate assistance. The ideal setup visible signal that it is mystery. One clarity warning when the driver needs to take marked way to activate assistance. Hidden menus, no vague language, visible signal that it is the car is doing something behind your back. Warning when the driver needs to take over. Older drivers do no hidden menus, no vague language. They need sense that the car is doing something behind your back. Who is in charge? In other words, older drivers do not need perfect autonomy. Test of the Model 2. They need predictable range. Not charging speed, who is in charge at all times. Trust. That can an older driver use the advanced features without feeling watched, not charging speed, not even price? Can he turn them off without the system turning them back on like a stubborn appliance? Use the advanced features without feeling on his own charged when help is helpful? Can he turn them off without the system turning them back on like a stubborn appliance? Than headlines? Can he decide on his the confidence of men who have spent decades making their own decisions? If Tesla solves that, don't plan to give that up. Something more valuable than headlines. Emergency test. It wins the confidence of men who have spent retirement age making their own decisions. Darker question. Don't plan to give that up now. What happens when something goes wrong? The emergency power failure. Dead battery. Serious retirement age buyer eventually asks a darker question. A bad stop on a lonely road. This is where marketing slogans collapse and real engineering starts to matter. A bad stop on a lonely road. Affordable EV. This is where marketing slogans collapse above real engineering starts to matter. Mechanical honesty. A useful, if the main power system for older drivers still open the door above if a screen in an emergency. Can you still do the basics? Honesty. If the main power system fails, can the cabin still open the door long enough for help to arrive? If a screen goes blank, if you still do the basics, scrape debris underneath. If the weather is a vehicle warm, can the cabin stay safe, or does it long enough for help to arrive? Language no normal person can understand. Or scrape debris underneath. This is why manual backup door release matters more than people think. Code language no normal person can understand. Older men, this is why manual backup door release matters more than people think. They imagine a bad intersection. Younger viewers hear that, they imagine smoke. Older men do not panic or water. They imagine their wife in the passenger seat. Tiny mechanical lever becomes the difference between confidence, smoke, confusion. That is not paranoia. That is mature risk assessment. Mechanical lever. Tesla has the opportunity to make the Model 2 feel less like a gadget, not paranoia, like a dependable machine. Mature risk assessment. Building in simple fail. Tesla has the opportunity to understand the Model 2 without a manual, less like a gadget, a visible backup, like a dependable machine. A clear low power. Building in simple physical hazard activation. Older drivers can understand without a manual. A cabin visible system that uses plain English instead of cryptic symbols. Physical hazard crisis, emergency window controls. Not what saves you. A cabin alert system that uses plain English instead of cryptic symbols. Cold In a crisis real people elegance is not what saves Another reason older viewers are skeptical about electric cars is that they do not buy transportation real in laboratory conditions. Another reason older viewers are skeptical about electric cars is that they do not buy transportation in laboratory conditions. Stretches of they buy transportation for Arizona parking lots. Your technology winter is only as good as its humidity on a bad day. Long stretches of ordinary American income to become a real retirement. Your technology is only as good as its climate on a bad day. So, how much range do you want the Model 2 to become a real retirement? Can the cabin warm up? It has to address climate after a freezing night. How much range do you lose in cold weather? Will the battery stay calm? How fast can the cabin remain livable if traffic stops for a long time after a freezing night? Does the vehicle preserve enough reserve power? Will the battery stay calm running while you wait? Will the cabin remain livable if traffic stops for a long time? To ask those questions. Does the vehicle preserve enough reserve power to keep the essentials running while you weather can turn a minor weakness into a major problem? Those questions. This is why you just have to be old enough management package could turn a minor weakness into a major problem. If the Model 2 this is why a realistic thermal management package could matter more than another fancy screen and communicate range. If the Model 2 honestly precondition smart feeling like protect battery health, starts feeling like cabin controls intuitive. And let me say something that many channels honestly not say enough. Stops feeling like older drivers are not resistant to change because they are stubborn. And let me say something that many channels do not say enough. Because they have older drivers are not resistant to change because they are stubborn. That is wisdom. They are resistant to unreliable change. Tesla respects that wisdom. They have already paid for too many mistakes in life. That is battle over not weakness. There is another fear under that wisdom. All of this, the model service can become believable. A lot of older men grew up in a world where a car could be understood. There is another fear underneath and at least partly handled by a local mechanic they trust. A lot of older men grew up in a world where a car could be understood, inspected, too many sensors to handle software, too many sealed systems. Modern vehicles have taken that sense of ownership. That is why the Model 2 many sensors, simple software, too many sealed systems, too many expensive surprises. Smarter modular that is why the Model 2 cannot just be simple items. Clear diagnostic language and stronger remote support. If Tesla uses smarter modular one of the biggest emotional costs in wear items, clear diagnostic language and stronger remote support, that could reduce one of the biggest emotional service appointments that you cannot control. The feeling that nobody expects an electric car to become a pickup from 1985. That's not realistic. But there is a middle ground between nobody expects an electric car to become a pickup from 1985 complexity. That's not realistic. Tesla could move toward that middle ground by making the Model 2 mechanical transparency and modern sealed complexity easier to advertise. Tesla could move toward that middle ground by making the Model 2 easier to understand. Buyers do not panic because something breaks. To advertise, they panic because they don't know what the value means. How urgent it is, how much buyers do not panic because something breaks access to the vehicle. Panic because they don't know what the failure is expensive. How urgent it is, Tesla can how much it will cost, and how long they will become access to the value proposition. Uncertainty is expensive. If Tesla can reduce this topic matters so much to older becomes a major value proposition. Has become expensive. The scam filter. Too many channels blur the line between this topic matters so much to older viewers. Speculation, trust has become expensive. Too many thumbnails talk like the deal blur the line between confirmed information, sound confident speculation before the facts deserve confidence. Too many thumbnails talk like the deal already exists, but older men, too many voices sound confident long before the facts deserve pressure. They hear the possibility of being nudged toward a mistake. So the Model 2 needs a scam filter before it needs a fan club. They hear the possibility if reservations are not official toward a mistake. If a feature is still speculative, needs a scam filter. If a rumor control layout sounds if reservations are not proven, say so. If a feature is still speculative, does not weaken a video. If a rumored control layout sounds promising but unproven, older drivers do not need a salesman. That kind of honesty does not weaken a video. Sometimes it strengthens the relationship. The moment a channel sounds like it is rushing, older drivers do not need a salesman. The moment it sounds like it is protecting, sometimes a lean in. The moment for channel sounds like it is rushing a company that wants retirement age trust. The moment it sounds like it is protecting a company that understands caution. That matters for Tesla language. A company that wants retirement age trust has to communicate like a company that understands caution and enough humility to admit what is still unknown. No fake urgency. No emotional promising car, just a trusted tool, realistic limits, and enough humility to admit what is still unknown. That is how a promising car becomes a trusted tool. Benefits another Tesla gets this formula right. Who this car could be older driver who is tired of complexity for complexity's sake. Who actually benefits if Tesla gets this formula right? The man who does not need to impress anybody and would gladly trade one flashy feature for 5 years of easier ownership. The man who does not need to impress anybody and would gladly trade one flashy feature for 5 years of easier ownership. Third, the retiree or near retiree intelligent transportation but refuses to surrender final authority. And fourth, the retiree or near retiree who sees transportation designed with that reality not entertainment. But there are also people who knows his body has changed and wants a vehicle designed with that reality in remote areas today. But there are also people who should any software dependency if you need guaranteed nationwide fast repair in remote areas today because the price sounds low, if you hate any software dependency every leak the moment it appears online, if you are expecting zero compromise because the price sounds exactly how older buyers get manipulated, and if you believe every leak the moment it appears on emotional discipline, stop and breathe. I think that is the fairest way to look at older buyers get manipulated. Not as a miracle decision, not as a scam, with emotional as a serious possibility. I think that is the fairest way to look at the Model 2 right now. Does it not as a miracle, not as a scam, as a serious possibility being in charge? Still has to pass those are the questions that matter. Does it reduce the bottom line? Does it Tesla wants the Model 2 to become the car older American men actually trust? Those are the questions that cannot just be cheap. The bottom line, it has to feel if Tesla wants the Model 2 to become the car older American men actually trust. It has to feel honest when things go wrong. It has to feel, above all, it has to feel like a tool that gives freedom back, physically forgiving, rather than quietly taking it away. Honest when things go wrong. That is why I believe the real future of the Model 2 will not be decided by launch day applause or rumor-driven hype. That is why I believe the real future of the Model 2 moments will not be decided by launch day applause or rumor-driven hype. In heat, it will be decided in thousands of ordinary moments. Simple control in driveways, long day, in parking lots. If Tesla remembers that, in heat, the Model 2 could become something rare in modern transportation control after a long day. EV, if Tesla remembers that, drivers can the Model 2 could become something rare in modern transportation for years without resentment. Just a new EV. Now, but a car that older drivers can live with. If Tesla released the Model 2 tomorrow for years without resentment. Now, first, I want to hear physical buttons. Easier entry and exit, the Model 2 tomorrow, simple emergency controls, what would matter most, or the ability to turn driver assistance off completely. Physical buttons, put easier entry and exit in the comments. Simple emergency controls will tell me exactly where this community driver assistance off completely. And if this video saved you just one answer in the comments, subscribe now. One word because the next exactly where this community stands into the part most channels still saved you from one bad assumption. 10 subscribe now test because the next video in this series goes deeper into the part most channels still an affordable Tesla stays for 10 after the honeymoon test. insurance. If you are tired of hype, battery and want calm analysis built for older drivers, stay with After the Honeymoon. This series is not about chasing tired of hype. It is about protecting your money analysis built for older drivers and your independence while the industry changes around. This series is not about chasing
I moved into the house on a quiet morning. The air felt fresh. Everything was calm. I moved into the house in front on a quiet morning. Was completely still. The air felt fresh. It felt everything was calm. Beginning. The lake in front of my house was completely still because just 10 minutes like after I arrived. Beginning. Someone knocked on my door. Didn't last long. That was just because just 10 minutes after I arrived. Someone knocked on my door. Standing there, and that was just the beginning. I holding a clipboard. 3 people were standing there. No smile. A woman in front. Are you the new owner? A clipboard. I nodded. Slow face, serious. You can't park smile. But what happened the next owner? I nodded everything. I looked at her. You can't park there. Confused. But what happened is next? My driveway. Changed. She shook her head. I looked at her. This belongs to the HOA. This is my driveway. Something didn't feel right. She shook her head because when I bought this property, this belongs to the documents clearly said otherwise. Something didn't feel right. They didn't know because when I bought this property, they were making the documents clearly said otherwise. She just pulled out her phone. Big mistake. I'm calling the police. She didn't argue like that anymore. Everything she escalated. Just pulled out her phone. But I didn't stop her. I'm calling the police because I knew something. And just like that, she didn't. Everything the police escalated. Arrived within minutes. But I didn't stop her because the officer stepped out. She didn't. Calm and the police serious. Arrived within minutes. What's going on here? The officer stepped out. She pointed at me immediately. Calm and serious. He's trespassing. What's going on here? The officer looked at me. She pointed at me immediately. Do you live here? He's trespassing. Do you the have officer proof? Looked at me. I handed him my documents here. And then everything changed. The officer I handed him my documents carefully. And then looked up. Everything changed. This property belongs to the papers carefully. Silence. Then look her face went pale. Ma'am, this property belonged to him. But that was silence. The end. Her face next morning pale. She didn't expect a letter, but $500 fine. The next morning, rule violation. I received a letter, then another letter, $500 fine. They kept coming. Rule violation. That's when I realized. Then another letter. They weren't going to stand. Another. I sat down. They kept coming. That's when I realized, why were they so aggressive? Stop. Why did I sat down so much? Something felt hidden. Why were they so I checked my documents again. Why did they care? And what I found shocked. Something felt inside the file. So I checked my documents again, attached to the original. What I found shocked me. Boundaries inside the file larger than I expected. An old map way beyond attached to the original deed. They had no idea boundaries. What I was about to discover than I expected. I hired a surveyor just my house. Told him they had no idea everything. What I was about to discover of land. I hired a surveyor days later. Told him called to check everything. His voice sounded every inch of land. You need to see this. Days later. And that called when things got his voice sounded the reports didn't make sense at to first. See this. But then that I saw when it things clearly. Got real. The boundaries. The report didn't make sense at first. Beyond my house, but then I saw it clearly. Part of the lake. The boundaries. Even they extended far beyond my house. The road under my name. Part of the lake. They were standing even nearby on my property. All connected. The next time the HOA showed up, they were standing confident on my property, ready to argue the next again. Time the HOA showed up, I didn't say much. Confident. I just ready to argue the documents. But this time, slowly, I didn't say much. Their expressions I just handed them the documents. For the first time, they read it. They were silent. Slowly. They tried. Their expressions changed. They tried for the first time. But in the end, were silent. They lost everything to control because they never knew. They tried. They were standing. But on my end, into the house, they lost on everything. Morning. Because they never knew. Felt fresh. They were standing. Everything was calm. On my moved into the house in front of my house was completely still. Felt fresh. It felt everything was calm. Beginning. The lake in front of my house was completely still because just 10 minutes after I arrived. Beginning. Someone knocked on my door. Didn't last long. That was just because just 10 minutes after I arrived. Someone knocked on my door standing there, and that was just the beginning. I holding the clipboard. 3 people were standing there. No smile. A woman in front. Are you the new owner? A clipboard. I nodded. Slow face. Serious. You can't park smile. But are you the next owner? I nodded everything. I looked at her. You can't park there. Confused. But what happened is my driveway. Changed, shook her head. I looked at her. This belongs to the HOA. This is my driveway. Something didn't feel right. She shook her head because when I bought this property, belongs to the documents clearly said otherwise. Something didn't feel right. They didn't know because when I bought this property, they were making the documents clearly said otherwise. She just pulled out her phone. Big mistake. I'm calling the police. She didn't argue like that anymore. Everything she escalated. Pulled out her phone. But I didn't stop her calling the police because I knew something. And just like that, she didn't. Everything escalated. Arrived within minutes. I didn't stop her because the officer stepped out. She didn't. Calm and the police arrived within minutes. What's going on here? The officer stepped out. She pointed at me immediately. Calm and serious. He's trespassing. What's going on here? The officer looked at me. She pointed at me immediately. Do you live here? He's trespassing. Do you have the officer proof? Looked at me. I handed him my documents. Here? And then everything changed. The officer I handed him my documents carefully. And then looked up. Everything changed. This property belongs to the papers carefully. Silence. Then look her face went pale. Ma'am, this property belonged to him. But that was a silence. End. Her face next morning pale. She didn't expect a letter, but $500 fine. The next morning, rule violation. I received a letter, then another letter, $500 fine. They kept coming. Rule violation. That's when I realized. Then another letter. They weren't going to stand. Another. I sat down. They kept coming. That's when I realized. Why were they so aggressive? To stop. Why did I sat down so much? Something felt hidden. Why were they so I checked aggressive? My documents again. Why did they care? And what I found shocked. Something felt inside the file, so I checked my documents again, attached to the original deed. Shocked. It showed boundaries inside the file larger than I expected. There was an old map way beyond attached to the original deed. They had no idea boundaries. What I was about to discover than I expected. I hired a surveyor just my house. Told him they had no idea everything. What I was about to discover of land. I hired a surveyor days later. Told him called to check everything. His voice sounded every inch of land. You need to see this. Days later, and that called when things got. His voice sounded the reports didn't make sense at first. To see this, but then I saw it. Things got real. The report didn't make sense at first. Beyond my house, but then I saw it clearly. Part of the lake. The boundaries. Even they extended far beyond my house. The road under my name, part of the lake, they were standing even nearby on land, my property. All connected. The next time the HOA showed up, they were standing confident on my property, ready to argue. The next time the HOA showed up, I didn't seem much confident. I just ready to argue the documents. But this time, slowly. I didn't say much. Their expressions I just handed them the documents. For the first time, they read it. They were silent. Slowly. They tried. Their expressions changed. They tried for the first time. But in the end, were silent. They lost everything to control because they never knew. They tried. They were standing, but on my land, they lost everything into the house because they never knew. Morning, they were standing, felt fresh. On my everything was calm. I moved into the house in front of my house. Was completely still, felt fresh. It felt everything was calm. Beginning. The lake in that piece of my house was completely still because just 10 minutes like after I arrived, beginning, someone knocked on my door. Didn't last long. That was just because just 10 minutes after I arrived, someone knocked on my door. Standing there, and that was just the beginning. I holding the clipboard. 3 people were standing there. No smile. A woman in front. Are you the new owner? A clipboard. I nodded. Slow face, serious. You can't park smile. But are you the next owner? I nodded everything. I looked at her. You can't park there. Confused. But what happened is next? My driveway. Changed, shook her head. I looked at her. This belongs to the HOA. This is my driveway. Something didn't feel right. She shook her head because when I bought this property, this belongs to the documents clearly said otherwise. Something didn't feel right. They didn't know because when I bought this property, they were making the documents clearly said otherwise. She just pulled out her phone. Big mistake. I'm calling the police. She didn't argue like that anymore. Everything she escalated. Pulled out her phone. But I didn't stop her. I'm calling the police because I knew something. And just like that, she didn't. Everything escalated. Arrived within minutes. I didn't stop her because I knew something. Out. She didn't. Calm and the police arrived within minutes. What's going on here? The officer stepped out. She pointed at me immediately. Calm and serious. He's trespassing. What's going on here? The officer looked at me. She pointed at me immediately. Do you live here? He's trespassing. Do you the officer looked at me. I handed him my documents. Here. And then, everything changed. The officer I handed him my documents carefully. And then looked up. Everything changed. This property belongs to the papers carefully. Silence. Then look her face went pale. Ma'am, This property belonged to him, but that was silence. The end. Her face next went pale. She didn't expect a letter, but $500 fine. The next morning, rule violation. I received a letter, then another letter, $500 fine. They kept coming. Rule violation. That's when I realized. Then another letter. They weren't going to stand. Another. I sat down. They kept coming. That's when I realized. Why were they so aggressive? To stop. Why did I sat down so much? Something felt hidden. Why were they so I checked my documents again. Why did they care? And what I found shocked. Something felt inside the file, so I checked my documents again, attached to the original. What I found shocked me. Boundaries inside the file larger than I expected. There was an old map way beyond attached to the original deed. They had no idea boundaries. What I was about to discover than I expected. I hired a surveyor just my house. Told him they check no everything. What I was about to discover of land. I hired a surveyor days later. Told him called to check everything. His voice sounded every inch of land. You need to see this. Days later, and that called when things got. His voice sounded the reports. Didn't make sense at to see this, but then that I saw when it. Things got real. The report. Didn't make sense at first. Beyond my house, but then I saw it clearly. Part of the lake, the boundaries, even nearby land far beyond my house. The road under my name, part of the lake. They were standing even nearby on land, my property. All connected. The next time the HOA under my showed up, they were standing confident on my property, ready to argue. The next time the HOA showed up, I didn't say much. Confident. I just handed them the documents. But this time, slowly, I didn't say much. Their expressions I just handed them the documents. For the first time, they read it. They were silent. Slowly. They tried. Their expressions changed. They tried for the first time. But in they were silent. They lost everything to control because me. They never knew. They tried. They were standing. But on my land, they lost everything.
The exciting thing
because they never knew
would be some sort
they
of
were standing on my land.
Before, well, I mean, the exciting thing another second of this video.